there was a sharp blade at his neck. In front of him was Luna. She was holding a long sword at his neck. She asked him who he was. Nox happily called her Luna and smiled, but she only pressed her sword on his neck so his skin was pierced a little, and blood began to flow from there. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the sleepers, and the only pillar of the Sword Empire whose face no one had seen yet. He told her that he was here because of her. Luna opened her eyes wide and asked him if he knew not only the location of the headquarters, but also her real identity. She told him that she would ask him the question again. Luna asked him threateningly, "Who are you?" Nox calmly removed her sword with his hand and told her that he was Nox. He raised his hands up and told her that he wanted to join the sleepers. Meanwhile, it was already night. The bright moon was shining high in the sky, and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window and thought about Nox, because it seemed that he knew something about the death of old man Celsus. He thought about how the young master knew that his teacher was dead. Paracelsus doubted that he had simply guessed the death of one of the 3 pillars of the Sword of the Empire, who supposedly accidentally lost his life. He said it was ironic because Nox was a disgrace to the Reinhofer family. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie came from. He remembered the battle at the top of the mountain, and thought that although it was only for a couple of moments, the young master had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen a faster man, with the exception of old man Celsus. Maybe all known information about Nox was deliberately fabricated, and rumors about his personality and behavior were lies. Paracelsus got up, lay down on the bed, and then asked why this was necessary. Why would the Reinhofer family hide such talent? The swordsman said that, however, this should not worry him because he would simply trample anyone who stood in his way, especially if it was a stinking aristocrat. There were deep scars on his chest, and he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus fell asleep, but he had a very strange dream. In the dream, there were events from the past. The man told him that Empress Eston had gone crazy and become a tyrant, which is why the authority of the imperial family was shaken, but her daughter, Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he would have to choose sides. It seemed that this man was his teacher. Paracelsus listened to him attentively, and the man continued to tell him that he should enter the Eldine Academy and think about which side he wanted to fight on. This was his main task. Paracelsus was sweating, tossing and turning in his sleep, and the teacher told him that he had taught him everything he could. After that, in a dream, he remembered how his teacher was killed. Celsus apologized to him for the fact that he would have to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic. He was breathing heavily and covered his face with his hands. He had gloves on his hands, which began to glow pink. Paracelsus rubbed his neck with his hand, displeased, and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man left, then he had to leave with ends. After that, he stood up and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. At this time, Nox stood opposite him, still holding her sword at his neck. Basic information about her appeared on the black screen. Luna was female, 20 years old, human, and had a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: genius of the sword and battles, aggressive eye of reason, cold-blooded. Her limitations were cruel, berserk, die hard, fan crazy. Luna's statistics were good: 27 stamina points, 24 mana points, 4 luck points, 25 willpower points, and the same number of charm points. She had 3 passive skills: battle spirit, piercing gaze, and intimidation. In addition, Luna had active skills: Moonsword Master and Monab Burst. The system notified the owner that some of the information was unavailable. This would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought that she was one of the 3 pillars of the sword. She was a monster that was comparable to the best knight masters at only 20 years old. Additionally, her sword style was not that easy to master, but unlike black swordsmanship, which he could only learn by becoming the head of the family, her techniques would become available to him immediately after he gained her trust. Of course, he would have to join the sleepers and prove himself. For this, Luna asked him why the son of the great Reinhofer family would join a criminal organization. The system notified the young master that the first-level bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was here to destroy the Aram Empire. She told him what it was, but she didn't finish the thought because Nox interrupted her and asked her what she probably already knew: that in order to destroy the Empire, you first need to destroy the Eldine Academy, which is under the influence of the Imperial family, right? He put his hand to his chest and smiled, and then confidently told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked him if he really thought he was capable of this. Nox answered her in the affirmative. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword and telling him that he was clearly not the timid guy. She asked him again what his name was. The young master rubbed the new wound with his hand and introduced himself to her. The moon called Death. The man in the black cloak immediately approached her and told her that he was here. She told him that he must prepare for the moon test. Daff had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and told her that he would carry out her order. After that, he walked up to Nox and handed him a black robe. He told him that he needed to put it on and follow him. After some time, the moon was still shining brightly. They walked in a small forest. The young master looked at the sky and thought that this was great because everything was going according to his plan. They came to a strange building, and Daff told him that after he ascended the altar, he must kill all the enemies that appeared. Besides, he shouldn't lose the cloak he gave him. Daff spoke a little strangely. He seemed to stutter a little, and spoke very slowly. His voice sounded mysterious. Nox asked him why he shouldn't lose his cloak. Daff told him that this was the only way he would escape the berserker's power. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head and thought that he actually knew why he should keep this cloak. The berserk debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drives you crazy in exchange for a short-term increase in strength. Death told him that if he were exposed to the blood moon, he would go crazy. In essence, this was the berserk effect. The moon in the sky really turned reddish. The young master thought that there were two conditions for passing this test. Resist the crimson moonlight to avoid getting the berserk effect and face the crowd of monsters. The original game did not say how exactly this test should be passed, because it was the world from the perspective of the main character, and he definitely did not need the tests of the villainous organization, so hardly anyone knows how to pass the test. However, he is obliged to cope with it. Nox smiled, and Luna folded her arms across her chest and told him that after passing the test, one of two things awaited him. She raised her finger up and smiled, then told him that he would either join the sleepers if he could handle it, or go to the corpses. The young master looked at her and then chuckled contentedly, telling her that they would find out later whether everything was so clear. Here, he and Daff went to the altar. A member of the sleepers took out a scroll. Blood dripped onto the floor, causing a strange seal to activate underneath them. It glowed pink. And Daff looked to the side and saw that many monsters had appeared. Nox saw this. There were snakes, bulls, and monsters with huge fangs. There were a lot of them. The young master thought that this was definitely not a level that the current one could handle. After all, every monster here was at least a mid-rank chimera. The sheer number of monsters also bothered him. That's why. He didn't finish the thought. Nox took off his hood and then threw his cloak aside. The red moon shone on him, and he smiled, thinking that his way of passing the test was designed for this. Anyway, Luna frowned and thought that he had really gone crazy. The system notified him that the blood moon was imposing a negative berserk effect on him, and the character could lose his sanity. The young master opened his eyes wide. His body seemed to double. He looked at his hands in shock, and the system warned him that his sanity would not be restored if he lost it suddenly. The young master smiled. His eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all the player's indicators had been increased by 1.5 times. His stamina was almost 10 points. His mana was almost 14 points. His luck was 10 points. His will was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified him that the berserk effect was applied to him. This did not affect his luck and charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system again notified him that the blood moon was putting a berserk effect on him, so he could lose his sanity. Nox's hidden statistics appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master had the following skills: Genius Hour, Mid-Level Family Sword Skill, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition. The remaining time of his life, due to the fatal disease, was 142 days. He had a berserk effect applied to him. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was crazy. Nox smiled and took deep breaths. Daff told the chief that he could not believe that the young master simply threw away the cloak because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna answered him negatively and then told him that, first of all, Nox is clearly not the kind of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Daff worriedly told her that he was the son of the Reinhofer family, and his father was Theo, and he did not like sleeping people. He asked her if they would give him a reason to create a conflict between them. Luna smiled and told him that wouldn't happen. She would take care of it. She smiled and looked at the young master again, and then asked Daff if he really thought that Theo was one of those people who is filled with fatherly love. He told her that this definitely couldn't happen. Luna told him that they would just watch it. She looked at Nox and called him an idiot. She then told Daff that he probably had a plan. He told her that he would do whatever she told him. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy, and the monsters screamed sharply. The red dragon quickly rushed towards the young master, but he immediately cut the body with his sword. Drops of blood poured onto his face, and he smiled. Then he thought that the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the sleeper test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought that all his indicators had increased sharply, and that was not all. It was as if he suddenly became more capable, taller and wider. Even his shoulders grew larger. Nox was now definitely more capable than all his peers. The other monsters screamed and ran sharply towards the young master, so Nox opened his eyes wide. It glowed purple. After that, he again easily cut the monsters. He tore off their heads, his clothes, hair, sword, and face were all covered in drops of blood, but the monsters did not decide to calm down. Many beast-like monsters ran towards the young master, so he crouched down a little and assumed a comfortable position for attack. He thought about how the berserk effect is considered a negative status, one of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled and held out his petrol sword in front of him, and then thought that he had come here with the intention of using it from the very beginning. It was all thanks to one trick. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level characteristics, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought that he had the characteristics of melee genius and magic perception genius. The system notified him that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the whole point was that geniuses were just on a different level. It was very dishonest, but he could afford it. After that, the young master quickly jumped up and then swung his sword, saying that he was using the Grim Judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and hit the monsters hard with his sword. Many heads were cut off. Luna and Daff looked at him in shock, and the system notified the young master that, thanks to the effect of the Black Flame Ring artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked like a madman. He shouted to the monsters that if they were so jealous, then they too could get a fatal disease just like he did. After that, he quickly swung his sword around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox did not hear her. He thought that it was too noisy here. He sighed to calm himself down, and then walked up to her and asked her if the test wasn't over a couple of minutes ago. Luna was watching the fight. She smiled and happily told Daff that it seemed like they should still accept Nox to join them. He told her in surprise that there weren't many people on the entire continent with a talent like his. She called Nox loudly and told him that he had passed the test, so he needed to return to them. But the young master did not stop. He sat on top of the monster and continued to hit it with his sword. Luna frowned and asked if he had been consumed by madness. Daff told her that maybe they should kill him right now. Nox plunged his sword into the monster's body again and then stood up, swinging his sword so that the blood flowed from it. There were many corpses of monsters lying around. He approached the head and asked her if he had passed the test. She told him that the test was already over. Luna looked at him wearily and told him that Theo had raised a real monster. Daff agreed with her and told her that it couldn't be more precise. Nox smiled and thought that he had passed the test. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled, and then thought that Nox was very interesting. He called Daff, and he bowed to her, then handed the young master a black robe. He told him to take it, because it was the cape of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled contentedly and looked at his hands. The system notified him that he would receive a sleeper cloak, so the data on this item was downloaded. After that, basic information about the cape of the sleeping member appeared on the screen. It was an intermediate advanced item, and did not have a compatible attribute. The cape gave +1 point to willpower. The requirement to use the item is to be a member of the Sleepers. The cape had special effects. The Moonlight Oath was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers would recognize it by the design of the cape, which was woven from the web of black spiders. The cape could reflect most weak negative effects. The system notified the young gentleman that data about a new passive skill was being downloaded. After that, information about the Moonlight Oath skill appeared on the screen. This skill had an advanced level and did not have a compatible attribute. The effect of the skill would be available only when wearing the cape. The user would see a shining pattern on the cape, both on himself and on other members of the sleeping members. Other people wouldn't be able to see any of this. Also, the skill had an additional effect based on game time. After 800 hours, when day turned into night, its power would double. Nox smiled contentedly and thought that this was cool. The young master thought that now, with those sleeping on his side and the passive gift of the Moonlight Oath, it would be very useful to him. He was sorry that it only worked at night, but even so, his attack increased by almost 1.5 times, and this was a very rare thing for a game to have. A prophetic dream. Nox looked at his stats again. His stamina was almost 7 points. Mana was 10 points. Luck was 10 points. Will was almost 13 points. And charm was almost 27 points. The young master paid special attention to his willpower points, and then thought that his willpower score had also increased, and he had done an excellent job. He closed his eyes contentedly and then looked at Luna. She looked at him questioningly and then asked him if he really had any questions for her, since he looked at her like that. Nox calmly told her that, as far as he knew, few of the newcomers had done well in this test, which meant that he was entitled to an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully, and then smiled, telling him that he was handling everything well. She called him a brave newbie, and told him that she wondered how long he could continue to be as cocky as he was. After that, she told Daff to bring that thing, and he agreed with her. He handed her the white mask, and she took it, then handed it to Nox. The moon told him that this was an artifact that the sleepers had recently taken possession of. This was the lunar shadow. She told him that everything was clear from the name of the artifact. It creates a shadow clone. This is the ideal thing for a spy. She asked him if he was happy now. The young master bowed before her and told her that he was pleased with this. He smiled and thought that he had finally acquired the moon shadow artifact. The system notified him that he had received a new artifact, and a new clone of the player would be created. He must enter the name, characteristics, and basic information. Nox thought that it was precisely for this reason that he had to contact the sleepers prematurely for the plot, because with the help of this artifact, a full-fledged clone of the player is created. Thus, he can definitely be both a villain and a hero. The artifact makes this possible. The young master took the mask and thanked Luna, and she told him to listen carefully. She told him that sleepers are divided by rank. There are only 5 of them, apart from the captain and vice-captain. The remaining members are ranked from 3rd to 3rd. Since Nox is a newcomer, he has been assigned the 3rd rank. Nox told her that he understood everything. Luna told him that he was now free until he was assigned a mission. He bowed before her, and she told him that she hoped he would not disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the blue portal, and Luna asked Daff, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" He agreed with her, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and told her that he could not understand how the young master withstood the madness of the blood moon. Luna told him that she shared his bewilderment, because any other person would not last even 5 minutes. Of course, unless he was a genius. But even geniuses wouldn't risk fighting without protective clothing, which means Nox is risky enough to put his life on the line. Daff agreed with her again, and she asked him to keep an eye on the young master. She told him that they should watch what Nox was good for and what else he would do. At this time, Nox came out from the other side of the portal. He walked back to the tavern. Kieran calmly wiped the dishes and then smiled and asked Nox if he was really crazy. Nox told him that he was right about that. He smiled faintly and thought that, in other words, he was asking him why he threw away the protective cape if it could have cost him his life. Only he didn't risk anything because he had the condition of complete resistance to the berserk effect. 2 geniuses at once. That is, the genius of melee and magical perception. Nox thought that simply put, only he is now able to use the blood moon as a bonus. Kieran told him that he hoped it was worth it. The young master asked him if he really needed anything from him. The man put on a serious face and told him that he thought it was unfair that Nox had not introduced himself to him. The young master opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked him what he meant. Kieran smiled and told him that he told him his name, but he did not finish the thought because the young gentleman immediately introduced himself to him and told him his name. He asked him if they were even now. Kieran answered him in the affirmative and then told him that they would see each other again. Nox walked towards the exit of the tavern, and Kieran told him that, in fact, it would be very difficult to get along with the academy's schedule. but most likely it would not be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped that Nox wouldn't stand out too much. After some time, Nox came to the dorm. He thought about how everything seemed to go smoothly. He entered his room and Jitri was there. She was angry and asked him why he secretly left his room on the first day without even telling her anything. The young master looked at his hair in panic. There was blood in it. He thought that Jitri was sleeping when he left. He was checking it. The maid, displeased, asked him if he was listening to her at all. She told him that she had already told him many times that he should refrain from rash actions. Despite all sorts of negative rumors that existed in their family, there was always a chance to be rehabilitated. She said the last word especially loudly, so Nox awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After that, he started taking off his clothes and told her that she should just forget about it. He asked her how her day was. The young master told her that, as far as he knew, servants were also trained. Jitri opened her eyes wide and rubbed her hands. She suddenly became sad and looked down, then told him that nothing special had happened. Nox looked at her and thought that something had happened today. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand, and thought that he meant lessons for the servants who were not only low-ranking but also nobles. It seemed Jitri had become a target for their ridicule. Nox wondered if nothing could be done about this. Afterwards, he handed her a small bag and told her that she needed to take this. If she had problems in class, she must open this bag. Jitri took the bag and looked at it with interest. She asked him what it was, but the maid did not finish her thought because the young master smiled and told her that she should only open it in case of trouble. There was an item in this bag that would help her quite radically. Jitri looked at him in surprise and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He told her she shouldn't do it. The maid bowed before him and told him that she understood everything, and if anything happened, she would certainly use this thing. The young master smiled and told her that she should not hesitate to use it if she got into trouble. He asked her if she understood him, and she answered him in the affirmative. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully entered the Elite Academy, and the first part of the plot had been completed. Nox opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that this had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen stating that he had one unread message. The system asked him if he wanted to read it. The young master pressed his finger on the screen and thought that, of course, he wanted to do this. After that, he felt a strange sensation in the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he received this letter, then he had successfully joined Lane Academy. The sender knew that he could handle this task without any problems, so he was happy for him. Nox thought about the fact that the sender of the letter expressed himself in such a tone as if he saw right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter. The sender wrote that this was just the beginning of the tests. He was sure that Nox had had a hard time before, but alas, it would only get worse. No one could cope with this except him, because only Nox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that he knew it would sound irresponsible, but he was really trying to help him in any way he could. The man also included gifts in the letter and wrote that there were not many of them, but he hoped that he would accept what was attached to this letter. The young gentleman sat down and said that the contents of the letter didn't really explain anything this time either. He needed to rethink everything well, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was a prophetic dream. The very fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and send something to him proved that his conclusions were correct, so he should focus on completing the story because it was directly related to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said that he would stop talking about something that he couldn't decide for now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and said he'd better take a look at this gift. Nox pressed a button to make his character's inventory appear on the screen. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise because several names appeared on the screen. Theo, Alan, Hars, Talia. He was shocked and said that if he understood everything correctly, but he did not finish the thought because he pressed the button with the name Talia, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Nox's father also appeared on the screen. So, Nox smiled and thought that this was an incredible ability. Actually, in order to read someone's characteristics using vision, he needed to see the person. But here, everything was different. Now he could at any time look at the characteristics of those he had already met. He smiled and said that such a gift could really only be sent by... Suddenly, he frowned and looked more closely at the screen. He called Theo a crazy fool. His stamina had increased so quickly by almost 1/2 of a point. Nox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down and said that it didn't matter, because while he was looking at the increase in Theo's stats, he realized one thing. He looked in the mirror and saw his present self from the past world, then thought that this world only looked like a game but was not a real game. Nox tested in displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He looked at the scroll and said that he was glad that at least the choice of classes went smoothly. On the scroll was written a list of items that Nox should attend. These were martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horse riding. The next morning, there were many students in the academy. Chitri entered the room. There were many apprentice maids around. They all looked at her with mockery. A girl with short red hair asked her friend if it was her. Chitri opened her eyes wide, but the girls continued to discuss her. The girl asked if she was from the Luio family who became a commoner. Chitri felt a little sad because everyone was whispering and discussing her. The maid with dark hair told the girl that it was definitely her. She couldn't even imagine how shameless a person would have to be to follow her master to Lane Academy. The girl with red hair laughed and told her that if she were Chitri, she would be ashamed to just appear in public. Her friend told her that she probably wanted to seduce the aristocrat and live a beautiful life. They grinned and looked at Chitri. The girl with red hair told her friend that with a face like hers, it was quite possible. Her friend told her that Chitri was after all the personal maid of the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. She heard that Nox is also lustful, and Chitri is happy to take advantage of this. The maids laughed at Chitri. They said that it was obvious. The girl with red hair agreed with all the statements of her friends. The girl asked her where her relatives were from. She laughed and told her friend that it didn't matter, because this was probably an old backwater and wasn't even worth worrying about. Chitri clenched her hands and thought that she was ready to endure countless insults, because such was the fate of a fallen noblewoman. However, they should not tarnish the reputation of young Master Nox. She frowned and then walked up to the girl and politely asked her if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, and then another maid with long hair moved the maid with her hand and asked Chitri if she really wanted to talk to them. She smiled and told her that she was the daughter of a count, and her name was Jael. She was from the glorious family of Floras who serve Mr. Gon. Jael smugly folded her arms across her chest and asked Chitri if she really thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic commoner like her. Chitri told her that she had heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Giselle grinned and asked her what she would do to them for this. Is it really her fault that there are so many bad rumors about her master? The other maids laughed, and Giselle told Chitri that if she wanted an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get it. Chitri looked at her seriously and thought that her master Nox was right. The status of a person in this academy is above all. After that, she took out of her pocket the small bag that Nox had given her and thought that there was nothing she could do here. She opened it, and little Nox appeared at her side. Chitri opened her eyes wide in surprise because the hologram of her master was in the air. Giselle suddenly screamed and told her that she scared her. Everyone looked at this in shock, and Chitri looked questioningly at her master's hologram. Nox introduced himself to everyone, and then told them that he didn't know what was going on here, but it didn't matter. He looked at everyone with displeasure and told the maids that if Chitri called him, then there could only be one reason. Nox pointed his finger at Jael and said that she, or all of them, no matter how many of them there were, he didn't finish the thought because Jael looked at him in fear, and then asked if this was the same guy from the Reinhofer family. Nox smiled ominously and told everyone that they were in for trouble. He'll rip their heads off and send it in a box to their families. After that, he disappeared, and Chitri was calmly silent. After that, she fell into a stupor and thought that this was really Mr. Nox's radical decision. Jael was very frightened. She turned pale and then suddenly fell to the floor and bowed before Chitri. She awkwardly asked her what her name was. Chitri sighed heavily and told her her name. Jael got even more scared and thought that she had just sighed, and that was bad. Now the Reinhofer family will easily kill her entire family. She apologized loudly to Chitri. She told her that she was out of her mind and that it would never happen again. She apologized to her again. Everyone else looked at Jael in shock, and Chitri thought in surprise that this method really helped. She was shocked by this. However, this will only add to the unflattering rumors about Nox. She looked to the side and quietly asked what he was thinking about. After that, she walked past Jael. Everyone looked at her with fear. Sometime later, the sky was gray and the sun was not shining. Chitri and Nox were walking down the street, and she worriedly asked him if everything was okay with him. The young master actually looked a little tired. She told him that he had dark circles under his eyes. Nox rubbed his eye with his finger and told her it was fine. Chitri frowned and looked at him pitifully. The young master thought that as a result, he barely figured out the choice of his classes. He sighed tiredly, and then a young guy stood in front of them. So they stopped. The guy was wearing a white shirt and brown overalls, and on his head was a brown headdress. The guy smiled at them and took off his hat, and then bowed to Nox and called him by name. Nox asked him who he was. The guy continued to bow in front of him and told him that he would introduce himself to them. He told him that his name was Rick. He was the faithful servant of Mrs. Lear. Rick smiled and told him that this meeting was an honor for him. The young master said his name questioningly, but frowned and wondered what was going on here. The system notified him that he would be shocked, so the master acting skill was activated. After this, the shock effect was removed. Nox thought that from the first seconds, he met a very dangerous little guy. It was the deceitful Rick. He was a real servant of the devil. Over the next 3 episodes of the main story, he will betray the rival and trading company, which will push the plot to further development. Also, Rick literally worships the devil, and, in essence, will betray Eleanor. Nox looked at him arrogantly, and thought that the phrase, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," is complete nonsense. In the game of a prophetic dream, Rick is absolute trash, and you shouldn't mess with him. Rick took out a small blue box and told the young master that Alina had asked him to give him a gift. It was an extremely valuable heart effect. He handed him the box, and Nox narrowed his eyes and rudely told him that he needed to get out of here. The young master looked serious. He was thinking that of course he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he couldn't take it. Rick looked at him in surprise and asked him what he meant. Nox opened his eyes wide and grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand, then asked him if he really needed to repeat what he said earlier. Chitri tensed and looked in shock as her master grabbed his sword. Rick turned pale, and Nox looked at him with hatred. The young master was about to take out his sword, but the servant Eleanor began to tremble with fear, so he turned sharply and walked in the other direction. Chitri bowed before Rick, and then ran after her master. She asked him to wait for her. She told him that his body was weakened, so he had to be careful. Otherwise he would fall. Nox asked her if she really thought he was that pathetic. The maid remembered how the young master was lying on the bed due to illness, and then told him that he had just recently had a cold and chills. Given his always icy hands, she thought that a person weaker than him was still worth looking for. The young master smiled awkwardly and told her that she was right, but he would be fine. They would definitely live and not die. Chitri agreed with him, and then looked down a little sadly, telling him that everything was still not easy for him. He was always in the center of events. Nox looked at her in surprise and then sighed, telling her that nothing could be done about it because he was popular. She looked askance at him, and he thought that Nox was not just a master for her, but also the man who saved her life. The Chitri character herself had a bonus of devotion to her master, so being away from him for a long time was a burden for her. They continued walking, and the maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man like that just now. Nox asked her if she really meant Rick. Chitri answered him with a concerned affirmative, and then told him that he seemed to have gone berserk out of nowhere. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she should listen to him carefully. Nox told her that no matter what happens, she should not let Rick get close to her because nothing good will come of it. She remembered Alina and thought that she believed it was because of their strained relationship with her. But then Nox would have acted differently. Apparently, there was a more serious reason here. After that, she bowed before him and told him that she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her, and then went further, thinking that given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Alina herself. Otherwise, there would only be more unnecessary attention in his direction, and they should be more careful. After some time, some students were sitting in the large hall of the academy. It looked luxurious. The students were sitting on benches, and a man was standing in the middle of the hall. Nox frowned and thought about how he and Chitri had recently talked. He wondered why all the adversity fell on his head. A gray-haired man with a mustache and glasses coughed and then loudly told everyone that from today they would have to form a team with which they would grow and undergo various tests throughout the next year. And for the successful formation of a team, the most important thing is that they must get to know each other well. The young master thought that he had begun to rejoice early. He held his head in his hand and looked ahead emotionlessly. He didn't think that not having friends would be a problem in a single-player game. The gray-haired man with glasses told the students that the guys who already got along could form teams of 4 people. He gave them 5 minutes to do this. Knox closed his eyes sadly and thought that this was impossible because an outsider like Knox would never recruit people to his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone failed to assemble a team. The man told him that they would not be given a grade, and in addition, they would not be able to take this course again. He looked at the young master seriously and told him that he could not work alone. He asked Knox if he understood him. Knox answered him in the affirmative and then thought that for this, he would really get a failure from the very beginning. He thought that Eldine is already not easy to graduate from. Failure in even one subject is a direct path to expulsion. He can't let this happen. All the students began to unite in a team. The guy asked the princess if he could join her team. Edna said that she also wanted Penelope on the team. The guy with black hair asked Paracelsus if he wanted to team up with him. He told him that his skills impressed him very much. The girl asked Leon if he wanted to join their team. Leon looked very cute, with black hair and green eyes. Knox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the desk. He thought that there must be a way to acquire a team, even for a person like Knox. A guy with blonde hair asked Alina if she wanted to join their team. He told her that even though he didn't look like it, he was pretty strong. The guy with short hair smiled and told him that Alina was already on his team. He told her that in exchange, he could give her a contract for his family's products. But Alina simply walked past them and approached Knox. She called him by name, smiled, and asked him if he really didn't like her gift. Knox remained silent, and she told him that she had another proposal for him because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked her what she meant. Alina smiled and straightened her hair with her hand, then told him that she would take him to her team. He frowned and thought that she sounded wildly arrogant, but he immediately realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Besides, he didn't finish the thought because Talia ran up to them. She told Knox that she wanted to join his team. Knox thought that another annoying girl, Talia, would be with them. She was embarrassed and therefore looked away, and the young master thought that she could be understood. Talia was a good character in the game. Whether she liked Knox or not, he was still her fiancé. She cannot remain indifferent and wants to help the unfortunate loner. Knox frowned and quietly said that it was chilling. Alina thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said that this was very unexpected. The young master, displeased, asked her what she wanted to tell him. She grinned and told him that the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Knox remained silent and then thought that considering what Knox told her as a child, she could be understood. He wondered why her words infuriated him so much. Talia sheepishly asked Knox if he would take her on his team. Alina smiled and asked him if they needed one more member, didn't they? Knox calmly told her that she was pretending that someone cared about his opinion. She smiled and asked him if he had a choice. The young master looked sideways intensely and told her that she was very perceptive. He thought that Eleanor was right because, in order for him to regain his memories, he must continue his studies at the academy. He needs good grades because, already in the first episode of the plot, he must get into the top 10 students of the academy. Next, he will have to fight an archdemon. This will be the first time he will play the roles of a villain and a hero at the same time. All the students were happily talking to each other when suddenly, a guy with brown hair and freckles on his face walked up to them and greeted them. This guy's name was Paul. He told them that he was glad to join their team. Knox looked at the black screen and thought that he was lucky because the last member of their team was an ordinary person. Basic information about Paul was written on the screen. He was male, 15 years old, and human. Paul had no attributes or accomplishments. His bonuses were survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically prepared for difficulties. His statistics were mediocre. 4 points of stamina, 3 points of mana, 2 points of will, and 10 points of charm. Suddenly, Knox noticed something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a one-time blessing, but no passive skills. The young master smiled and thought that this was amazing. His statistics were terrible, but that didn't matter because Paul could bless. This was one of the most powerful skills in the game. Prophetic Dream. This skill fully revealed the hidden power of the character it was used on. The screen began to disappear, and Knox quietly said that, in fact, Paul would not be able to use it. He looked at him suspiciously and thought that this was strange. He wondered how there could be such a person in the academy who possessed such a rare gift, inherent only to the saints from the monastery. He thought that now was not the time to think about something stupid. Paul smiled and told them that he looked forward to working together. Eleanor smiled, told him her name, and then said that she hoped they were all ready to work. Talia blushed and also told him her name, saying she was glad to be part of the team. Knox calmly looked at Paul and asked him if he could not introduce himself. He told him that he only hoped he wouldn't be a burden and could at least do something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man hit the table hard with his palm to attract the students' attention. He said that it seemed they had all successfully assembled their team and wished them well for next week. He added that they could not change the composition of the team for the entire next semester. He told them they could all go now. Knox angrily called him an old fool. Talia worriedly told him that he had said it too loudly. The young master told her that he knew it. He wanted the man to hear it. She told him she didn't think cursing at the professor was a good idea, but Knox didn't listen to her. He walked toward the exit and told her that he didn't care about it. He said that he was on the team now, so the professor shouldn't yell at him. The young master pushed the door to leave the hall, but Talia called out loudly. She looked sideways and asked him what classes he had added to his schedule. She told him that she had no ulterior motives. Knox thought that he couldn't believe she was asking him this so openly. He left the hall, and she followed him. Talia extended her hand to him and told him that she was just curious, so she asked. The young master pointed his finger at her forehead and asked her if she really wanted to know which subjects would be easiest to get a perfect score in. Did she really think that he would just tell her this? Talia opened her eyes wide and asked him what he meant. She told him that wasn't the issue at all. Knox went further and thought that she couldn't fool him. He wouldn't tell her such information. After some time, evening came. This was the fourth sector of the academy, where there were shops with goods everywhere. Knox was wearing a long black cloak, and Gitri told him that this was expected of Eldine. Studying here requires a lot of investment. She leafed through a small notebook and told him that he needed textbooks, equipment, and notebooks. Now she understood why commoners did not study at the academy for long. They simply didn't have enough money for it. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He took 2 small bottles and told her that the problems of ordinary people didn't concern him. He looked at the jar of potion and thought that if a person is talented enough for the academy, they will easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner. Provided that the person's talent is not something useless, Gitri gave the bag of money to the saleswoman, and Knox thought that the money issue would never become an obstacle. Suddenly, they heard a man calling someone a dirty brat. He was telling the man to get out of there. Gitri tensely told the young master that it seemed like it was getting noisy. Knox told her that a place where people gather is always noisy because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat in the crowd of people. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "That's the man," but didn't finish the thought because the guy spat on the asphalt and then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he wasn't going to buy anything. He asked the man why he was blocking the way for people with money. Knox thought that this was the son of one of the 3 families with the attribute of darkness. This was the young heir of the Marva family, Leon von Marvas. In fact, he paid attention not to the tall guy in the burgundy coat, but to Leon, who was holding a jar of potion in his hands. The young master thought that perhaps he was now experiencing financial difficulties since his family had recently gone bankrupt. He frowned and said that Leon was not particularly nervous and would probably simply not pay attention to the guy in the coat. Gitri looked at him in surprise, and Leon apologized to the man, telling him that he was just trying to shop wisely. The guy got angry and asked him what could be reasonable about raising and lowering the same objects. He annoyedly told him that he should stop talking nonsense and walked out of there. Elaine has such low standards lately. They're recruiting all sorts of beggars. Leon looked down and then raised his head, his eyes glowing green as green energy began to appear under his feet. He asked the guy what kind of poor people he was talking about. Green energy appeared around Leo. It looked scary. The book in his hands began to levitate. He put his hand in front of him, and clots of energy began to fly around. Leo told him that his family may have difficulties, but he would not forgive him for such insults towards the Mara family. Knox and the maid opened their eyes wide in shock. He thought that he had really gone. He ran towards them and thought that this should not be done, even when a person is very angry. The young master panicked. He ran and thought that Leon was really seriously going to use mana in front of the entire 4th sector. Also, black magic skeletons with swords appeared around Leon. He controlled it, and there was green ominous energy everywhere. Jitri loudly called her master. She worriedly asked him what he was doing. The young master called Leon an idiot and told her that he was completely crazy. You could see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does bad things. She asked him if he really understood it only from his eyes. Nox seriously told her that he knows what he is talking about. She should just believe him. Jitri opened her eyes wide, perplexed. The guy asked Leon in fear if he had really gone crazy. Does he even understand what he's doing? The guy frowned and told him how dare he, but he didn't finish his thought because Nox sternly told him to step back. He needs to leave here while they ask him kindly. The young master stood in front of him, holding a black sword in his hands, and his body was shrouded in dark purple energy. He told the guy that he needed to leave if he didn't want to die. The guy asked him loudly what he meant. He called Nox an idiot and asked him how dare he stand in front of him. Does he even know who he is? The young master put his hand on his hood, grunted, and took it off. He asked him, does he know who is standing in front of him? All the people looked at him with wide eyes. They were in shock. Meanwhile, Emma looked at Talia in bewilderment. Talia asked her if she really believed that even though she was now on the same team with Nox, he had a reason for not telling her his schedule. She looked out the window and asked the maid if it was the result of his puberty, and if he was so shy about her. She turned sharply to her and asked her what she thought about this. Talia loudly told her to answer her. Emma looked at her nervously. Talia looked upset. The maid awkwardly asked her how she knew what was in Nox's head. She suggested that her mistress calm down a little. Talia looked sideways and told her that she was trying to act as mature as possible. She no longer judged people by their appearance. She did everything to win back Nox's favor, but and she didn't finish the thought because she began to awkwardly rub her hands together. Emma looked at her worriedly. She thought that at this rate her mistress would be thinking about this for weeks. If she knew what would come of this, she wouldn't have defended that idiot Nox in front of her. She remembered how they were riding in a carriage, and Talia asked her why her fiancé was so cold towards her. Emma then told her that she thought he was just going through puberty. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked her what she meant. The maid, with a smart look, told her that all boys at his age behave like this. They are rude to others and pretend to be hard to touch. Talia was pleased with her answer and smiled. Emma thought that it all seemed to have started at that very moment. She began to have feelings for Nox. At that time, Emma did not yet know what this would develop into. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have said something so thoughtlessly. The maid helplessly rubbed her chin with her hand and thought that it was now obvious that Talia liked Nox, and since this happened. But she did not finish the thought and awkwardly told her that she was not sure that that was why Mr. Nox was behaving this way. Talia asked her in surprise what she meant. Emma told her that he was already her fiancé, and then asked her if it was possible that he was trying to draw a line between his personal life and success at the academy in this way. Talia suddenly grabbed her hand and joyfully called her by name. She told her that what she knew was that the maid was good at relationships. Emma hesitantly asked her if she really thought so. Talia blushed with joy and told her that she sounded very authoritative now. She would only turn to her for advice. Emma looked at her mistress's joyful face and mentally apologized to her and then thought about the fact that she had never actually met anyone yet. The maid smiled helplessly. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted because a man knocked on the door of the room. They turned towards the sound, and Emma told the man that the maid of the selling family was ready to listen to him. For this, the person must name the purpose of his visit here. Alina entered the room and greeted them. She smiled and told the maid her name. She told her that she was a member of Talia's team in the battle magic class. She would like to talk to Madam. Emily looked at her wearily, so Talia called out to her questioningly. The maid frowned a little and told Alina that if they did not have an appointed time, it would be better for her to first arrange a meeting with the mistress. Alina smiled and said Nox's name, so they looked at her worriedly. She told Talia that she wanted to talk to her about Nox. A couple of minutes later, Talia and Alina moved to another room. Alina told her that she was glad to see her. This is the second time today. She smiled artificially, and Talia looked at her worriedly. At this time, Nox asked the guy if he needed to introduce himself to him. The guy opened his eyes wide in shock. He thought that he really had silver hair and purple eyes. All the people looked at Nox in fear. They thought that it was him. The guy asked him if he was really the Reinhofer who was accepted into the academy this year. Nox calmly told him that he didn't like to repeat himself. The guy immediately apologized to him. He told him that he did not recognize him immediately since he was wearing a cloak with a hood, but he didn't finish his thought because the young master looked at him ominously and told him to get out of here before he got angry. The guy looked at him in fear, and Knox loudly asked him if he would really force him to repeat this for the third time. The guy turned around in fear and began to run in the other direction. He shouted to him that he would do what he wanted. Leon looked at Knox. He told him that he did not finish speaking with the guy. After that, the skeleton shrouded in green energy opened its mouth and rushed towards Knox. The young master extended his hand in front of him, and a clot of purple energy appeared in it. It looked like a ball. Knox asked him if it was now necessary to use black magic to have a conversation. He put the energy ball into the skeleton's mouth, causing the skull to split into small pieces. People looked at this in shock, and Knox told Leon that he was almost directly asking the Imperial family to capture him. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes wide and screamed in surprise. He then told him that he was right, because using magic before they become adults is prohibited by law. He looked at his palm and told him that he had completely forgotten about it. After that, all the green energy disappeared, and Leon bowed to Knox. He apologized to him and told him that he had helped him out a lot. Knox took out a small bag and told him that since he understood everything, he could buy himself whatever he wanted and then leave from here. He threw him the bag and told Leon that he could use it if he didn't have enough money. Leon opened the bag. There were many gold coins inside, and they seemed to glow. He was surprised and then asked the young master why he was helping him. He calmly told him that if he was trying to make him his debtor like that, it wouldn't work. Knox told him that such a small thing did not really affect his condition, although he would not say that he had no ulterior motives at all. Leon looked at him in surprise and then chuckled, telling him that he understood everything. After that, he put his hand in front of him, and a green magic seal appeared in the air, sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Knox. He looked at the gold coin and told him that he thought it was payment for him not to tell anyone anything he felt from him. The unique magic of necromancy inherent only to the Marva family. Leon held the coin in his hands, and then it glowed with green energy and rose into the air. The coin levitated. Leon controlled it. He told Knox that he was not happy with such a deal. He calmly closed his eyes and asked him where he got the strength of his family. At this time, Alina and Talia were sitting at the table, drinking tea. Knox's fiancée told her that she wanted to talk to her about something. Alina watched her facial expressions and thought about what was happening. She thought that her reaction was somewhat different from what she had imagined. She was so calm, looking to the side thoughtfully, and wondered if Knox could have feelings for her. After that, Alina smiled, and thought that this was impossible because, for a person like him, an engagement is just a burden. It's better to tell her directly. Alina smiled slightly and told Talia that Knox was a dangerous person. Firstly, he was the son of one of the families that were pillars of darkness. Secondly, one could not deny the huge number of bad rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of tea. Talia looked down and then told her that she did not think that Knox was such a bad person. She looked as serious as possible, and Alina frowned with displeasure, remembering her meeting with the young master as a child. She calmly closed her eyes and told her that not everyone would agree with her. Alina thought that Talia was really strange. She wondered why such an honest and open girl like her liked the worthless Knox. She looked at her and thought that the emotions in Talia's gaze expressed clear dislike for her. Talia told her that she would say everything straight. The young master has his faults, but he is not the kind of person who would do something terrible. It's just that all people misunderstand him since he is cold towards others. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Talia thinks so. Alina looked at her displeased, and then told her that she had heard that they were engaged, which explained why she was so protective of Knox. She placed her cup on the table and told her that engagements between aristocrats were something that could change quickly. Talia looked unhappy. She loudly told her that this is not why she believes in Knox. Alina smiled darkly and told her that people don't change that easily. Knox's fiancée told her that she might be right, but she wanted to remind her of one thing. It was Knox who saved her life. If he had not been there, she could have died. Talia told her that she was sure Alina understood this herself. Alina opened her eyes wide, and Knox's fiancée asked her why she was so hostile toward him. Alina frowned, then smiled, and calmly told her that it seemed that she had told her too much. She then stood up and told her that they needed to end this conversation. She thanked Talia for her time, and Knox's fiancé said goodbye to her. Alina left the room and went down into the yard. Rick called out to her. He smiled and asked her if she really wasn't having a good conversation. Alina looked down. She asked him what he thought was the most important quality for a merchant. Rick smiled and told her that, of course, it was a keen eye and an awareness of his surroundings. She frowned and thought that it was her attentiveness that made her a money fox and a star in the world of finance. She wondered if Knox had really changed. Alina thought that this was nonsense. She frowned pitifully and said loudly that after so many years, this simply could not be true. Meanwhile, Knox and Leon were still in the 4th sector of the academy. The son of the Maris clan looked terrifying. Black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted to the people that they should all leave here. Knox looked at him in confusion, and people started screaming and running away. Green energy began to spread through the air until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around intently and then asked Leon, "Is this really barrier magic?" He thought that things were starting to get more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept that his ancestral power was being used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He told Knox that he should have chosen something more significant for negotiations than this. The young master chuckled and asked him if he really meant to say that he had something else to offer him. He told him that this matter concerns his family, so he does not think that he will be satisfied with anything in return. Leon looked threatening and told him that he was talking as if Knox knew him well. The young master called his name and then told him that his family occupied such a high position in society, like the Reinhofer family. His family was so powerful, but he didn't finish his thought because green energy appeared in the air. Leon told him that he didn't like that he was saying it in the past tense. Knox calmly told him that he himself knew that now things were not going well for his family. He said the word Sylvesters, and Leon immediately reacted to it. He frowned, and the young master told him that these people were organizing a turf war to overthrow the head of the Marvas clan and take most of his lands for themselves. Leon clenched his teeth and then calmed down. He told Knox that he was trying to make himself look more knowledgeable than him. He asked him if he was really appealing to his thirst for retribution. Knox smiled and chuckled, then asked him what he was talking about. He told him that this was nonsense and that he definitely had no such intentions, but he would like his family to return to its former glory. In addition, the new head of the family would defend what was rightfully theirs, and the Mara family would once again be on top. The young master smiled and asked him if this was not what he wanted. Leon told him that this was not bad and that he knew him well. After that, he pointed his finger at him and told him that they should return to the dialogue about how exactly he acquired the power of the Marvas clan. Knox calmly told him that this was an accident, and he had only recently learned that this was the unique power of his family. Leon looked to the side and told him that he believed him. The young master asked him in surprise if this was really all, and was he really not going to ask him any more questions. Leon became a little sad and told him that he had already told him what he wanted to know. Knox frowned and thought that he understood everything. What Leon wanted to know from the very beginning was not how the power of the Mara family came to him, but how much he knew about him and why he got involved in this conflict. After that, the black barrier began to disappear, and the young master told Leon that he was glad that he received his answers. The son of the Marvas clan thanked him for his help and told him that he would certainly repay him for this in the future, but not with money. The young master turned around and walked back to G-Tree. He told him that he could forget about it because he did not expect anything from him in return. The next day, the weather was great and the sun was shining high in the sky. It was a luxurious building with gold accents in the interior. Knox walked across a small bridge inside the building, and everything around was covered in ice. Noah sat in front of him, her throne also shrouded in ice. He thought about how she would be Knox's Lifeldayan, his light at the end of the tunnel, and his island of peace. "It's time to enhance your genius hour skill." He smiled, and his eyes seemed to glow. He thought that among all the brilliant skills in the game, Prophetic Dream was the most powerful. This was an addition to the game. He remembered how, in a past life, he played a game and an inscription appeared on the computer screen saying that he had beaten the Prophetic Dream game times for the first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was unlocked. Now the Genius Hour was available to his character. However, the skill is only available for use by characters with 2 active genius stats. Now, he looked at Noah and thought that if, at first, he just liked this game, he didn't even know what would be in the expansion when he bought it. If he had not made the right decision, then he would probably have died more than once by now. Just the thought of it makes him shudder. Knox smiled, but he was a little panicked. The dean was eating a large lollipop and she smiled and told him that he had really done great on the test. She asked him if his family was secretly raising a monster like him. The young master approached her and told her that he could not believe that she was calling him a monster right in front of him. He asked her if she thought this was too much. Noah smiled and asked her if she was wrong. She lowered her leg down. Blue energy appeared under it. The dean asked him how else to explain the fact that he fought the ice troll so calmly. She looked terrifying and had a strange magical seal around her. Her face began to turn to ice, and she asked him, "Is it possible to call such a talented guy like him trash?" Noah looked at him carefully and told him something that she couldn't believe. She asked him if the Sword Emperor himself had not noticed his talent. She smiled and told him that this couldn't be true. Knox frowned with concern and thought that she suspected something. But however, this was not surprising. After all, the original Knox was truly a non-entity. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. After that, he looked at her confidently and smiled, then wondered who cared about her guesses. The system notified him that the shock effect had been removed. The young master asked her why she cared what he was in the past. She told him he was right, but his talent was exciting. Noah smiled sinisterly and told him that she was so excited about it that she wanted to make him hers. Knox calmly told her that she seemed to be thinking about the wrong thing, so he would pretend he didn't hear it. He remembered how he passed the test and then told her that he saw her watching him, disguised as a student. The young master smiled contentedly, and she asked him if he really noticed it. A scroll appeared above her hand, it levitated in the air, and she told him that she wanted to see how much more he was hiding from her. The young master smiled and thought that this was finally happening. She told him that this is what she called him here for. It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would enhance any of his abilities several times. It was an extremely valuable item. Knox told her that this was the first time he had heard about this scroll. Noah agreed with him incredulously, and then told him he could have it. She pointed her hand in his direction, and the scroll flew towards him. The scroll glowed with yellow energy. He reached his hand towards it and then grabbed it. The young master frowned sharply, and Noah fell silent and smiled a little. Knox looked at the scroll with concern and thought that it was as if he had been electrocuted. He wondered if maybe he had imagined it. After that, he smiled contentedly and opened the scroll. He thought that it seemed like he was just too excited thinking about what awaited him. The system notified him that he had received a new artifact. Information about this was being downloaded. Basic information about the item appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. The scroll type was activated. The item was of the highest level. It had no attribute indicator or requirements. The effect of the scroll was this. It increases the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system notified him that the skill amplifier was ready for use. The system asked him if he wanted to activate it. The young master pressed his palm to the screen and answered in the affirmative. An inscription appeared on the screen stating that he must select a skill to enhance. Knox chose the Hour of Genius, after which the system notified him that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled contentedly, and yellow and pink energy appeared around him. The system notified him that the skill had been successfully enhanced, and he received an improved genius hour after that. Only yellow energy appeared around him. It circled around him, and a message appeared on the screen saying that he had received the artifact at an early stage, so the effect would be further enhanced. The system notified him that the effect of the artifact would be doubled. The duration of the skill Hour of Genius increased to 10 minutes. Knox smiled and thought that it was impossible to improve this skill in any other way. This is already a super powerful skill, so there are not many ways to develop it. One of the ways is a strengthening scroll. Getting this scroll at the very beginning of the story is the best loot. Noah smiled and asked him if he was happy with the result. Yellow and red energy levitated above Knox's hand. It looked like flames. He thought that it was better not to prolong the conversation with her. After that, he answered in the affirmative and told her that he would leave from here if she was done. Noah told him that he could leave because he must be very tired after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously and thought that she knew everything. He sighed heavily and told her that it was an accident, so she shouldn't think about it. He wouldn't want to attract too much attention at the academy. The dean told him that she understood him. She told him that he should go and rest. Knox told her that he was truly grateful to her. After that, he left the hall, and Noah thought that Nox was a dangerous guy, so she needed to be on her guard. She laughed quietly and said that she was looking forward to seeing the monster Nox would grow into. She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, "Is it really that interesting?" The next day, it was an academy classroom. A professor in a white suit told the students that they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Nox leaned boredly on his arm and thought that the subject of elementary magic of the Empire was not described in such detail in the original. But now, it's not even the lesson itself that's more important. But Professor Ras von Celestia, basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was masculine, 35 years old, and human. His Celestius attribute was Earth. He had the achievement. Professor Eldine. He had 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestius' limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Nox thought that the professor had a crucial role at this point in the plot. Celestius's statistics appeared on the screen. His stamina was 12 points, his mana was 18 points, his luck was 3 points, his will was 21 points, and his charm was 19 points. He had a passive skill, source of knowledge. Celestius also possessed active skills, summoning earth elementals, heat emissions, and the basics of northern sword techniques. The young master thought that he was not particularly strong, but he was pleased to know his skills in advance. He was even a little surprised that with such a set, he managed to become Professor Elaine. Celestius thoughtfully looked around the audience and told the students to start class. For now, he looked at Nox and thought that he looked very arrogant. He was already looking arrogantly at the guys around him. Celestius wondered what kind of talent he received to become like this, and what the dean, Noah, saw in him. After that, he coughed and told the students that every person, not only academy students, has a predisposition to one or another element of mana. Today, they will find out what element each of them possesses and how to manifest it. Suddenly, he loudly called out the name, Nox. Nox looked at him questioningly, and Celestius asked him if he already knew what element he possessed. Nox told him that his attribute is darkness. The professor asked him what he knew about this. The young master told him that, unlike the 4 main elements, darkness is quite capricious and does not fit well with the other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive when compared to the basic elements. Among the disadvantages, it can be noted that it is quite difficult to control, and only certain families succeed in this. Passing on their knowledge from generation to generation, Celestius asked him what element is opposite to darkness. Nox immediately told him that it was light. The professor frowned and asked him when these 2 forces collide, which one usually wins. He smiled, and the young master calmly told him that light usually wins. Celestius's body began to tremble, either from anger or from fear. He told him in surprise that usually students deny the weaknesses of their main attribute. The professor asked him if he was special. He told him that he had to answer one more question. After that, he raised his finger, smiled, and then asked him what he would do if he suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle. Nox smiled and told him that he would try to find the right moment and kill the enemy before he did anything. Then, he would make sure that the enemy would definitely no longer interfere with him. The young master smiled ominously, and all the disciples looked at him in fear. Celestius opened his eyes wide and thought, "What is he? What is Nox saying?" Now in the dormitory area of maids and servants, in Rick's room, Eleanor's butler, he sits on the bed deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body and emits a satisfied moan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and eerie veins begin to surface around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rick's face displays a look of satisfaction. After the injection, Rick walks over to the mirror, admires himself, and wickedly smiles. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He mutters to himself, "Now I just have to put in a bit more effort, and I'll be able to become a real demon." Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and the demon confirms, "Yes, it's like you said, How Schultz de Nefer. You'll be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. You won't need sleep and won't age. You'll become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans." Rick joyfully smiles, then kneels to thank the demon, promising, I'll do everything in my power to revive you." The demon doesn't respond, but gives a wicked smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rick dresses himself again. His face changes, his eyes returning to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Rass and the students are surprised by the protagonist's response during a confrontation with an enemy. Knox calmly smiles and replies, "Well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me." Professor Rass is astonished by the response and remarks, "You would want to pull out the roots before they grew into any future issues. I wasn't expecting such an answer." Knox sits down and apologizes, saying, "I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient method of doing things." Meanwhile, a notification appears, indicating that acting genius has been activated powerfully. Professor Rass looks at Knox with a puzzled expression and silently evaluates him. Unwavering eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that aren't bent downwards. Knox von Reinhafer truly meant what he said. I'm starting to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him. However, as his thoughts halt, he loudly calls out, "Assistant, prepare the imp right away." The assistant, upon receiving the command, hesitantly asks for confirmation. Professor Raz coldly stares at the assistant and says, "Did you not hear me? I'm asking you to prepare for the magic adequacy test." The fearful assistant, without further questioning, prepares as instructed. Professor Raz then looks back at Knox and asserts, "That kind of haughty attitude needs to be brought down a level." He strokes his chin in satisfaction. In order to obtain a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. After a while, when the assistant brings a cart into the lecture hall, covered with a white cloth, the students begin to gather below. The assistant, still anxious, starts to unveil the cloth. As the cloth is removed, the students' eyes widen in astonishment at what is revealed before them. Professor Rass calmly explains, "They're the lowest-ranked demons provided by the association. They're known as imps." A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed. Though the students become increasingly anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Rass reassures them, while it's very aggressive, it's not that threatening. Because it has low health, cadets can easily kill it. Despite the professor's assurance, the students re-Knox apprehensive and fearful because, after all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. "This is only the first class, though. I guess this is the level of Eldon Academy." Professor Rass interrupts them, saying, Now, stay focused. You guys are the elites that got accepted into this academy, aren't you? You must remember this. Your ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For you to do that, you all will need to get used to the beings known as demons, of which we still know very little about. Listening to the professor's words of encouragement, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to do. All of you are to infuse your mana into the caged imp to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox looked at a demon with disdain for this action, feeling that something was out of place. According to the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the 2nd year. Something's off. After condensing mana into your palm, let it flow into your target. Before a student could follow the professor's instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he murmured, "No matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp in the first lesson. A new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. I'll teach you how things work here, Reinhafer." Suddenly, when Knox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned puzzled. He looked at the creature in the cage, which was terrified, trembling with fear, its eyes tightly shut, refusing to face Knox. This made the professor wonder what had happened while he wasn't paying attention. Knox looked at the bewildered little creature, wondering why it was so scared when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students had been mesmerized by the creature, causing them all to hallucinate, except for Knox. At the same time, Talia was also mesmerized, holding the creature's cage and claiming it to be her maid Emma. She promised Emma that she wouldn't do it again. Other students similarly felt something strange in their bodies that they couldn't describe, or they felt as if they had just eaten a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Knox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, Professor, I'm sorry, but can you change my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear." The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Knox with confusion. Knox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned back, he caught the professor's face shining like crazy. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Knox, eagerly asking, "Hey Knox, how did you force that imp into submission?" Knox reiterated, "Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet." The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Knox. "Great, I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing that great talent within you. Incredible, I'll give you a chance." The professor then turned to Knox and declared, "Please listen up. I'll give you the chance to become the best student." Knox was surprised and internally confirmed, "The best student? This is what I think it is, right?" In his mind, various illustrative scenes appeared, and he expressed, "The kind of thing in dramas that you must never do being an assistant." Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were half delighted and half apprehensive, saying, "I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Rass's best student? Wow. He has to accept." Suddenly, Knox raised his hand and declared that he refused that title. He bluntly expressed his thoughts. "It's being the best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave?" Hearing Knox's blunt refusal, the professor was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it was true. The other students also wondered what Knox was thinking. Meanwhile, the outstanding students in the class were cramped after trying to resist being mesmerized. Observing Knox with uncomfortable glances, especially Echidna, she silently evaluated Knox. "I can't believe he's the only one standing up normally. Who the hell are you? Reinhafer." A few hours ago, on the academy corridor, Professor Bernan was following Professor Rass, eagerly exclaiming, "I'm telling you, that filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee you that Knox kid is a crazy bastard." Professor Rass appeared indifferent, replying, "Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to make any conclusions just because he made some achievements. Don't put such high expectations on new students." Professor Bernan expressed, "Rass, your problem is that you're too close-minded. Dean Noah also asked us to watch out for him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is needed? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized to be the best by one of the 4 sages." Professor Rass disregarded this and stated, "I'll need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to care about this anymore." Professor Bernan still tried to catch up, saying, "You and your obnoxious attitude. Hey, wait for me." Returning to the present, Professor Rass, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Knox had rejected his offer. He stuttered anxiously, asking Knox for the reason behind the refusal. Meanwhile, other students shared similar sentiments, expressing, "Is he crazy? That was a chance to assist Professor Rass with his class. He's the biggest authority on magic education. There are mountains of people queuing up to be his top student. I can't believe he just threw that chance away." That's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why good-for-nothings like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the gossip about himself, Knox felt a bit puzzled, but remained resolute in his thoughts. "Say whatever you want, I won't change my mind anyways." Knox also felt annoyed and remarked, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me creating trouble?" At that moment, another student spoke up to Professor Rass. "Professor Rass, I have a question." Professor Rass, with a mournful face, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Knox with unfriendly eyes and wondered, "Why are you giving this chance to Reinhafer? There are many more outstanding students than him, aren't there?" He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, "Moreover, your strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna are worthy of being considered for the top student position as well." Knox looked at the student and confirmed he was an asshole. He expressed, "Look at how hard he's trying to leech off of a rising family smart asshole. He knows who to butter up. I better remember him." Professor Raz, hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, "The professor is the one that decides who is the right person. But if I say that, you guys might not be convinced. There could also be negative rumors to say that I'm biased towards the talent of Knox. So, let's set the record straight." His gaze turned serious and challenged the students. "I'll tell you right now why he's the right person to become my top student." Then Raz turned to Knox. his eyes softening with affection. Nox sensed the discomfort and silently expressed, "Crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it." Professor Raz then announced, "Firstly, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana." Nox at this point falls into contemplation, thinking that, a summary of Raz's opinion would be something like this. Number 1. I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly. While it might be a low-rank demon, it's not easy to do, so it's not surprising that Raz is fascinated by it. Number 2. The talent I have. Mana sensitivity genius. Then Nox's thoughts shift towards Professor Raz, and suggest that Raz has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Nox's thoughts, Professor Raz continues, "For that reason, it's only fair for Nox to become my top student." Nox bluntly refuses, saying, "I already said I'm not doing it." Getting a straightforward rejection from Nox, Professor Raz, bewildered, says, "Nox, you can take your time to reconsider?" Then he looks at Nox with a somewhat creepy gaze and says, "You're rushing your decision here." Nox feels disgusted and says, "Please speak after you wipe your saliva." Nox then decides to leave the classroom and says, "To begin with, there's a more suitable candidate, so I'd be grateful if you would give up on me." Leaving Professor Raz saddened, he continuously calls out to him to try to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this. Each having their own thoughts, Princess Penelope expresses, "He's different from the rumors I've heard." Echidna also agrees and admits, "My apologies, my information gathering ability is lacking." The princess says, "It's all right, Echidna. I think I've just gotten a little curious about him." She also remarks, "Nox von Reinhofer, whether he'll become a light to the imperial family, or a dark cloud that hovers over us." Back to Nox. By now, he has left the classroom, and now he's breathing a sigh of relief. He complains uncomfortably, "Why is Raz suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was some food covered in honey or something. Why aren't there any normal characters in Inner Lunatic? But I've managed to get him off me, so I should be able to live in peace for now." A long day passes. Now it's also night. Nox is in his own room with a gloomy face. Jitri notices Nox's weary expression and asks, "Did something bad happen in the academy?" Nox replies with exhaustion, "Yeah, something horrifying." Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Raz's classroom. Wherever he is, Professor Raz's presence bothers him, trying to persuade Nox to become his top student. Whether it's in the classroom, the canteen, or even in the restroom, Professor Raz doesn't give up on him. He even sticks his head into the restroom to persuade Nox, "Become my top student." Nox leaves the restroom with a disgruntled and angry face. However, Professor Raz still tries to ask, "Nox, are you done considering? Become my top student." Nox responds with a disdainful expression. "Professor Raz, please stop it, you crazy bastard." Professor Raz doesn't know when to stop. He persists. His face appears excited as he says, "I like how you're rough with your words. I like it." Nox recounts the whole ordeal to Jitri and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. "That bastard Professor Raz kept asking me to become his top student." Jitri is also puzzled hearing the story and expresses, "That bastard Professor Raz kept asking me to become his top student." Then she wonders, "But by Professor Raz, are you referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory?" Nox confirms that it's him. Jitri, puzzled, expresses, "That's strange from what others say. I remember him being a good professor. Why would he do something like that?" Nox reveals, "I know he's an all-right person as well. And Nox recalls the negative traits of Professor Raz. Then Nox looks out the window and expresses, "The problem is those traits he has." Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, a group of family soldiers with tense faces is demanding someone to stop and warn others not to let that person pass. At this moment, on the mansion's grounds, a blood-drenched sword is being dragged across the floor. Held by a man with white hair and violet eyes, he emits a sinister aura, indicating he is also one of the heirs of the Reinhofer family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Everyone, stop him. Did you not hear what the patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen into the room." The man pays no heed to the soldier's warning, lightly chuckling and remarking, "That's so harsh." In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened, and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The blood-stained man says, "That's not how a father should treat his son, is it?" With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Reinhafer family bursts in without the patriarch's permission. His entire body emanates a terrifying aura of dark mana, with the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere renders the head butler unable to move, filled with fear, as he wonders, "Master Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time?" The patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son, "Garen, I never thought you'd come back to the Reinhafer family again." Garen smiles and retorts, "What reasons do I need to come back to my own home?" "Father." Theo, with a somewhat intimidating cold expression, questions Garen, "Is this place your home?" Garen receives the question with a less jovial expression than before. He then lightly chuckles and tells Theo, "I'm sure I told you already, it's time to give up." He further declares, "There's not much time left, is there?" Theo responds, "That's none of your business," Garen warns Theo. "The demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it'll rise and devour everything in its sight." Theo, with a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, "It sounds like you want that to happen." Garen then states, "Well, my business here is simple." He then menacingly asks Theo, "Where did you hide that sword?" Theo, shocked by his son's audacity, looks fearful and reiterates, "The first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer?" However, the first patriarch's sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted by the patriarch to Nox. The dangers awaiting Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next installment. Garen boldly questioned the patriarch, "The first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide the Stormbringer of Jean von Reinhofer?" Angered by this, the patriarch scolded Garen, "Jean von Reinhofer? How dare you speak the first patriarch's name? You must be really out of your mind." Garen, unfazed by this, laughed it off, saying, "Is that what's important right now? What matters is getting stronger and building a stronger force. That's what's most important for a noble." Dismissing it, Garen argued, "Garen doesn't know what truly matters. Garen doesn't respect but brings up things from the past. If you know what truly matters so well, then why did you leave that woman to die?" Hearing this, the head butler, concerned about the topic being discussed, warned, "No, that woman mustn't be brought up in front of the patriarch." At this point, seemingly losing his composure, he said darkly, "Did you just say that woman? You've truly disrespected your mother with that." Garen immediately denied what Garen said and confirmed, "My mother is Priscilla von Orel, she's my only mother." He emphasized further, "That woman is your mistake, and she's nothing but a guest within the Reinhafer family." Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded Garen leave the room. Garen tried to call out to his father as if to confirm what he was saying. The patriarch, now emanating a terrifying dark aura, stared at Garen and reiterated, "I said, get out." Then he warned Garen, "I do not wish to cut off my own son's head." Faced with the threat from his father, Garen decided to leave, but before doing so, he ominously stated, "You'll regret this. Soon enough, you'll understand, is prepared for my sake." Garen then left, leaving Theo with a pensive gaze. The head butler, now worried, asked, "Patriarch, are you all right?" Theo turned away in shame and admitted, "I slipped up. I showed you an unsightly side of me." The head butler denied it and said, "Please don't say that. I'm someone who swore my eternal fealty to the Reinhafer family." But, expressing concern, he added, "If the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried that things will get dangerous. So, I think it would be good if you decide on a new successor soon." Hearing this, Theo pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided further implied information about a new successor he could consider. "Yes, it so happens that we just received some good news through a letter. Master Nox is the top student of this time's Eldine admission test." Surprised, Theo confirmed, "Is that true? From what I remember, the new dean of Eldin Academy is..." The head butler continued, confirming, "Yes, Noah von Trinity. One of the four sages has acknowledged Master Nox's talent. At this point, reflecting on the name Nox von Reinhofer, Theo also felt contemplative and thought, his growth might still be insufficient, but if he truly has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Nox might end up sitting there. Returning to Eldine Academy, Professor Ras still persistently invited Nox to become his apprentice. Nox remained steadfast in refusing, saying, I don't want to. Professor Ras didn't appear saddened but added, I'll provide a lot of supporting funds. You could graduate from Eldin Academy without having to pay for anything. Nox bluntly stated, I have tons of money. Don't you know that I'm from the Reinhofer family? Professor Ras emphasized further, along with immense fame. However, Nox remained indifferent, saying, what use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury that I don't need. At this point, Professor Ras had exhausted all incentives and attempted to persuade, please reconsider. Nox sighed irritably, thinking, my ears are about to bleed from his persistent nagging. Nox recalled the previous evening when sharing everything with Jitri. Jitri, upon hearing Nox's concerns, asked, even so, shouldn't you listen to him if he's being so sincere? She added, I looked into Professor Raz more, and this isn't how he normally behaves. They say that he's an educator who's usually focused on helping weaker students. Nox chuckled wryly, admitting to Jitri, you're right. This isn't something that I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he'll give up after he knows what I'm lacking in. Jitri also conceded, yes, I did think he was a little strange. Returning to the present, Nox still felt uncomfortable, but wanted to clarify things, and spoke to the professor. Although you did explain yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as good as you want me to be your apprentice? Professor Raz explained, because you're outstanding. Nox disagreed and asked earnestly, I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me and not the other outstanding students? Professor Raz, now with a serious expression, asked Nox, do you have some time? And expressed, you must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am. Nox mockingly replied, that means I have nothing but time. Professor Raz chuckled and said, you got me good. In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from the rival in merchantry. Despite not wanting to, Nox tried to comply with Professor Raz's request. Professor Raz poured another cup of tea for Nox and began to explain. The reason why I need you, I mean an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research. Nox became curious about the professor's research. Professor Raz elaborated, yes, in order to obtain someone weak who can't use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong wish. As the professor's face grew increasingly somber, he continued, that is why I need you. Because I no longer wish to see anyone die while too powerless to even struggle. He also revealed that, yes, just like how my son died, the Nox character listened intently to Professor Raz's story. In his mind, he thought about the behind-the-scenes stories of each character that he didn't know while playing through Inner Lunatic. In this world, there would always be an abrupt new situation that would appear. Then Professor Raz began to recount his own life story. I was born into the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son, and I had led the family. I had no outstanding talents but was able to be admitted into Eldine Academy with just my theoretical skills and became a professor. I always received poor results in practicals, and my peers would look down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it wouldn't take away all of the contempt that they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After constantly working hard, I was able to become a professor, and even got married to a woman. Despite that, there was not a single person who'd completely acknowledge the achievements that I'd made as a professor. The achievements I made and my theses were published under another person's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I was able to have a son with my wife. My one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldin Academy. He was able to successfully overcome all hardships and graduated from the academy. He said this to me, Father, I'll work hard so that people will be able to speak highly of you. I was so happy hearing that, my son joined the squad that was directly under the Emperor and joined the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of me and to raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But, on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't even long after the war started. He died after being struck by an arrow that only had a touch of mana in it. Now, does this explain why I would be obsessed over this thesis and my research for the sake of the weak? After listening to Professor Rass's tragic story, the Nox character silently evaluated, this story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of inner lunatic, there are hundreds more of such stories. But, I wonder why. The back of the professor that I saw through the monitor and Professor Rass's back right now, they seem different. I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little. The Nox character then told the professor, I'm sorry, but I'm more certain after listening to your story. There's someone better suited for this than I am. Someone that would listen to your story better and more seriously than me. I think that's the kind of person that you truly need right now. Afterward, the Nox character decided to leave, and before doing so, he said, I will see you at the next lesson. Professor Rass watched the Nox character leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son on the desk, filled with fond memories. He smiled faintly and remarked, there's a resemblance between them. At this point, the academy had returned to the night in the dormitory, in the Nox character's room. Right at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, What? Say that again. Who came back? Dmitri, with a serious expression, replied, The first son of the Reinhafer family, Master Garen, has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have died so far. Upon hearing this news, the Nox character worriedly thought, Garen von Reinhafer. The first Crown Prince Louis, and the #1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic, have finally started moving. After hearing that bad news, the whole room gradually fell silent. In Nox's mind, he thought, the worst bad ending maker. He then looked up at Dmitri and asked, Dmitri, you've been to our family estate recently, right? Dmitri confirmed, adding, Head butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona. Surprised by this information, Nox thought to himself, that guy despises Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, whom Theo truly loves instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Nox, but if that's the case, then he might even harm Dmitri. Nox sighed and complained, Why did I have to make so many enemies? He then asked Dmitri, Did Garen do anything? Dmitri recounted with concern. Come to think of it, Nox, when I heard this, I was angry. I clenched my fists silently, evaluating. That asshole, did he really cause some trouble? Immediately after, Dmitri elaborated. Master Garen tried to scout me. Nox was taken aback upon hearing this. Dmitri, with a troubled expression, began to recount everything. At the Reinharfer family estate, Rona and Dmitri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Rona and Dmitri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Dmitri, remarked, What's with that maid? She looks extraordinary. He then called Dmitri over and asked her identity. Who are you? I've never seen you around before. Dmitri stood before Garen courteously and replied, Greetings. I'm Master Nox's exclusive maid. My name is Dmitri. Nice to meet you. Garen, impatient, said, Enough with the formalities. He then made an offer. I want you to become my maid. I know you're capable. Garen smirked and continued, You have enough ambition within you that can satisfy me? However, Dmitri politely declined, stating, My apologies, but I'm already serving Master Nox. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer. Irritated by the refusal, Garen warned her, I'm sure you know who I am. Why on earth are you refusing my offer? Did that Nox brat give you a lot of money? Dmitri calmly responded, It's because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but... She paused briefly, her face shining brightly as she spoke of Nox. Above everything else, I wish to stay by Master Nox's side to see what he'll do. Hearing such words from a servant, Garen felt uncomfortable and sighed. I can't believe she wants to serve a brat like him. She's a strange one. He then offered a lucrative deal. I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you. However, Dmitri remained steadfast. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temperament, he was clearly angered by her refusal and wouldn't overlook this matter. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Dmitri continued to recount, He asked me to become his maid, and even offered to raise my wages. Hearing this, Nox felt somewhat saddened and asked Dmitri, By how much? Jitri honestly replied, 3 times my current wage. Knox, worried, silently contemplated, although I do have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't use that much money, but I can't give up on Jitri. Jitri, puzzled by Knox's expression, stood up. Facing Jitri, Knox offered, if you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it and focus on your work. Jitri was surprised to find that Knox had been worrying about her salary all this time. Jitri suddenly chuckled charmingly. Knox found it perplexing, wondering if he had said something wrong. Jitri teased Knox. She turned away and said, oh, about that? I'm sorry. Knox, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion, thinking, what just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way. Knox gently asked her again with regret, have you already decided to work with Garen? She replied, whatever you're thinking of, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are sufficient. Upon hearing this, Knox felt less worried but still curious, so he asked again, why did you laugh then? Jitri, being mysterious, replied, I can't tell you that. Knox became irritated, saying, this is an order. Jitri responded casually, something funny just came to mind, so I laughed. Knox retorted, Jitri, you've gotten worse at lying. Jitri turned away and sighed at her foolish master. However, Knox was lost in thought, thinking, whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her, but Garen, that asshole, I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Of course, that'd be after I become stronger. After their conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes in the Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the History of the Arkheim Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is Horsemanship. The third is Knightly Code and Etiquette within the Academy. The fourth is Basic Magic of the Empire. And, lastly, the subject that Knox has the most difficult time with, the Cursed Stamina Training. Thinking of this, Knox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Knox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, breaths coming in short gasps, running chin-ups. Knox's stamina had reached its limits. Knox sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining about himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and remarked, this is so strange, Knox, you're like a mayfly. Knox sprayed water out of his mouth in surprise and asked, what do you mean by that? The teacher explained, you're exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it feels like you have a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina. It's as if you're being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome. Upon receiving the teacher's evaluation, Knox pondered. As expected of an Elden Academy instructor, it's as he said. Due to the terminally ill trait, Knox's stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Knox then stood up and questioned, aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words? The man replied, I apologize if that was rude, but it'd be good if you take heed to what I said. If you move recklessly in this manner, you might end up shortening your life. Knox responded. Right, I'll keep that in mind. In his mind, Knox evaluated, there's a countdown for my heart. How could I not take heed to what you said? At the same time, a notification popped up, reminding him, because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate. Knox grumbled, this is so darn annoying. Paracelsus stood nearby, observing Knox's actions. Knox seemed like a fool talking to himself and staring into nothingness, which made Paracelsus suspicious. He stood there and loudly remarked to Knox, I can't figure him out at all. He did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, but he's hiding his stamina now? In his mind, Paracelsus thought, this is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing. Paracelsus's constant staring and comments annoyed Knox, who turned back and replied, that annoying bastard. If we fight again, you'll get it good. The scene then shifted to the town next to the academy. Knox, dressed in a black cloak, walked through the streets discreetly. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Reinhafer's youngest son? It was Rick, Eleanor's servant. Knox, recognizing Rick's presence, internally grumbled. Why the hell is he doing this to me? This freaking game destroyer. Knox looked at Rick with wary eyes. Seemingly questioning his intentions for appearing here, Mai added, Rick? His real name is Hausschultz de Neff, the worst bad ending maker that's on par with the first prince, Louis von Arkheim. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has several abilities like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, talented with hidden weapons. Along with that, he is cunning, skilled in bat, Gumel northern sword art, a traitor, and a con artist. His stats are Stamina 4, Mana 4, Luck 3, Willpower 5, Charm 12, Passive Skill, Negotiation Revision. Knox, recalling the story's events, became worried. Later on, he'll attack the rival in merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person to avoid. Knox looked at him with disdain and said, You're the one who came to give me that gift previously. What business do you have with me? Rick maintained his cheerful expression and replied, It's nothing serious. It's just that I saw a noble of the influential Reinhafer family walking around without a servant. I was just a little puzzled. Knox immediately responded, That's none of your business. Rick didn't mind and continued smiling. That's true. Then he changed the subject. Oh, since it's fate that we met here, shall I help you as you purchase some items? I have a lot of free time right now. Knox sneered and said, Ha! I doubt that's the only task that the head of the Rivalen family assigned to you. Rick, showing respect, replied, Since the past, great nobles have always closed their eyes to servants who deviate a little from their work. But the next second, his eyes changed, looking at Knox with hidden meaning. In Knox's mind, he thought, I must find out what he's scheming. There must be a reason why he approached me. Then Knox responded, I don't like people who talk a lot. Rick understood and answered, Yes, sir. I'll make sure to remember that. Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. These are the documents you've requested. Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the documents, she focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Knox. After reviewing the additional information about Knox, Eleanor pondered, Knox von Reinhofer, why on earth did he save me? She felt a mix of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Reinhafer family has pretty much no interaction with the Rivalen family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal. But he rejected it. The youngest son of the Reinhafer family that I know doesn't have that kind of personality. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently starting from resolving the missing child's forest incident. But I don't know the reason for the change. Upon thinking about it, she sighed deeply, and it seemed she also sensed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been strange. He's also gathering people within the merchantry. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned towards the window. She pondered deeply. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that? His face was furious as he spoke. If it was needed, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she cried a lot. At the same time, her childhood memories resurfaced, of attending a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was very sad and crying. Eleanor was very young then. The little girl stood before her late mother with a crestfallen face. But that experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, swallowing back her own tears. The image of a strong yet lonely woman looking towards the future emerged in her mind. Returning to the marketplace, Knox and Rick were now buying some items as Rick had mentioned. As they passed by the shops, Rick explained, There's no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes. When you become a second year, you'll be given an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle that'd be used for alchemy, you need to buy one that's made with a special type of iron. Items will usually be made in the empty chemical room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements. After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Knox continued to follow without saying a word. Rick added, The store that you see further in has connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get items at an affordable price. Let's see what else there is. While Rick pondered what else to buy, Knox contemplated, While I don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is the real thing, the con artist trait and passive skill, negotiation revision, that he has. If he weren't a demonic human, I might have considered recruiting him. After tallying up the items to be bought, Rick approached Knox. I think you've probably purchased everything you need now, right? Knox confirmed. Yes, this will be sufficient. Immediately after, Knox's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Rick. But, I still don't know why you were looking for me. Suddenly Knox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, causing Rick's face to contort, losing the fake smile. Knox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick pretended ignorance and asked Knox, "What do you mean?" Rick's response only fueled Knox's anger further. Knox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. "Wasting time isn't in your favor, is it?" Rick dropped the pretense and began to smile sinisterly. Well, well, it looks like my conversation with you will be a quick one. I'll get straight to the point." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Knox sensed the danger and turned back to assess. A barrier. Based on its appearance, it's magic that blocks out sound. At this moment, Rick's face turned menacing. He smirked devilishly. Then with both hands, he tightly held Knox's hand with immense strength, making it impossible for Knox to resist even though he tried to exert more force. Knox instinctively pulled Rick's shirt, revealing the demon tattoo on his chest. Knox's eyes filled with anger, and the dark aura around him intensified as he interrogated Rick. "The one you serve isn't the first prince, but a demon, right?" When Rick heard Knox revealing his own secret, he was taken aback. "You really do know a lot of information." Immediately after, a sinister aura enveloped Rick. He then smirked triumphantly, stating, "I don't think my master will like that." This ominous aura made Knox uneasy, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick appeared a terrifying red-faced demon, its eyes glaring at Knox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue, seemingly merging with the demon's power. Despite facing this intimidating presence, Knox remained calm. He coldly spoke to Rick. "Do you really think your master will grant your wish?" Rick remained confident, confirming, "Of course." After a while, they both let go of each other. Knox warned, "I hope you don't end up regretting that." Rick, still composed, buttoned up his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Knox then turned and left, but before doing so, he issued a final warning to Rick. "Oh, just in case, if you dare to insult me and my family again, I'll kill you." At this point, Knox's eyes and face truly showed anger. This warning was the last Knox would give to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously acknowledged, "I'll bear that in mind." Knox then left the marketplace, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Bernon is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. "All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class." One student whispers to another, remarking, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then?" Another student wonders, "The bald head?" Suddenly, a bespectacled figure interjects, warning them, "Be careful. It's okay to call someone who's not bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful." Hearing the lengthy explanation from the bespectacled student, the others simply respond with an, "Oh." However, Professor Bernon seems to have overheard their conversation. His face tightens in anger. He doesn't say anything but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, "Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair." He then composes himself and continues the class. I'll tell you about the location for the class first. This place is the Clariel Plains. It's a famous place within Eldine Academy that has lots of amazing trees and plants. You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here. Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Bernon encourages the students, "All right, try riding your assigned horse or the horse that you brought here." Many students below begin to feel apprehensive about today's lesson. One complains, "I haven't had a chance to take a good look around this place yet." A woman nearby asks, "There are people who have their own horses?" Others express their concerns. A horse? I've never ridden one before. And, why must we come to Eldine Academy just to learn how to ride a horse? A man beside them reassures, "We don't have a choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" While the other students grumble about the horse riding lesson, Knox pays no attention to their complaints. He immediately summoned his horse, which was Carl. Right after that, A shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared energetically. Then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Burnham spoke up. "All right, try to ride them. Please grab on tightly so you don't fall off." Nox's gaze at this moment was fixed on another person, Paracelsus. He was riding a horse. No matter how awkwardly, it seemed quite clumsy. Nox looked at him and evaluated. "He's pretty good at riding a horse. Well, he's lived in the East for so long he should be able to ride a camel or a horse." Then, Nox mounted Carl and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, "How could a good-for-nothing like him have such a horse? The Reinhafer house is rich, although they're still not as rich as the Rivalin house." The image of Carl with the blue flame was stunning. Nox smiled inwardly, thinking, "Carl is indeed a fine horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player." Back with the other students, one of them was practicing riding a horse, successfully mounting one and feeling joyful. The professor standing beside him praised, "Well done. Slowly communicate with your horse and ride it." Then he turned to all the students who were ready on their horses and announced, "Okay. It seems like all of you have gotten familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the Nox race of this class." Hearing this, the students were quite surprised. "A race? But aren't there people who only started riding a horse today?" Other students chimed in. "What? That doesn't make sense." Especially one student was very angry and complained, "This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." The brown-haired student appeared frightened, saying, "This is madness." The bespectacled one standing nearby seemed dangerous, saying, "Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head?" But before he could finish, the professor with a shiny bald head appeared behind him and gave him a tap on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and said, "The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and turn the corner, located in the nameless forest at the end of the forest, and then return to this place. The first to get back will be given additional points. Any questions?" Nox, standing at the opposite end facing the shiny bald head, silently thought, "The rules are as simple as his hair." Then Nox muttered to himself, "Well, that's not what's important now, though." Talia, standing behind, nervously asked Nox, What did you say?" Nox replied coldly, "Nothing. Mind your own business." However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it's been arranged so that the protagonist meets the demonic human Rudger. The demonic human that appears in this episode causes all the students to be stuck in the nameless forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human along with the other academy cadets. That's the basic sequence of this episode. Thinking about this, Nox tightened the reins and thought, there isn't a protagonist here. In such a place where there are so many strong personalities, I wonder how things will turn out with the absence of a leader. Thinking carefully is important, but actions must be taken. At this moment, Talia proactively suggested to Nox, Nox, do you want to go with me?" Later, she hesitantly explained, "I'm not scared, it's just in case something happens. The forest is quite a dangerous place after all." Eleanor was also there at that moment and chimed in to disrupt Talia. "I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race, huh?" However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Nox's gaze turned hostile. He stared directly at her and uttered harshly, "Can you not bother me and just go on your way?" Misunderstanding Nox's intention, Eleanor was driven away, speechless. Her face was thoughtful as she walked away, returning to her horse. Now only Talia and Nox remained. Talia, now sincere, admitted, "Well, I guess this is indeed a race. It's best to come back as quickly as possible, Nox. Go on ahead first. I'm not that good at horse riding." Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Nox coldly remarked, "The race isn't what's important." He then left. Leaving Talia perplexed by his manner, Talia stood there, pondering, if the race isn't what's important, then what is? Soon, all the students returned, and the professor announced, "The race has begun. Get going now." Immediately, all the students raced off at full speed. Nox was among them, riding Carl on the far right side of the group. Each student tried to take the lead, urging their horses on. A confident boy boasted to others, I won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today. Suddenly, one student's expression turned fearful. Carl seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames on him intensified, his eyes alert. Knox, sensing what was about to happen, restrained Carl and said, Carl, I know. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the student's feet, a large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified, wondering what was happening. Knox kindly explained, it's teleportation magic. He then advised them, everyone, just stay still, unless you all want to die here. Immediately after, beams of blinding light emanated from below the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering shadows and murky dust. The surroundings returned to a quieter state, with only the sound of the wind blowing across the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared, surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely, a demon, had appeared. Surrounding the demon was a dense and frightening aura of bloodlust. The demon silently sensed the long-hidden power surging within it. It was ecstatic and whispered to itself, finally, my opportunity for revenge has come. This demon seemed to be the one Knox mentioned, called Rudger. Let's see what Rudger is seeking and who he's searching for, which might just be our unfortunate Knox. Knox at this point sensed the unusual situation, and quickly warned all the students, everyone, just stay still. His eyes gradually turned serious as he said, unless you all want to die here. Immediately afterward, Knox decided to dismount and urged Carl to leave the magic circle's area, saying, I'm counting on you. Just moments later, while all the students were still confused about what was happening, the magic circle activated and transported all the students to another place, at this time in a different location within a forest. All the students had been teleported here. Some students were still shocked after being suddenly transported elsewhere. A black-haired woman held her head, complaining, my head hurts. Where on earth are we? The man next to her speculated that they were in a forest. A nearby girl, overhearing this, denied it. Lies. We were just on the plains. Each person had their own opinion, causing the students to become increasingly confused about their whereabouts. Many believed this was just a test. Knox stood silently among the crowd, his eyes seriously observing the surroundings, and silently assessing, this is definitely teleportation magic. But this is different from Dean Noah's. The formula itself seems unstable. In moments like these, Knox was also quite a respected figure. The princess noticed his demeanor and approached to inquire, do you know what's happening? Knox, although aware of what was happening, still responded coldly, I'm trying to figure it out. Then he added cryptically, but one thing for certain is that there are outsiders that aren't with the academy. Echidna, with an arrogant attitude, stepped forward to interrogate Knox. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell us the details. However, Knox did not hesitate to put her in her place. Know your place, Echidna. You're not the princess. He believed he had no reason to say anything to Echidna. Echidna, being reprimanded by Knox, was left speechless, her face angry, but she kept her thoughts to herself and said nothing. Teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence. Eleanor, who was also behind, inquired to confirm, teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence. Knox did not hide, and confirmed it was true. Eleanor, needing a reasonable explanation from Knox, questioned why he thought so. Talia, also present, with a worried and curious face, said, I'm also curious about why you think so. This could be a test of sorts from other professors too. Knox sighed in frustration at the group of privileged people, thinking, this is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They're way too complacent. In his heart, he was certain, this is inner lunatic. We're within a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult games. However, he did not share this with them as it was his own secret. He found a reasonable excuse and told them, the magic power looks way too unstable. At the same time, the skill acting genius had been activated. Knox continued to explain, a disorganized formula, the fact that it completely disregards the safety of the target and is only focused on the function, is proof. One of the elite students, hearing Knox's explanation, agreed and said, yes, the formula is strange. Moreover, If this was done by the professors, they wouldn't want to endanger us. And there's no reason they'd do that to this many children from reputable families in Eldane. Hearing Leon's words, the other students began to trust Knox a bit more, but no one spoke up. Leon continued to ask everyone to confirm a common opinion. I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think? It must be acknowledged that Knox had experienced all of this before, which allowed him to easily make this assessment. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first time. Yet his evaluation was not something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's additional explanation, silently praised him. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's right to think that an outside influence is at play. She began to feel uneasy and speculated. Could this have been done by Brother? The other students did not worry as much. One of them spoke up. In any case, we need to get out of here quickly. Others heard this and also agreed to leave the place. At this moment, Leon warned everyone. I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for long. Echidna, not understanding and raising her voice, questioned, You dark families are trying to take things into your own hands, huh? You need to prove what you're saying first. Immediately, the princess beside her demanded that she stop. The princess confirmed, Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead. The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further. After hearing the princess's confirmation, the others hesitated but then agreed. Come to think of it, the way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Others chimed in. The princess is indeed sharp. She learned magic earlier than we did, didn't she? Paracelsus, standing nearby, listened but did not comment. However, his eyes became vigilant. He turned in one direction, drawing his sword and readying for battle. He signaled everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited abilities, noticed nothing amiss. Paracelsus coldly asked her, Can't you smell the stench of blood? He added, This is a monster that's intermediate rank or above. Its location is above us. What Paracelsus mentioned also alerted Knox, and he detected it too. Above them appeared a bird-like monster with a large body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below cautious. However, before the bird could make a sound, Knox swiftly leaped up. With one move, his sword slashed multiple times across the bird's body. His expression remained cold and composed as the bird took the hits from Knox. He warned all the students, All of you, get ready. The large bird, easily cut down by Knox, lay on the ground. After defeating an intermediate-level monster effortlessly, Knox seriously declared, In this dangerous situation, I'll take command of the fight. The other students, hearing this, were reluctant to acknowledge, What? Who's taking command? Many thought, Knox is taking command? The good-for-nothing? That's crazy. The princess, surprised by Knox's quick response, thought, The ambush of a monster whose presence I didn't even detect. He was the first to detect it? The good-for-nothing of House Reinhafer? The elite students witnessed this, but neither denied nor agreed with Knox's declaration. The bird monster was not entirely defeated, as its body seemed to be infused with a bloodthirsty mana, making it more ferocious. The princess, still in deep thought, wondered, How is he suddenly so different? Knox von Reinhafer. Meanwhile, a bald professor, looking at his stopwatch, wondered, Seriously, is the current batch of students completely talentless in horse riding? How is it that no one's back yet? This is the worst time record in history. This indicated that the bald professor was unaware that the students had been transported away. Suddenly, Professor Ross rode up quickly to report an incident. The bald professor, seeing Ross, asked, Ross? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be having a class with the second years? Professor Ross quickly replied, That's not what's important now. Where are the students? The bald professor, still unaware of the situation, responded, They're having horse riding lessons in the plains. But he soon sensed something amiss. Wait a second, this feeling. What's wrong? Professor Raz explained, A person that uses demonic magic has been spotted in the academy. 3 hours ago, a huge magic circle was activated and we tracked it down to these plains. The bald professor, now angry, exclaimed, Of all times, it had to happen when Dean Noah wasn't around. Damn it, we need to get going now. Suddenly, Carl, Knox's horse, came running alone toward the destination. Attached to Carl was a letter written by Knox. The bald professor, seeing Carl, recognized him as Knox's, and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest, and immediate assistance was needed. The bald professor read the call for help with some concern. Knowing the nameless forest was a dangerous place, he and another person hurried there. "It'll take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope they'll all be safe." Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Knox had just finished thoroughly defeating the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword. Echidna, having witnessed Knox easily slay the monster, could no longer notch-tain her haughty expression and had to admit, "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was the correct one, Reinhafer." The princess approached, but before she could speak, Knox coldly interjected, "Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess." The princess was puzzled by Knox's words. He then bluntly stated, "This incident is an extension of what happened previously. Please give me the authority to take command of all the students, by the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and responded, "But it could get dangerous. I, the princess, will take charge of the students personally." Knox felt annoyed and troubled by her response. He quickly called for a young man named Pell. When Pell stepped forward, Knox asked him, "Tell me the manual that needs to be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, but then complied with Knox's order. "The top priority is to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Knox addressed the princess. "Princess, you're the only member of the imperial family here, and you're also one of the most powerful individuals needed to defeat the demons in the future. The lightning mana and power of punishment you possess are passed down only within the imperial family," Knox added. "And so even if everyone dies here, we must protect your life. That's the law of the empire." The princess, hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Knox continued, "Also, the person who made the fastest judgment during that ambush was me. So please give me the authority." Knox's face slowly formed a cunning smile as he extended his hand toward the princess, concluding, "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." The princess felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether she was moved or frightened. After hearing Knox's speech proving himself as the suitable leader of the student group, Talia's face began to blush. He wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line. Incredible. She stared intently at Knox, assessing him. I was indeed right. Knox is the true knight role model. Sensing something behind him, Knox turned to see Talia gazing at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, what the hell is wrong with her? Knox then addressed the crowd. Anyways, if there aren't any other opinions, I'll become the leader and take charge of us. If you don't like the idea, then prove your worth with your abilities. With a confident smile, Knox added, if you can do that, I'll gladly give up this position as the leader. None of the students voiced any objections. However, a clever-looking young man thought to himself, if something bad happens while he's protecting the princess, the leader would definitely face severe punishments, even if he does well at the start. Something will surely go wrong eventually. That means Knox is drinking poison from a holy grail right now. He stood right behind Knox, mocking him. Ha ha ha, mindless idiot. Do what you want. Knox heard his words and turned to look at him with utmost affection. Seeing Knox's gaze, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned away, terrified by Knox's love for him. After a moment of silence, everyone tacitly understood that Knox would be the leader. Knox then declared, it's decided then, starting from now, follow my instructions. If you don't, you'll be punished according to the law. The princess silently agreed with Knox's every word. Even the echidna, who disliked Knox, could only grumble internally. After clarifying everything, Knox began to command everyone. We'll start moving now, everyone, follow me. Knox then took the lead. Eleanor, seeing Knox leave without further explanation, felt confused. Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first? Knox, without bothering to explain, gave her a frightening look and said, I'm not good at explaining things, so make sure to follow me closely. Then he led the group, thinking to himself, if you guys knew just how many times I've played this chapter, you'd be horrified, because I'm a veteran of this damn game. Meanwhile, in a cave, someone was observing the students' actions through a magic orb as they encircled and killed a beast. This man was none other than the demon Rugger. He leisurely watched the students struggle like prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name, Rugger, accompanied by a terrifying black mist. From within the mist, a mouth appeared, surrounded by numerous eyes. The entity commanded Rugger, "Devour the humans of Eldine. Get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow." Rugger obediently listened, kneeling, and then extended his hand to receive the black energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued, "If you do that, I'll share my power with you, even though you don't deserve it." As the black energy entered Rugger's body, the veins in his arm turned black, his body seeming to endure immense pressure. But soon, he controlled the power, clenched his fist, and responded, "Yes, my lord, I'll deal with this in a way that shall not disappoint you." At that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. Once the black mist disappeared from the core, the mysterious figure vanished, and the core fell to the ground. Rugger, looking into the magic orb, muttered to himself, "Eldine, this is a perfect mission for me. I'll punish you for the sin of abandoning me." The orb reflected the image of two professors riding towards the nameless forest. His gaze focused on Professor Ross, uttering his name, Ross von Celestia. It seemed they had known each other before. The terrifying aura from Rugger spread throughout the cave, causing birds to scatter. The evening began to set in. Under Nox's direction, the students quickly subdued the beastly boars. Nox then spoke, "From here on, we'll need to assign roles." He looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, "You and you, help me." Paracelsus, though slightly displeased, reluctantly agreed. "It's a fact that you defeated me, so I'll play along for now." Leon, however, responded differently, bowing respectfully. "I'm probably lacking in skills, but if I can be of help, I'll do my very best." Nox looked at the two geniuses in front of him, following his orders, and silently marveled, "Good, with this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." Then, his gaze shifted to another place as he thought to himself. Next up would be Nox gathered some elite students and said, "There are two ways to get out of this forest. Someone has to break the barrier from outside, or to kill the caster that used the teleportation magic within the barrier." The princess, upon hearing this, asked, "In the case of the latter," Nox explained, "indeed, it could get dangerous, but we don't have any other options here. It'll take Professor Bernan about 2 days to reach this place from the plains, if he travels in a straight line. Our best option would be to try and survive as best as we can while killing the caster." Though he said this, Nox also thought to himself, "Actually, I already know. This event can't be resolved with the first method. If we want to get out of here, we must kill the caster. The caster is Rugger, the demonic human that lives in this forest." After explaining the situation to all the students, Nox spoke up. "We'll first gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much." Hearing this, Paracelsus feared that Nox was referring to something they had killed and quickly asked, "Oi, Mr. Noble, what are you asking us to eat?" Nox nonchalantly replied, "This is a pig. Any problems with it?" Paracelsus sighed and said, "Hey, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is the back mountain of a noble that they use for hunting. We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous." Nox looked at the pig's carcass and confirmed, "I'm aware of that. I also know that the plants in this vicinity can't be eaten recklessly." Paracelsus, even more puzzled, asked, "Why are you asking us to eat it if you know all that? How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was in the East, I never went this far. Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain for?" Saying this, Paracelsus wore a disgruntled expression. Nox, seeing him, thought silently, "This lunatic, he only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts? I better not get too involved with him." After thinking for a moment, Nox sternly ordered him, "Shut up and be quiet. I have my ways." At this point, Nox picked some herbs and told Leon, "Leon, summon undead and ask them to protect the students from the monsters." Leon quickly agreed. Nox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and requested, "I want you to protect the princess. Except for that cheeky mouth of yours, you actually have pretty good skills." Being insulted like that, Paracelsus was quite angry but endured it as it was an order from the leader. "I'm definitely going to beat you until you're half dead in the future." After the two of them left to carry out their tasks, Nox began his own work. First, Nox found a large flat stone to use as a table. Then he used various available ingredients from the forest to cook. Finally, the Nox ingredient, a piece of purple demonic pig meat, was separated. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat it. All the students who witnessed it were terrified and wondered what that disgusting thing was. Look at that color, I think we'll die if we eat that. After grilling the pork for a while, Nox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread and gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from a dreamy purple to the color of normal meat. The students who witnessed this were surprised. Nox then explained, I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. The crimson rake plant is capable of neutralizing poison of middle-rank monsters and below. And the hornboar is one of those monsters. The other students reluctantly acknowledge this. Is that so? I think I've read that in a book somewhere. But the Reinhafers have no reason to starve. How would he know such information? I don't know either. Then Nox turned to the princess and asked, So then, princess, do you like it rare or medium rare? He thought to himself, I'm boldly excluding the option of well done. There was once a mention within the game that well done meat is thrown away. At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. Meanwhile, at the two professors' location, they were riding horses hastily towards the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a device to contact the academy's principal, Noah von Trinity. On the other end, he began reporting the situation. Dean Noah, can you hear me? Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above. The Academy has determined this to be a grave matter. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Rass. In response, there was only a sound of munching. The bald professor continued. The other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions. Contrary to his worries, Principal Noah was still calmly eating, the sound of her chewing clearly audible. Shocked, the bald professor thought, what was that? That sounded like someone was eating snacks. However, he reassured himself, nah, I know she's crazy, but there's no way she'd be casually snacking in a situation like this. But Professor Rass beside him bluntly questioned, Dean, are you eating snacks right now? Caught, Principal Noah nonchalantly asked, Oh, you heard that? Her question left the two elderly men speechless. Seeing their silence, Noah reassured them. There's no need to be so worried. She confidently asserted, they'll come back without any major issues. While she was sitting in her ice chamber, leisurely eating snacks, the two professors were still very worried about the students. But, if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be as dire. But they're first years. They haven't even been studying at the academy for that long. They're basically dunces right now. Professor Rass beside him also shouted in agreement. Their expressions were far from calm. Sweat ran down Professor Rass's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly. However, to their surprise, Principal Noah cut the connection without bothering to listen further. The two old men were left helpless. Damn it! It can't be helped then. I'll just do as much as I can. The bald professor was no longer calm. Urging his horse to run faster, Professor Rass behind him called out, Burnin'! In his mind, the professor worried, My top apprentice Nox, I will never let you die in a place like this. Back at the nameless forest, all the students seemed to have eaten their fill of the food Nox had prepared from the beast. They were now gathering around the campfire to rest for the night. However, Nox continued to do something that puzzled the students. Seeing Nox's actions, Leon asked Paracelsus, Why are you spilling the hornboar's blood around? Paracelsus kindly explained, If you use the blood of a stronger monster instead, weak monsters won't even dare to come near us. That's something we do often, even in the East. Travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp at night, after all. Hearing Paracelsus's explanation broadened Leon's knowledge. The other students were also amazed. At this moment, Princess Penelope approached Nox and called his name. Nox turned back, scrutinizing her with his eyes. The princess smiled warmly and thanked him. Thank you. Thanks to you, we could keep the other students safe. Nox, indifferent to the gratitude, cautiously reminded the princess. We still have a long way to go. There are still a lot of monsters around and we haven't defeated the mage, plus the night is long. While the two of them were talking, the other trainees began to sleep in an attempt to regain their strength. The princess looked at all the trainees, missing no one, and said with a sigh, I know, but the fact that no one has died so far, I think that's thanks to you. Despite her gratitude, Nox remained indifferent as he looked at the princess. Her face gradually turned sorrowful as she admitted her past mistake. Please forgive Echidna's manners. She's just biased against dark families because of the usual negative feelings people have for them. Nox, puzzled by the princess's apology on behalf of Echidna, thought to himself, why does she even care about me? I don't like how this is going. He then told the princess, you don't need to worry about someone like me. You can't go thanking the good-for-nothing that was thrown away by his own dark family. The imperial family would be in shock if they found out. The princess disagreed with his self-deprecation, asserting, that's one way of looking at things. Her gaze turned serious, and Nox's image in her eyes was entirely different from the rumors, she frankly stated. But I think differently. If I can save more people, even if I have to join hands with a demon, I will do so without hesitation. Nox, concerned by her serious words, cautioned, that's such a dangerous thing to say. In response, the princess quickly retorted, I'm just kidding. Nox felt a bit annoyed by her attitude and thought to himself, damn it, did her switch turn on? He evaluated her. Penelope von Arkheim, she's known as the Princess of Kindness. But her biggest flaw is that she's an extreme utilitarian. Looking at the innocent princess before him, Nox judged, she's a dangerous character that would give up her own life for her beliefs. Her nickname as the Princess of Kindness could easily turn into the cold-blooded princess. Ending the conversation with the princess, Nox took out a cloth bag emitting a menacing purple aura. He raised the bag and addressed the other trainees. We'll now team up in fours to set up the tents. I have some decent cloths, so each of you can come take one, he thought to himself. Having a dimensional pocket is definitely convenient. Seeing Nox's announcement and the bag he held, the trainees began to murmur, why are you carrying around things like that? What the hell? That's the Reinhafer family for you. I heard that when you turn 5 in the family, they push you off a cliff. Nah, no way. Annoyed by the absurd rumors, Nox thought, to think there'd be such bad rumors going around, I guess that's how things are for a dark family. The other trainees began setting up camp according to Nox's instructions. Nox, standing next to Talia, reminded her with a worried expression, we better be careful. Talia, confused, asked, be careful of what? Nox, unable to explain what he already knew, coldly responded, it's nothing. He then continued to instruct the other trainees. After you guys have decided on the night shift rotations, take turns guarding this place. He started to plan in his mind. It's time for me to get started too. There's a problem that exists in the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. If we don't kill the mage that set up the barrier quickly, it'll become impossible to clear this scenario. Meanwhile, the trainees were finishing setting up the camp. Everyone seemed exhausted and fell asleep around the campfire. Taking turns guarding, Nox continued with his plan, thinking, and that means, if no one kills the mage, we won't be able to complete this story. As Nox drew his sword and walked in a certain direction, Leon, seemingly entrusted by Nox with something, watched him go alone. Within the barrier, the sleeping trainees began to sense something approaching. A young man woke up, quickly drew his sword, and alerted the sleeping trainees. Everyone, get up! Others hurriedly reported, Princess, we've got trouble. The princess ran out and anxiously asked, what's wrong? The man explained, a huge number of creatures that possess mana are gathering near here. The area around the trainees' resting place was enveloped in a terrifying miasma. Echidna, worried, stood protectively in front of the princess. Please stand behind me, princess. Paracelsus also quickly drew his sword, ready for battle, assessing the situation. Ho, here they come. Hornboar's blood doesn't mean anything in the face of a stronger monster after all. He then looked around, seemingly searching for Nox, and asked, so, what do you intend to do? However, they realized Nox was no longer there. Talia anxiously called out, Nox isn't here? Leon stepped forward, began using his magic and told everyone, "He's gone elsewhere temporarily. He's left this battlefield to me." Echidna, angry, shouted, "What? He was so confident about protecting the princess, yet he went somewhere else?" Leon rebutted, "Yes, but he didn't run away." Echidna, still doubtful, questioned, "How would you know that?" The other trainees, seeing the approaching horde of creatures, felt very anxious. "But there's just way too many of them. This is too dangerous." Eleanor also spoke up, "Echidna is right. This is way too many monsters for us to deal with." Leon, turning to her, affirmed, "It's all right." He then began to unleash his magic, green mana spreading around him. Witnessing his tremendous power, the princess was quite surprised, thinking, "Such a ridiculous amount of mana." Echidna, with a troubled expression, thought, "What on earth is happening right now?" Leon, entrusted by Nox at this moment, was also very curious. "I've become curious, Nox von Reinhafer, about the kind of person you are and why you've given me this responsibility." He recalled when Nox, before leaving, had given him a dark purple magic core, which had surprised Leon. Returning to the present, Leon confidently declared, "I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvas household, the result of this battle." Mid-sentence, a monstrous wolf charged at him, but Leon, using his enormous mana, quickly blocked it. In an instant, summoned entities appeared and slashed at the wolf. The strike was so powerful that it split the wolf's body in half. But that wasn't the end. His summoned army of zombies began to engage the monsters. With eyes full of confidence and determination, Leon continued, "I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvas household. The result of this battle will solely be decided by me, Leon von Marvas." At a different part of the nameless forest, in front of the demon's cave, a magical array was set up all around. Nox calmly stepped into the range of the magic. Even though he knew about it, he wasn't afraid and directly walked in. As soon as Nox stepped onto the magic circle, a system notification appeared stating, "Mana Sensitivity Genius has neutralized intermediate restraint magic." Therefore, these magic restrictions had no effect on him. Nox continued to walk through the magical constraints, his face serious and his eyes determined. Another notification appeared, "Due to the effects of the lunatic member's robe, your attack power has increased by 1.2 times. The moment he stepped into the magic, Nox detected the presence of the demon named Rudger. He took the initiative to speak, "How long do you intend to re-Nox hidden?" The demon, surprised at being discovered, let out a mad smile, showing interest. He began to slowly walk towards Nox, his voice deep and menacing. "A mere academy student is able not only to figure out my location, but is also bold enough to fight me." Rugger's eyes then gleamed fiercely. The red aura of blood emanated from him, instilling fear in those around. Nox was ready for the battle. Acting genius has been activated strongly. His expression changed from cold and emotionless to cheerful, and he smiled cunningly, saying, "Those are words you should only say when you're worth something." He then threatened the demon, "You're the one who ought to know his place." His words successfully enraged Rudger, whose smile vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Veins bulged on Rugger's face as he roared, "How dare you!" The next second, he vanished, moving at great speed towards Nox, claws extended to end him. However, Nox blocked the attack with his sword, the impact releasing a burst of energy around them. After deflecting the blow, Nox swiftly slashed horizontally at Rugger, forcing him to retreat to dodge. Rugger looked at his hand, now corroded by the black flames from Nox's sword, and furiously demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Nox, with a cold tone, replied, "There's no need for me to tell you that." His cold demeanor further infuriated Rugger. The demon's body was fueled by demonic power, black veins spreading across his form. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he snarled, "I'll beat the words out of that arrogant mouth of yours." Rugger charged again, his arm now wrapped in a blood-red aura. But for Nox, it was all too easy. He quickly severed Rugger's once-joined arm. Realizing his arm had been cut off, Rugger was left stunned, unable to react, his face blank with disbelief. Nox, after chopping off Rugger's arm, looked at him coldly and thought to himself, "One piece skip. What happens from now is what matters. Well, there's no need for me to even use my skill." As Rugger's arm fell, he finally came to his senses. Nox, with an unwavering expression, considered, Not with this difference in level. Even though he's borrowed the power of a demon, he's still just a demonic human. Rugger's face now showed a mix of fear and anger as he screamed, "Impudent brat!" The severed arm regenerated into a bizarre form. He then extended the arm towards Nox, exclaiming, "Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you think you've won, have you?" As the arm approached, Nox observed it calmly, not bothering to evade. In his mind, he assessed, he's way weaker than the current Nox. At the moment Rugger's long arm attacked, Nox quickly blocked with his sword. His eyes became increasingly menacing. A notification appeared, indicating that swordsmanship and combat genius had been activated. You have destroyed your enemy's attack. Immediately after activating the skill, Nox's strikes grew stronger. He knocked Rugger's arm aside, causing it to become deformed. Rugger was utterly shocked when Nox repelled his attack. As Rugger momentarily lost focus, Nox gathered mana into a magic orb on his left and taunted him. An attack like this is useless. The next second, Nox's attack hit Rugger's body, causing him to scream in pain. Acting Genius has been activated. Simultaneously, Nox's face turned cold. He directed his murderous gaze at Rugger, who lay on the ground in agony from Nox's dark strike. With a terrifying expression, Nox grabbed Rugger's limp arm and lifted him up. His menacing face glared at him and said, "You didn't think that'd work on me, did you?" Rugger lay on the ground in pain, unable to do anything, his teeth clenched in anger. "I should have been careful from the start. The good-for-nothing of House Reinhafer, he's foiled my plans?" Now, with Nox pinning his arm down and pressing his body to the ground, Rugger still tried to lift his head to glare at Nox, snarling, "How dare you humiliate me? The one who's received the blood of the Archduke!" Nox ignored his meaningless words, calmly raised his sword with a chilling gaze and said, "This is farewell. I've had enough of you." As Rugger saw himself about to be finished off, sweat began to pour down his face in fear. But at that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Stop!" It was Professor Rass. He hurriedly rushed over, gasping, and pleaded with Nox, "Please stop, Nox." His face was very frantic as he admitted, "He's my apprentice." Hearing Professor Rass say that, Nox was very surprised. He froze, astonished. "What?" Professor Rass, with a regretful expression, bowed his head and said to Nox, "Sorry for allowing you to go through all this, but it's true. He's Rugger, my apprentice." Rugger, lying on the ground, hearing this, also gave a contemptuous smile. "Ha! Your apprentice? Don't be absurd, Professor Rass. Was I ever your apprentice for even a single second? You abandoned me. I, who lost my arm in the war of our empire, you drove me out of the academy heartlessly because I no longer had any value." Rugger angrily shouted, "You call yourself my teacher. You're self-deluded." Hearing these harsh criticisms from his student, Professor Raz sorrowfully clenched his fist and admitted, "Yes, I might have abandoned you. But it's not what you think. I only made such decisions because I was worried for you. I didn't want what happened to my son to happen to you. My only choice was to expel you from the academy because you were so adamant about going to the battlefield." Despite Professor Rass's explanations, Rugger did not want to understand and continued to hold a grudge against him. His eyes full of hatred, he said to Rass, "We're the ones who decide the path we'll take." He recalled the scenes he had to go through. "Rass, you were conceited, and the whole continent became aware that I was abandoned trash of the academy." Professor Rass was deeply remorseful for what he had done. "I didn't know that happened to you, but does the magic you so desired really look like this? Is this really the magic that we both wanted?" Rugger appeared indifferent to Professor Rass's question. He gave a sly smile and said, "I know that it's too late for me." Right after, his whole body seemed to gain new strength. He struggled against Nox and broke free from Nox's grip. Nox was surprised by his actions and carelessly let him escape. Immediately after, Rugger abandoned his target, Nox, and charged straight towards Professor Rass with the intent to exact his revenge. He rushed at Professor Rass, his face full of fury, holding a blood-stained knife. His eyes filled with hatred, he shouted, "But I'll bring at least you to the afterlife with me." He screamed, "Rass von Celestia!" Professor Rass was terrified, unable to react in time. In other words, he resigned himself to this death for what he had done. However, the author does not let him die just yet. At this moment, we only see a stream of black energy from Rugger being blocked by a purple stream. Professor Rass, who was previously so terrified that he closed his eyes tightly, waited for death, but when it didn't come, he opened his eyes to see why. Before him stood the handsome figure of Nox, blocking his way. Taking on the role of the protagonist, Nox declared, "Things that I've done that can't be changed, I have some of those as well." At the same time, his entire body was enveloped in the purple energy, knocking Rugger out of the danger zone. The moment after he finished speaking, Nox's figure appeared right behind Rugger. His sword was ready to finish him off. Rugger, his body still not reacting, stood motionless as if rooted to the ground. When he finally realized it, his face twisted, and he muttered to himself, "What? How are you so fast?" At this point, the system also began to announce, "Acting Genius is now activated to the most extreme level. The synchronization of Nox von Reinhafer with the player has increased." Nox, with his sword ready to strike, no longer had a cold expression. He smiled lovingly at the soon-to-be-dead Rugger and said, "I understand the feeling of despair you have to endure, but it can't be changed anymore. That's a really inelegant emotion, don't you agree?" Right after saying this, Nox's entire body became different due to the enhanced stats. Another warning rang out, "You might lose your mind." However, this didn't affect Nox. He continued to swiftly swing his sword. The blade quickly sliced Rugger's body in half. He didn't have time to say any last words, only managing to utter a few meaningless sounds. Nox's cold eyes turned to look at the demon's body, which had been cut in two. After a while, the demon's body gradually dissolved into black mist and disappeared as if it had never existed. Professor Rass witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress his sorrow. He collapsed to the ground, watching his apprentice vanish without being able to do anything. His eyes filled with grief. He lowered his face to the ground, helplessly accepting the truth. Then, Professor Raz softly called out to Nox. Nox responded, puzzled by what he wanted to say. Suddenly, the professor asked a meaningless question. "What should I do?" Nox, confused, replied blandly, "What are you talking about?" At this point, the professor began to open up. "You know already, don't you? My research and thesis exist only for the sake of those who are weak. But I'm no longer sure if there's any meaning to my research. I'm not even able to protect my own apprentice. I wonder if there's any meaning to continuing my research." Nox stood behind, listening but not responding. Professor Rass, in his sorrow, scooped up some dirt, watching it fall through his fingers, and said, "I've lost the direction of my life." Seeing this tragic scene, Nox showed no emotion. He wiped the blood from his face and replied, "I don't know how you're related to that demonic human." Nox looked at the image of the fallen professor and thought to himself, "This is the lesser evil. I need his thesis to be published so that artifact creation and the strengthening system can be unlocked within the game. He must continue his research. But is that really all?" As he thought this, his hand clenched in hesitation. At this moment, a notification appeared, stating, "Your emotions have interfered with the character, Nox von Reinhofer." Nox's eyes softened, seemingly filled with many unspoken words. Another warning popped up. Warning. Acting Genius is wavering. Simultaneously, a light rain began to fall over the forest. After a moment of hesitation, Nox started to speak with genuine emotion. "Actually, something like that isn't important to me. However, I don't think your research is worthless." As he said this, Nox himself was hesitating, questioning himself. "I thought I believed that making use of Professor Rass was the best decision, so why am I wavering?" Under the rain, Professor Rass, his face full of sorrow, asked Nox, "Haven't you seen how powerless I am?" Nox, with a confused expression, confirmed, "Yes, I've seen. You looked pathetic." Then, Nox's face gradually softened as he thought to himself, "I understand now. He's gotten inside of my fence. That's why I'm wavering. Every word he says affects me." Breaking his train of thought, Nox stepped lightly towards Professor Rass. Speaking in a low tone, he said, "I'm lazy by nature. Please don't ask me to do too many tasks. I don't really like tea, I prefer coffee, I don't need money. I also don't think much of things like fame." Professor Raz, baffled by Nox's remarks, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ignoring the question, Nox continued, "However, your research is different." At this point, a gentle, sunny smile appeared on Nox's face, even in the rain. He looked at the professor and confirmed, "It's of value. I guarantee that." In his mind, He whispered to himself, "Maybe, just maybe, a game addict like me is envious of you, who contributes to the love in this world." Simultaneously, the magical barrier began to break down as its creator was defeated. Nox knelt on one knee, showing respect. His knee got stained with mud from the rain. Professor Rass began to grasp what Nox desired. Nox then spoke resolutely, "Professor Rass, I'll become your #1 apprentice." The romantic scene left everyone in awe. Professor Rass could hardly believe Nox's request. Nox continued his thoughts. "Nothing has changed the back of Professor Rass that I've seen only via the monitor. There's only him and me, an unorthodox thinker." Nox then said to the professor, "If needed, I can match with you. I can be at the height of your back as you cry inside while talking about your son." These were words that men often find hard to say to each other. As the barrier disappeared, the students were safe. All the monsters had been killed by Leon, and their corpses piled up before them. Paracelsus, seeing no more danger, sheathed his sword and sighed in relief. Leon looked at the slain beasts and felt at ease. Paracelsus, witnessing Leon's power, thought to himself, "To think Nox isn't the only lunatic here. What the hell is with all those undeads? They're on a completely different level to normal undeads. They feel fundamentally different." The princess also felt reassured and said to Echidna, "It's so hard to believe that there's an army of undead with that kind of strength, the Dark families. They are truly capable of destruction. That's hard to believe. While I don't want to admit that it seems that the rumor that the Marvas household is back is the truth, Leon von Marvas, we do well to remember him." Echidna, bowing, replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll pay attention to his activities." Leon, still in a daze, held the mana crystal Nox had given him and thought, "The highest grade mana crystal. If it weren't for this, there's no guarantee I could have won." Grateful to Nox, Leon clenched the crystal and acknowledged, "It's as if he's seen the future." Suddenly, a loud voice broke the somber atmosphere among the students. "Hey, everyone! Hey, is everyone all right?" A bald professor appeared, shouting to check on the students. His shiny head was like a glimmer of sunlight in the gloomy rain. The students, seeing the professor, felt more anxious than before. Paracelsus, annoyed by the noise, turned away, as the bald professor grabbed an unlucky student, shaking him to check if anyone was dead. The princess approached and confirmed, "No, there's someone who left the battlefield though." The professor, seeing the princess, stopped his frantic actions and respectfully said, "Princess, pardon me for being late with my greetings because I was in a rush." He asked, "May I know who it was that left?" The princess replied, "It's Nox von Reinhofer, but I don't think he's in any danger, because we could only survive this long thanks to him." Professor Rass, in disbelief, asked for confirmation. "Is that the truth?" From afar, Leon affirmed, "Yes, the mana crystal he gave me helped us." Paracelsus chimed in, "He also resolved the tent and ration issue for us. Well, he basically did everything." The bald professor was astonished by the students' recounting. A group of students discussed, "Reinhofer. He might not be the trash that we thought he was. He's definitely problematic when it comes to women though, and he did act like a good-for-nothing. He also treats servants pretty badly. I heard he had bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley before." "Really? Maybe he's also problematic when it comes to men?" The discussions about Nox were now completely different from the rumors that had circulated before. The bald professor was less shocked by the danger Nox had faced than by the positive comments about him. Conflicted, the professor thought, "That white-haired brat again? Come to think of it, the barrier has disappeared. I confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human and the barrier can only be broken from within. What's happening? Not enough time has passed for Raz, who's a weakling, to have resolved everything here. That means..." After pondering, the bald professor began to realize the image of Nox's annoying smile appeared in his mind. He had to admit that everything had turned out well thanks to Nox. After the incident where a demon kidnapped students into a forest, everything was resolved, and Nox was now sitting in Professor Rass's office. He was diligently taking notes. At this moment, the system announced, "Ordinary acting is now activated. You will not waver." Nox's eyes gradually became contemplative as he recalled everything that had happened before. "After that incident, I had no choice but to become the apprentice of the strange professor, Ras von Celestia." Professor Ras was very happy to show off to the bald professor, Back in Professor Rass's office, he was cheerfully humming while putting a magical bracelet on Nox's wrist. Nox resignedly let him do whatever he wanted. Nox felt helpless, thinking to himself, for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future, his research is an absolute necessity. In the game, Inner Lunatic, Professor Rass never died, but things are different now. If I don't save him, then I'll be the one suffering. Nox suddenly swung his arm, his elbow hitting Professor Raz square in the face. Nox then casually remarked as if it was an unintentional action. "Oh, sorry. You were bothering me so much. I reacted unknowingly because you touched me." However, Professor Raz didn't seem angry. On the contrary, he was cheerful, saying, "It's all right. I know you did that on purpose, so no need to act coy in front of me." Even though his nose was bleeding. Seeing the professor's expression, Nox felt both helpless and annoyed. Nox then seriously said, "You know me that well, and you still chose to bother me." "I know the Empire's laws include sexual harassment laws," Professor Rass replied. "For someone who acts like the good-for-nothing of a reputable household, you're saying some really smart stuff. The Empire's laws, if you look at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, you'd see the laws have been broken down for a long time." Nox was displeased. "I don't think that's what a professor of Eldain, an institution directly under the command of the Imperial family, should say," Professor Rass nonchalantly responded. "It doesn't matter as long as you don't tell on me." Nox, annoyed by the professor's indifferent attitude, thought, "He's seriously insane." Professor Rass, holding the magical bracelet, said, "This time around, I recommended you along with Leon von Marvis. I'm talking about my recommendation to the Imperial family for the two of you to go into the treasure vault of Eldain and take an artifact." Nox was surprised, asking incredulously, "What? You really did that?" Professor Rass casually confirmed, "Yes, as you know, I can be quite convincing. Doing this much for my top apprentice is not a big deal, so there's no need to feel pressured." In Nox's eyes, the professor was now shining brilliantly. Unable to hide his joy, he moved closer and asked, "Whoever said I felt pressured?" Professor Rass was surprised by Nox's sudden change in attitude. Nox clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. "Since you went through the trouble of preparing a gift like that, I'll gladly accept it." The professor was at a loss for words, seeing Nox's shameless attitude. "You seem even happier than when you became my apprentice. I'm overthinking things, right?" Nox didn't care about what the professor said. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking, "Eldain's treasure vault, what an unexpected jackpot." Nox then moved towards the Academy's storage room. He looked around, evaluating. This place is co-owned by the Imperial family and the Rivalan household. While there are a lot of incredible artifacts in here, I know the one that will have the best efficiency. If I get that at this point in time, I'll be able to grow several times faster. Suddenly, his steps slowed down. Eleanor appeared behind him, commenting, "I would have never imagined you opening the treasure vault of Eldain." She smiled mockingly. "Looks like you got yourself a good teacher, huh?" Nox, too lazy to pay attention to her, coldly responded, "Think whatever you want." He sighed inwardly. Eleanor's share in the Rivalan merchantry has been acknowledged, so she's going in with me. I hope she doesn't cause any trouble for me. Eleanor, seeing Nox's cold attitude, mentioned, "You're greatly mistaken if you think I don't want to give away the artifacts that I donated. I have every intention of making sure that you are properly paid for saving me." Nox, hearing this, turned around indifferently. "You like to make things troublesome for me as usual." Eleanor smiled and asked, "You heard about how it works from Professor Rass, right?" She then took out the key to the artifact room. With an expectant look, she asked Nox, "What artifact are you going to take?" Speaking of this, Nox gradually became interested, smiling maliciously as he said, "The item I'm looking for is—" No one knew what Nox had told Eleanor he wanted, but she was very shocked, stammering, What did you say?" She asked again, "What did you say you wanted?" Nox, appearing indifferent and considering it normal, complained, "Are you going to make me repeat myself twice?" Eleanor crossed her arms, expressing her attitude, "I don't know why you'd want an antique like that. I guess it's not completely surprising if it's just a hobby of the son of a rich family." Nox didn't want to waste much time there, so he mentioned, "How about giving it to me first before we continue talking?" Eleanor, hearing this, smiled knowingly and said, "Wait, before that, Nox von Reinhafer, I need to test whether you're fit to receive an item from this place or not." Hearing her say that, Knox was confused, his mind filled with questions. I wasn't told of something like that. Eleanor confidently stated, That's my special right as the person who donated the artifacts. The rival in merchantry is already fully in control of Eldane after all. After saying that, Eleanor clapped her hands, and then the space around them began to change to another place. This surprised Knox greatly as he looked around, full of curiosity. In his mind he thought, Space teleportation magic. I've seen this countless times in the game. Eleanor, seeing Knox's rather calm expression, remarked, You're not surprised, huh? Knox replied, I've experienced things even more surprising than this after all. Then she invited Knox to sit down. She started the conversation. Let's not waste any more time and begin the test, Knox von Reinhofer. Knox appeared cold and puzzled about what Eleanor wanted to discuss with him. He thought to himself, She's making me work for the artifact. Well, it's just a formality, so it shouldn't take long. Eleanor, now showing a serious attitude, questioned Knox. Why did you save me? Knox was quite surprised that Eleanor did all this just to clarify why he had saved her. He indifferently asked, That's the test? Eleanor, with a determined attitude, said, It's up to me to decide what question is asked. Knox felt a bit confused by her persistence. Trying to make an excuse, Knox said, As I've told you previously, I simply... But before Knox could continue, Eleanor slammed her hand on the table, interrupting him. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. She then propped her chin up with her hand, appearing cute with a beautiful yet threatening smile. Lies don't work on me. Oh, maybe you already knew? Faced with Eleanor's stubbornness, Knox was also scared, muttering to himself, There's something that I forgot. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting genius and ordinary acting is acting genius can see through the lies of another person. That means what Eleanor says is the truth. Now cornered by Eleanor, Knox grumbled, You're really such a pain in the ass. Eleanor, Knox-taining her usual calm demeanor and a knowing smile, said to Knox, Oh my, didn't you already say something like that just now? At this point, Knox was at a loss for what to do, his face turning ashen as he asked himself, Curses? What do I do now? Seeing Knox's pale expression, Eleanor teased him, suggesting he was quite frustrated. When Knox heard her mocking comments, he told her to shut up. You must have lied about wanting to give me the artifact personally, he said. Eleanor, noticing Knox's hesitation, emphasized, Is that important right now? What's important is that you'll lose out if you don't answer my questions. Knox was truly at a loss, assessing the situation and thinking, It's way too risky to have come all this way just to lose the artifact. To begin with, she'll suspect me if I try to get out of this meeting. It'd be better to just face it head on here. He then devised a solution and asked Eleanor about her desire regarding why he saved her. Eleanor confirmed that was indeed her desire. Knox looked away and said, It's because it was necessary for me. Eleanor, still puzzled, asked why. Knox coldly replied that she was part of his plan. Eleanor was stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning. She quickly questioned him about the plan he mentioned. Knox folded his arms and replied indifferently, I don't think there is a reason for me to tell you that much, is there? Eleanor, frustrated by her lack of knowledge, decided not to press further and moved on to another question. Knox gladly answered her. She recalled something from her past, asking, What happened in the ballroom in the past? Did you not save me because you feel indebted to me because of that? Knox firmly responded that it was not the case. Eleanor was somewhat disappointed by his decisive answer, asking, It's not because of the past? What intrigued her the most was being a part of Knox's plan. What on earth does that mean? Knox reiterated, Everything I've said is true. You probably already know that, though. Eleanor remarked that keeping too many secrets was not good. However, Knox did not feel that he was the one with a problem. He thought Eleanor was the one at fault. Eleanor seemed to avoid that and brought up something people had been saying about him lately, that he had changed quite a lot from the negative rumors before. Knox, uninterested, replied indifferently. Eleanor ignored his attitude and continued, I don't believe that. Even though you saved me, I still remember what you said to me in the past. Her gaze turned hostile as she glared at Knox. She was about to say something, but Knox interrupted. Do as you please. Eleanor was very annoyed by his cold, indifferent attitude. Knox, unconcerned, suggested, "Blame me and hate me all you want. It's your right to feel however you want. I'm saying you can do whatever you want. What you feel towards me will not change anyway." Knox reminded himself to stay firm in his stance to avoid any random incidents. He then decided to stand up and said, "Are you done here? Now that I've received the artifact, I'll be going back." Eleanor was absorbed in thought, convinced that Knox had truly changed. Despite his attempts to act coldly towards her, a woman's keen intuition could not be wrong. After Knox left, Rick entered the room. Eleanor still had many questions about Knox and picked up a teacup, mumbling to herself, "Why did Knox choose that kind of artifact when there are so many other better ones?" Rick thought, "Although it's not a bad one, it's not the best either. Honestly, I have no clue why a knight like him would need an orb." Eleanor continued to wonder what Knox was thinking. There were many items that were better, like swords, elixirs, shields, and armors of the top quality. But instead, he chose an old-looking orb. I doubt he's doing this to make me feel indebted to him. Rick smiled reassuringly. "Well, I don't think you really need to think so much about this, do you? It's not like he caused you any harm." Eleanor still had some concerns. "Is it really okay to think of this in such a simple manner? It's not like I have any other choice, though." She then changed the subject and asked Rick about the state of the merchant trade. Rick reported that everything was going well. "The nobles of the capital and Talon Feather are buying Rivalin Households products in large quantities. This is all thanks to you." Eleanor felt pleased with Rick's report and asked him to continue monitoring Knox. "Report back to me if anything happens, understood?" Rick accepted the order with a respectful bow. "Yes, young miss, please don't worry." However, behind that, he had a sinister smile. Knox had returned to his room, holding the old orb he had obtained from Eleanor, with Jetri by his side. As Knox examined the orb, the system notified him that he had acquired a high-level artifact, the Great Sage, the highest-grade orb, but the identity of its creator remained unknown. Basic information. The Great Sage, highest-grade orb, category equipment grade advanced. When the conditions are met, it will become the highest grade. Attribute: mana +2, stamina +1, equipping requirement: must have 10 mana from birth. Special effect: obtain passive skill, magic auto-compensate, displaying information of the skill gained due to the artifact. Passive skill: magic auto-compensate grade intermediate, automatically compensates for magic-related skills that are intermediate or lower by greatly increasing their power and effect. Knox smiled with delight after reading the stats and attributes. "To think I'd be able to get this at this time, I'm really lucky." Knox infused the orb with dark mana, causing it to float in the air. He looked at the orb, pleased, thinking, Eleanor probably doesn't know that this is a good item, but there's a special way to use it. Meanwhile, the system warned, "The conditions have not been met. The artifact is unable to utilize its full effect." This was within Knox's expectations, as he knew the way to use this high-level item was to say the real name of its original owner. That'll upgrade it to the highest grade. The original owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future. She's also one of the characters I frequently took as my teacher in-game. Knox hesitated, thinking it was too early to activate the artifact. If I activate the artifact, I'll be revealing my identity to her. Since this is only the first half, this level of effect would be sufficient. Jetri, noticing Knox's satisfaction with the item, questioned why he chose such an old orb. "There must be numerous items in Eldine's secret vault. I also heard there are tons of items for knights," Knox reminded her. "Have I never told you before? I'm going to use magic too, so I need both types of items." Jetri was shocked by his decision. Understanding her reaction, Knox said, "Oh, guess I really didn't mention it. Ha ha, looks like I forgot to mention it." Jetri sighed in exasperation. "Just what do I do with him?" She quickly advised, "Wouldn't it be difficult to learn 2 things at the same time? It's not that I doubt your abilities, but—" Knox responded nonchalantly, "If it really doesn't work out, then I just need to get money from my family and live my own life, right?" Jetri was a bit confused by his answer and revealed, "I boasted to others that you've been working harder lately." Knox didn't pay much attention. He just laughed with delight and said, "I didn't ask you to do that, though." Jetri awkwardly laughed and remarked, "Knox, do you know that you can be pretty nasty sometimes?" Knox then emphasized to her, I'm a good-for-nothing, remember? Jitri added, and you play with women a lot. Hearing this, Nox shook his head and denied it, saying, that's really just an accusation. She then provided evidence. I heard all about it, how Patriarch Theo was also quite the womanizer in the past, and is now repenting for his past mistakes. Nox seemed indifferent and said he wasn't aware of that. He then relaxed and lay back on the bed. Jitri then remembered a letter sent to Nox and handed it to him. She mentioned, it seems to be from the Imperial family. They've requested that you read it yourself. When Nox heard it was from the Imperial family, he sat up, puzzled about why they would send him a letter. Jitri handed him the letter and revealed, Echidna was the one who asked me to pass it to you. Please take a look at it first. Nox opened the letter and worriedly wondered, why the hell is the princess paying so much attention to me? I can't allow more unknown variables to keep appearing. The letter read, Hello Nox von Reinhafer. Thanks to your previous actions, I was able to keep my life. Thus, based on the laws of the Empire, I'd like to give you a reward. I'd like to invite you to the capital of our kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive your reward in person. You'll be departing in 3 days at 9 a.m. I hope you'll accept the reward of the Imperial family, from Penelope von Arkheim. After reading the letter, Nox felt uncomfortable, thinking, damn it, she wants me, someone from a dark family, to go to the capital? What kind of reward is that? Jitri worriedly commented, if you think about the conflict between the dark families and the divine family, this could be a trap. She then grasped Nox's sleeve, advising, Master Nox, I think it would be best for you not to go, it's too dangerous. Nox became serious and said, if they want to, they can summon me any time. Implying there might be something hidden behind this invitation, he decided to go anyway and instructed Jitri to stay in the dormitory and not follow him. Though she was very worried and wanted to accompany him, he sternly told her it was an order and she must obey. Jitri had no choice but to worry about what might happen to Nox. Nox thought to himself, the place where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction have established their base, Talonfeather, that place is under the control of the divine family, which means it's basically hell for a dark family. Thinking this, he felt upset. I can't believe she is asking me to go there. What on earth are you thinking, Penelope von Arkheim? When I played Inner Lunatic, there were a few important things to note. The first was whether the Nox attribute given to the player could be made useful. If you chose Swordsmanship and Combat Genius, the path forward would be Combat, or the Sword. If you chose Mana Sensitivity Genius, the path forward would be as a Mage. The second was the Camps. The player had to choose between opposing sides and achieve meaningful results from there. For example, thinking this, Nox looked at the person before him, Princess Penelope von Arkheim. She asked Nox what he wanted to discuss with her. Nox, showing little friendliness, replied, There's nothing much. Someone as insignificant as me wouldn't have any business with you. The princess kept her cheerful demeanor and said, Please don't say that, I'd feel hurt, you know. Hearing this, Nox felt even more annoyed by the woman before him. He said nothing more and continued to brood. He noted, among the camps within Inner Lunatic, the strongest are the Imperial faction, led by the princess, and the radical faction that opposes them, led by the dark families. Lastly, the merchant faction, which is led by a significant amount of funds, tries to decide the continent's dynamics. While each has its own way of doing things, one thing is certain. The relationship between the Reinhafer household, a dark family, and the Imperial family. I don't know the exact details, but you could say that relationship is the worst. Seeing Nox's contemplative expression, the Princess Judong spoke. I'm guessing you're thinking I'm going into the lion's den, is that right? He wondered if she was probing him. As a good-for-nothing he couldn't just back down, Nox bluntly replied without reservation. I'm sorry, but it's true that I'm not glad about going there. The princess, hearing Nox's uncomfortable words, covered her mouth and chuckled, reassuring him. No need to be too worried. I'm just going to the capital with you to reward you for what you've done for me. Nox didn't believe her casual words and thought the princess's lies had gone too far. The princess, seeing through Nox's revelation, no longer pretended and directly admitted, Oh my, did you catch that? By then, their carriage had arrived at the palace. Nox continued the conversation in the carriage, asking what she wanted from him. The princess was silent for a moment, before gradually breaking into a scheming smile, stating that what she wanted was very simple. The carriage then stopped at the palace gate, where attendants and people were waiting to welcome them. A voice rang out, causing the princess to become anxious. It seemed to be Prince Louis, Penelope's older brother. He cheerfully welcomed them. "I heard a guest was coming and was looking forward to it, Penelope. This is unexpected." The prince looked at them with a sharp gaze and no goodwill. Knox also began to notice Penelope's worried expression. He then bowed and greeted. "The last sword of the Reinhardt household, I pay my greetings to you, Prince Louis." Penelope's face turned very pale. She bowed her head and said, "I heard you were supposed to depart for the war in the north." The prince smiled and replied, "It somehow got cancelled." He then turned his gaze to Knox and said, "I ought to play host since we have an important guest visiting." He added, "I'll tell the emperor about this myself." He then glanced at Knox and called him Knox, to which Knox responded, "Yes, your highness." The prince then extended a public invitation, "Let's meet often, okay?" Knox bowed respectfully, but inside he was fuming and cursing. Why did I have to meet this lunatic now of all times? His name is Louis von Archheim, the first prince of the empire and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne. He is also known as the notorious creator of bad endings in the inner lunatic. After making an appearance to intimidate his younger sister, Prince Louis, and his entourage left, Knox observed the situation with some discomfort, feeling unintentionally caught up in the attitude and circumstances. Meanwhile, Princess Penelope fell into deep thought and worry, seemingly aware that her brother had discovered what she was planning and had come to admonish her to stay in her place. Noticing the princess's somber mood, Echidna, who was beside her, asked if she was all right. Princess Penelope waved her off, saying she was fine and currently just surprised by Prince Louis's appearance. She then turned to Knox and asked if he was surprised, addressing him as Knox von Reinhofer. She suggested they move inside to continue their conversation. Knox agreed pleasantly to the princess's proposal, but internally he considered the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis, which was as incompatible as it was in the game. He planned to use this point as a stepping stone for his own plans and to make it back alive. By this time, dusk had fallen over the grand estate of Princess Penelope, and the star-filled sky was shining brightly. In a lit room, Knox lay on the bed contemplating the next steps. "Tomorrow's the day that I receive the reward. I better rest as much as I can right now," he thought. He sighed and hoped that no assassin would be bold enough to try and kill him within the princess's estate, which would keep things relatively smooth. However, life is rarely so simple, and especially for Knox, it's often quite the opposite. As he was relaxing, a disturbance arrived. Someone knocked on the door, waking him up. Knox, hearing the knock, became anxious, got up, and took his sword, his gaze more alert than ever. The knocking continued, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Princess Penelope and her close attendant, Echidna, in dark cloaks, coming to see him. The princess announced from outside, "It's me. If it's all right with you, can you open the door?" Knox, relieved it wasn't an assassin, was still annoyed as he guessed that anyone coming at this hour was likely to drag him into trouble. Nevertheless, he couldn't refuse, and opened the door to see what was going on. He asked the princess with a displeased look, "Princess, what are you doing here so late at night?" The princess did not provide a reason, but gave him a look as if it were obvious, saying, "You know it's not wise to keep me standing here in the corridor, right?" She then entered without Knox's permission. Knox had no choice but to watch her walk in, as she was, after all, a princess. Once inside, Echidna immediately got to the point, saying, "The princess has something to propose to you. I'll protect this place, since there are a lot of eyes within the imperial palace." Knox eyed her suspiciously at this seemingly unreasonable kindness. The princess took a seat and, noticing Knox's tense expression, reassured him. "Don't worry, I don't intend to take too much of your time." She then threatened, "But I need you to promise me one thing. Depending on your answer to my question, you may not be able to return to Eldon." Her gaze became frightening as she clarified. "In fact, you might never be able to return to the Reinhardt estate." Knox, however, remained unfazed and showed no sign of fear. The princess continued, "So I order you in my name. Please pull the strings behind the scenes for me." Knox calmly acknowledged this, explaining that he had anticipated her request and elaborated that she needed someone who could deal with the first prince, and that it would be easier to sever ties with a dark family He suspected she wanted him to become a useful tool or, in other words, a pawn in her scheme. The princess, hearing Nox's response, did not hesitate to confirm that this was indeed her intention. However, Nox, sitting across from her, spoke ambiguously, making the princess curious about his next words. Nox coldly declared that she was mistaken if she thought he had no choice but to bow before her. He then smiled confidently and challengingly at her, calling her Princess Penelope. The scene then shifted to the following day. Nox was now in the royal palace, meeting with the revered king. Sitting on the throne was the esteemed king, with Prince Louis von Arkheim standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, the king appeared dazed and weak, like someone who had been on drugs for a long time. Behind him, Prince Louis maintained a nonchalant demeanor as if something was amiss behind the king's image. Nox bowed respectfully, Greetings, great son of the empire." The king, hearing this, could only utter fragmented sounds, his trembling hand trying to lift as if granting Nox permission to stand. Nox tried to look up at the king and evaluate him. The king's full name was Esteban von Arkheim, the Knight of Light and Lightning who once had a brilliant reputation and was a legend of the Arkheim Empire. However, he had since lost his intelligence and was given the disgraceful nickname Esteban the Foolish. The king's image was hazy and confused, with no clear intention. At this moment, Princess Penelope also appeared, Greetings, great son of the empire." As the king could not speak normally, Prince Louis stepped in and confirmed that he had heard Nox wanted to make a request. He assessed that it was probably to bestow an appropriate reward upon the person who saved a member of the imperial family. Nox continued to bow respectfully, humbly stating that it was something he should do. Internally, Nox thought that Prince Louis had become the new head of the house after Esteban fell from his position, and that he needed to be especially cautious here. Prince Louis, having understood the request, looked down with a calculating gaze. He agreed to the request, saying, "The imperial family shall bestow a gift upon the knight candidate of the Reinhardt household who saved my dear sister." He then generously asked Nox if he had any specific desires for his achievements. Nox, without hesitation, confirmed with a sincere voice, "If it would be all right, could you allow me to enter the Ark River?" The mention of the Ark River caused Louis to become visibly furious, his whole body trembling as he struggled to contain himself, exclaiming, "What?" Even the officials present below were sweating and terrified by Nox's request. The palace fell into an eerie silence. With Nox still kneeling, fully aware of the gravity of his request, he thought it was not surprising that they were shocked. The Ark River is a mysterious river that only the imperial family and the divine households are allowed to enter due to its random stat-boosting effects. In response to Nox's request, Prince Louis remained silent, his eyes showing disdain, thinking that Nox was a useless and reckless person. He contemptuously thought that bastards from dark families were all the same. Before the prince could speak, the officials in the palace strongly opposed the request. One official stated that it was impossible. Another echoed, "How could the Ark River be open to someone of a dark family?" Another voiced their opposition, saying, "Even if he did save the princess, that's not the right thing to do." A younger official expressed his scorn, suggesting that only the holy families were deserving of entering the river. A middle-aged official agreed with this viewpoint. Nox, upon hearing this, appeared indifferent, having anticipated that his request would be met with fierce opposition. He had made this request so he wouldn't have to refuse a reward, thinking that things had turned out as he hoped. However, the princess was determined not to let Nox achieve his aim easily. She suddenly shouted, calling those making noise insolent. She glared at them and questioned, "How dare all of you raise your voices in front of His Majesty?" As Nox was nearing his goal, he couldn't shake his unease about the princess and cast a doubtful glance at her. The princess, at that moment, stubbornly justified herself, saying, "There are no laws that say only the divine households are allowed to enter the Ark River to begin with, are there?" Hearing the princess's supportive words, Nox felt a pang of anxiety and wondered why the princess was speaking up for him. He remembered that he had stated he would not follow her plan and hoped she would give up. At this point, someone tried to voice objections to the princess, but she cut him off, curtly stating, "I don't like it when things are noisy, Sir Goron." The palace fell silent once more, and the princess turned to Nox with a calculating smile. This familiar, intimate smile only made Nox more anxious. He recalled the events of the previous night and grew increasingly worried about what she had said to him before leaving. That evening, after being rejected by Nox, The princess had not argued further and accepted to leave. Before she departed, she leaned close to Nox and, with a hint of foreboding, said, "Please remember this. The time to choose will eventually come upon you." When the moment of choice arrived, Nox recalled the princess's hint and thought to himself, "If the time comes when I need to choose between the two factions, I will have no choice but to support the princess instead of the bad ending maker." However, under the current circumstances, he couldn't openly support the princess. With that in mind, Nox asked Prince Louis whether he agreed to fulfill his request, to confirm his answer. In essence, Prince Louis did not like Nox's dark family either, but he was in a position where he had to compete with other forces and did not want a strong dark family like Reinhafer backing his sister. Being intelligent and cunning, he had no reason to refuse Nox's request. He smiled and replied that Princess Penelope's words made sense and affirmed that there are no laws that state that a descendant of a dark family can't go into the Ark River. His statement surprised the court officials. However, he did not agree immediately. Although there was no prohibition, he added, it also wouldn't be right to break the rules that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long. He then proposed a different idea. To test Nox, he suggested that we hold a test to see if Nox von Reinhofer is worthy of entering the Ark River and benefiting from it. Princess Penelope, hearing this request for Nox, felt anxious for him, and her plan, Nox, still kneeling, was taken aback by the turn of events and lamented his unfortunate fate. Thinking that everyone seemed to want to test him, including Eleanor, Nox then had no choice but to ask what the prince wanted to test him on. Prince Louis confidently replied that it would be a duel with him. Nox was confused by the answer. Prince Louis explained, "From what I heard, you have exceptional swordsmanship skills, right? In that case, I think it'd only be appropriate for me to ask you for a spar." He also emphasized that the Ark River is our empire's sacred river, so it's only open to those who are competent. Nox thought to himself, he must be thinking that he just suggested a good idea, but I don't intend to lose easily. Nox then smiled confidently and challengingly at the prince and accepted his challenge. Seeing Nox's prompt acceptance, the prince smiled with a hint of contempt, as if belittling Nox's abilities. He then declared, "I'll see you at the training grounds in 1 hour then. You may bring and use any weapon you like." Nox looked back at him with a smile and said that he understood and would do his best. Princess Penelope, witnessing the exchange, anxiously hoped for Nox's victory and seemed to have no choice but to wait. Nox then left the palace, under the watchful gaze of the scheming prince. Outside in the corridor, the princess tried to catch up with Nox and called out, "Nox von Reinhofer!" She hurriedly questioned him, "Do you really have a death wish? Can't you tell what my brother is after? Whether you win or lose, the results don't matter. He's just trying to show off. He's trying to trample on you because you're young so that your family will be humiliated." Nox, after listening to the princess, looked at her coldly and said he was well aware of that. He outlined the possible scenario. "Even if I win, he'll try to harm me using the reason that I'm the youngest son of the impure dark family that's trying to harm the prince. If I lose, his reputation will get even better. He'll say that he defeated a rising new talent." Nox appeared indifferent as he told the princess, and further predicted, "That's probably what he'll say to everyone." The princess, feeling helpless, asked, "Why accept when you already know all that?" Nox then asked her in return, "But what would you do if I told you there were other choices?" The princess, startled by the alternative Nox mentioned, looked astonished. Nox spread his hand and confidently smiled, saying, "A choice where I win and don't die." He then asked the princess if she would support him if that happened. "Your Highness?" The princess stood stunned, and no one knew what her answer was. However, the one who would control the upcoming game was not the two royal brothers, but Nox himself. The scene then shifted to Prince Louis's residence, where his attendants were busy assisting him into a finely crafted golden armor, which required several people to help complete. Suddenly, Louis glanced at a maid and called her, causing her to startle. He asked her who she was, and the maid quickly bowed and respectfully answered that he was the second son of our empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. Satisfied with the answer, he replied, "That's right. I have a solid standing within Talonfeather." He asserted that no one dared to ignore him, but his expression turned angry when he thought of Nox, whom he called out in frustration, "Nox von Reinhofer!" The maid, seeing this, flattered him, saying that it was nothing for the prince to worry about. Hearing this, he turned to her, and she, in fear, continued, Please don't be worried. But that very statement angered the prince, who slapped the maid. He demanded, Am I worried? Do you think I'd do something like that? Because of some brat from a dark family? The maid, trembling with fear, begged the prince for forgiveness. He then calmed down and warned, All of you better act smart around here. Suddenly, he directed his frightening gaze at his attendants and asked, My father Esteban, the one known as the son of our empire, how long do you think he has left to live? The maid, still fearful on the floor, had no answer. Louis suddenly became cheerful, spreading his arms and declaring, The empire and all its honor will soon be within my grasp. In that case, some kind of theatrics like those we saw today will be needed. Do you get what I mean? The maid nodded and vowed never to make such a mistake again. The prince turned back to her and said calmly, Of course, that goes without saying. He then called for his steward and, immediately changing his demeanor, ordered the maid to be dismissed. At the command, the attendants seized the maid and dragged her out as she pleaded, Your Highness, please give me one more chance. He turned back with a frightening smile and repeated, A chance. Chances are things that are only given to people like me. Even if you were born as a noble, the blood that flows within you is different from the blood that flows within the imperial family. Don't you agree? At this point, the maid found herself with no chance left and began to plead desperately. He muttered to himself like a madman, Knox von Reinhofer. No matter how outstanding you are as an uprising talent, you can't turn around a match once your defeat has been decided. I wonder what kind of face he'll make while crying. And the moment of the battle had arrived. Knox and Louis were now in the arena. Above them in the stands were the king and Princess Penelope. Louis looked at Knox with a confident smile, believing he would win easily, while Knox remained expressionless. The prince then spoke in a friendly tone. Let's do our best in this fight. But in his mind, his evil face appeared, thinking, In the end you'll have to play along in my show. Knox responded to him indifferently. The referee then announced both sides should prepare for the battle. The first prince of our empire, Louis von Archheim, will now begin his fight with Knox von Reinhofer. As soon as the battle signal began, Louis charged at Knox with golden lightning surrounding him at high speed. In his mind, he looked down on Knox, thinking, He won't be able to stand up against the imperial family anyways, regardless of how exceptional he is. He's just some dark family vermin. He won't be able to raise his sword against me in this place where the divine families, including the imperial family, reside. Knox made no reaction to his attack. As Louis's strike approached, Knox simply drew his sword and blocked the seemingly powerful blow with ease. This was beyond Louis's expectations. He was quite surprised that Knox could block it. Sweat began to appear on his face, and his confident smile vanished. Unable to overwhelm Knox, he resorted to dirty play and threatened, Bastard, how dare you raise your sword against an imperial family member? Following his threat, Knox complied, swinging his sword and sending Louis flying backward. The prince, now belittled by Knox, gritted his teeth in anger. Knox, showing no fear, was full of vigor. He then reiterated the prince's suggestion and told him that it was he who had insisted that Knox fight with all his strength. At this point, Knox followed through with his words, and his entire body emitted a dark mana contrasting with the holy light mana possessed by the prince. Knox's powerful strike directly attacked the prince, causing him to be pushed back. After that block, the prince's breath became increasingly labored. He looked at Knox from across the field, angrily cursing him in his mind. That little bastard, he dared to raise his sword against me, the person ranked number 1 in the line of succession? Not stopping at thoughts, his face twisted into a mad expression as he criticized Knox. How dare an insect of the dark families challenge my authority? Knox, hearing these unreasonable accusations, replied calmly, I don't understand what you're saying. I simply followed your instructions. The prince, frustrated and gritting his teeth, said, All right then, if that's how you want to play it. He then swung his sword to the side, showing his might and challenging Knox that he would no longer hold back. He dismissed Knox, saying, Even if he has a good reputation in Eldine, he's still just a brat. There's no way he can defeat me, someone who has received high-quality education from the imperial family. Thinking this, he smiled confidently, and his smile caught the referee's attention. The referee reminded both fighters, When one of you falls or surrenders, the match will end. The rules are simple, so that will be all for the explanation. Despite the referee explaining the rules, The prince paid no heed and quickly accelerated toward Nox, moving faster than before. His face was a joyful, confident smile of a battle maniac, accompanied by golden lightning surrounding him. When the sword struck towards Nox, he chose not to block directly but slightly sidestepped to reduce the impact. When their swords clashed, Nox assessed the prince, thinking, he might be the bad ending maker, but his combat abilities aren't that high. While his talent isn't bad, it's not at the level where he can reach me. Nox didn't want to waste time fighting him head-on. Using his agility and skill, he maneuvered to the prince's right side and readied his sword for a strike. The prince, noticing Nox appear to his right, could only glance and be stunned by the speed. As Nox's sword was nearly touching him, the prince panicked and thought, damn it. As a weak person, he shut his eyes, hoping for a miracle to stop Nox. However, when he saw he wasn't cut in two, he attempted to open one eye to see what was happening. At this moment, Nox sheathed his sword in a very stylish manner and spared him. The prince wondered why Nox had suddenly stopped attacking. Seeing Nox's disdainful demeanor, he angrily questioned Nox's actions. Nox replied, I have no complaints about the rules or the match, but it's kind of boring since nothing is on the line. Hearing Nox speak mysteriously, the prince began to be intrigued and wondered what Nox wanted to do. Nox then extended his hand with a challenging smile and said, how about making a bet with me to see who wins or loses this match? Lewis glanced at him for a moment, then secretly thought with joy, I'll be able to get what I want easily. He immediately agreed to Nox's proposal, thinking it would make the battle more interesting. Nox then suggested, how about stating the conditions of the bet after the match? Louis didn't want that and requested, I'm sorry, but I have a rather impatient personality. And he wanted to set the conditions himself. Nox didn't mind, and said whatever he wanted. Louis then began to smile wickedly and stated the conditions for the winner. If I win this match, I want you to serve me instead of Penelope. Nox acted clueless, pretending not to understand Lewis's meaning. Seeing Nox play dumb, Lewis exposed him and mentioned a previous event where Nox had saved Princess Penelope in the Beast Forest. He suggested that Nox did it because he was infatuated with the short-brained Penelope. Nox, hearing this absurd reasoning, broke into a sweat at the prince's ignorance, but Louis spoke as if he knew well. Nox then pretended to be shy, scratching his head and explained, I'm sorry, but I simply followed the laws of the imperial family to save Princess Penelope. I don't harbor any other intentions. There's no reason for me to do that either. Hearing Nox's explanation, Louis seemed to believe him and was even happier, extending a hand to Nox with a new offer. Become my knight. I want you to become my shadow, not the shadow of the Reinhardt household, and swear your loyalty to me. Nox did not refuse and said that if the prince won, he would meet his demands. Louis then began plotting in his mind, joyfully planning to blame Eldine, the Reinhardt household, and Penelope if he was injured. Princess Penelope, watching the conversation from the stands, was very worried about her future if Nox truly served this brother. The prideful Louis charged straight at Nox to achieve victory, having learned nothing from the previous encounter. He mocked Nox, saying, blame yourself for your foolishness in not realizing that this match was already decided from the start. As Nox observed the attack surrounded by holy light mana, he whispered to himself that his sword surely couldn't extinguish the holy light mana, and he couldn't inflict harm on Louis with the holy light protecting him. Suddenly, something made Nox feel joyful, and he smiled mysteriously. An announcement appeared, stating, your artifact, the Great Sage, the high-level orb whose owner is unknown, is currently glowing. The system then required Nox to state the orb's owner's name to use it, giving him only one chance. After reading all the information, Nox was delighted, his smile showing it all, though he had some concern. They'll be surprised at how I found out the orb's owner's name, but it can't be helped. I need to survive before everything else. Meanwhile, Prince Louis continued to attack Nox relentlessly, who easily avoided all attacks. Nox then closed his eyes and thought, there's indeed only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. He decided to use the sacred orb. In the next moment, he smiled triumphantly and announced loudly, the owner of the orb is Astrid von Callewood. At that moment, the orb inside Nox's sleeve was glowing brightly. As soon as Nox stated the name Astrid von Callewood, the system confirmed the name was correct. The system announced, Nox von Reinhardt, the orb shall remember you as its second owner. Your mana is increasing rapidly temporarily. The brilliant golden light was replaced by abundant dark mana, as Nox became its master. The orb now floated in Nox's hand, surrounded by dark mana, its force spread around like a whirlwind, obscuring the arena. Louis had to hold onto his sword tightly and shut his eyes. He witnessed the scene in shock, wondering what was happening before him. Nox, now with a more confident smile, clarified, "We said this was a match, but there was no rule against using magic, right?" Hearing this, Louis grew enraged, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth, astounded that a member of the dark Reinhafer family, known for their swordsmanship, could use magic. What shocked him further was the enormous amount of mana Nox wielded, which was terrifying. At the same time, the mana gathered in the palm of a storm, and Nox announced that he knew this was a magic missile. However, what was even more surprising than Nox's palm was what made Louis look up in awe. Above them, a magical phenomenon appeared, resembling a massive storm engulfing the arena with the characteristic black of dark mana. From the eye of this mana storm, black fire arrows shot down like tentacles from monsters emerging from the gates of hell. These arrows rained down on the arena, leaving Louis only able to stand in place. Nox prayed that he could dodge all the attacks. With a malevolent smile, he watched as the unfortunate prince was about to face devastation. Immediately, all the magical arrows flew straight down, targeting and attacking Louis. Each arrow came down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Louis quickly dodged the arrows, but where they struck the ground, it shattered into fragments. Louis, now in a state of panic due to the overwhelming number of arrows, thought to himself, "Something feels really off. This is strange." As he was trying to deflect one of the magical arrows with his sword, he didn't notice another magical arrow speeding toward him from behind. The arrow pierced his back, causing cracks to appear in his once solid armor. Louis cried out in pain from the attack. He continued to be overwhelmed with confusion, thinking, Nox, the youngest of the Reinharber clan, is someone he knows well. The sole sword maestro of the three eminent dark families, the only recipient of the Sword Emperor title, raised under Theo's tutelage. He wondered whether Theo had taught Nox magic, but he immediately dismissed that idea. No, instructing magic to the underage is a strict taboo. No family on the continent dares defy the Empire's laws and teach their youngest magic. His might be diminished, but he Nox, a royal prince. Even a powerful house like the Reinharber wouldn't dare defy the law and teach magic to their youngest. He firmly believed that it couldn't be Theo von Reinharber, and the source of the magic he was facing grew increasingly perplexing. At this point, his entire body had become battered from Nox's magical attacks. Louis gradually regained his composure after the barrage of attacks, spat out a mouthful of blood, and shot a suspicious glance at Nox. His opponent, meanwhile, was calmly relaxing, simply standing still while casting a series of magical attacks, powered by the seemingly endless mana from the orb. Nox tained a taunting smile toward Louis, and remarked that he knew what Louis was thinking and did not believe the assumptions he had made. However, Nox clenched his fist and asserted, "There were no shortcuts, at least not as compared to all that armor you're wearing." And at that moment, magical crystals began to shoot toward Louis under Nox's control. Louis, irritated by Nox's mockery, shouted, "How dare the good-for-nothing of a dark family ridicule me?" Nox no longer showed any deference, questioning him about who had started this confrontation first. Louis still did not fully understand what Nox was referring to. Nox smirked and said that Louis wanted to ridicule the dark families and deny the results I've achieved. "Isn't that why you requested this sparring?" Nox then spoke of the possible outcomes and thanked Louis for trying so hard to start a fight where you have such an overwhelming disadvantage. And then the pride of the imperial family had fallen due to his foolish decision today. Princess Penelope and Echidna, watching from the stands, were also concerned about Nox's madness in treating a prince this way. In fact, Nox was seen as a genuine lunatic by many. Louis, upon being criticized, froze for a few seconds as he realized his own folly. Then, true to his nature, he became furious, his forehead creasing. Suddenly, he acted strangely, pulling out a blue, square magical item. He activated the item, creating a magical barrier around Nox and himself. Within this barrier, Nox and Louis could no longer hear the audience's chatter, and those outside could not hear them either. Once the surrounding noise subsided, he spoke in a voice filled with murderous intent. "Do you truly believe you can survive after humiliating me thus?" He also didn't want to face further humiliation by letting others hear their upcoming conversation. However, Knox responded with a chilling laugh. He then asked Louis what he intended to do with that item, and Louis irritably thought that Knox didn't have the right to question him and was clearly unwilling to answer. Feeling too ashamed to let others know, Louis laughed maniacally, saying that he had heard rumors that Knox was a madman. But he never thought Knox would dare oppose him to this extent. He also threatened that once this sparring is over, all of the Imperial Knights will kill Knox. Knox had assumed he would resist a bit longer, but Louis was revealing his true nature sooner than expected. In this situation, Knox decided to expose him, and retorted with a smirk, doubting Louis's ability to follow through with his threats. In fact, Knox had anticipated this situation from the very beginning and had prepared for it. He was confident that Louis didn't have the capability to kill him here, because Knox had protection by his side. Knox then flashed a sinister smile, pulling a crystal ball from his cloak that resembled a block of ice. He then spoke to someone. "Dean, are you just going to let your cute student die in this place?" The person Knox was addressing was one of the 4 wise men and the dean of the academy, Noah von Trinity. When Knox produced the ice crystal used for communication, a cold breeze suddenly swept through like a whirlwind. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the crystal. "Wow, what's happening here?" Knox now waved the communicator in front of Louis's eyes. The voice coming from it belonged to Noah von Trinity, the frozen witch. In other words, one of the most powerful figures in the academy. A formidable individual capable of reducing this castle to rubble if she desired. Knox understood this and knew from the outset that he was treading on dangerous ground. And this was the result, a gaze of terror, with the prince's eyes gleaming with frenzied desperation. This voice impossible. No. Noah von Trinity. How? Louis, still in disbelief, was reminded by Noah that they had met once before, and she called him Prince Louis. The ice crystal not only transmitted Noah's voice but also projected a 3-dimensional image of her. Although he's not cute, he's still a precious student of mine. If you're trying to oppress him using your imperial authority. She hesitated for a moment, her cheerful face shifting to a murderous glare as she declared, "Then, as one of the 4 sages, I swear upon my honor that I'll destroy you." Prince Louis became hesitant, his face paling, and beads of cold sweat forming. Knox, witnessing this splendid scene, smirked triumphantly. Several days prior, atop the Eldane Academy's faculty building, an uncanny chill permeated Noah's office. The room held 2 occupants. Knox and Noah sat opposite each other on the central couch. After receiving Princess Penelope's offer, Knox had sought to meet Noah privately. He began by recounting, "From what I heard, the imperial family is trying to give me a reward. They say it's to thank me for saving the princess." Noah, upon hearing this, appeared not the least bit worried and cheerfully confirmed it as a great thing. Knox, growing increasingly annoyed by her lack of seriousness, reminded her that he would die if he went there. He recalled that no member of his black family had ever survived leaving the capital. Noah, upon hearing Knox's story, casually responded, "Yeah, that's probably the case," while cheerfully eating a sweet treat. Oblivious to Knox's unease, enraged, Knox snatched the cake from Noah's hand, holding it high so she couldn't reach it. He asked her why she could eat cake so casually at this moment. Noah, crying, begged Knox to return the cake. Knox, feeling helpless and sighing, admitted he really needed her help. He suggested, "Just one word from you, and the princess won't bother me anymore." Noah understood his intention, but emphasized that he might not receive the reward. She believed that if he accomplished something noteworthy, he deserved a reward. Knox wanted a reward but thought, not receiving the reward would be better than taking it and coming back as just a head, and he didn't know how things became so complicated. Noah suddenly thought of something odd and told Knox, "Magic is really developed these days, so any lost limbs can be put back together really quickly. I'm not sure if that also works for heads though." It was unclear whether she was serious or joking. Knox, infuriated, clenched his fists and asked, "Are you really saying that to your student?" Noah had another intention. "In that case, if there was a way for you to get the reward and return from Talonfeather safely, what would you do?" Knox replied, "There's no way a solution like that exists." After saying this, she took out the crystal ball, which we already know Knox used previously. "The crystal that Noah gave me. It's a type of long-distance communication tool. Unlike normal artifacts, it's a tool where mana can be infused into it and transferred over to the other side. Nox then directed his gaze towards Lewis, confident that even the prince couldn't mess with the leader of Eldain and one of the four sages. Lewis, on the other hand, only glared at Nox and cursed him internally, not daring to threaten him openly. Nox, seeing his expression, couldn't help but grin, thinking that Noah was rarely as useful as she was at this moment. Noah, through the crystal, indicated that she could hear what he was saying and instructed Nox to tone it down. She then threatened Nox with a calculating look, saying that if she didn't help him, everything bad that happened afterward would be his fault. Nox, feeling intimidated, reluctantly turned away and admitted he needed her help. Prince Lewis, exhausted after the battle with Nox, had his armor nearly cracked and dented. Lewis, trying to speak with a respectful tone and no longer arrogant, called out to Dean Noah, "This was a misunderstanding. If I had known he was a precious student to you, I wouldn't have done anything like this." Noah, upon hearing this, corrected his manner of address with a terrifying look and told him not to act as if they were familiar. She emphasized, "I was close to your father, not you. You're not my student yet either." She then scolded him as a child. Frightened by Noah's scolding, Louis quickly showed remorse, saying, "I'm sorry, what should I do to appease your anger?" Noah coldly instructed him to beg and apologize to Nox for the humiliation he caused. She would forgive Louis if he did so. Nox, somewhat surprised by what she was doing, found it beyond his expectations. Louis, though very angry inside, didn't dare to anger Noah further and managed to mutter, "I'm sorry." Nox took advantage of the situation, showing no humility, and said, "Your Highness, I'll let this go with a generous and magnanimous heart." Noah, impressed by Nox's response, thought his expression was excellent. Noah then decided to leave and told them both, "I'll be watching this fight, so I hope you guys finish it up fair and square. I want this barrier to be dispelled too." Lewis, begrudgingly agreeing to her demand, deactivated the item and put it away. As the shield was gradually removed, Nox's figure vanished, and he charged towards Louis with terrifying speed. Before Louis could finish his sentence, Nox's figure appeared right behind him with a serious face. Immediately, Nox struck Lewis's neck with his sword's tail, causing him to collapse unconscious onto the battlefield. As Lewis lay on the ground, the shield was completely removed, and the audience was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened, seeing only Nox standing next to the unconscious Lewis. After a few seconds of silence, the stands erupted into chaos. The spectators were enraged that Nox dared to humiliate the prince, and were in disbelief that he had truly lost. Princess Penelope, witnessing the match, was also shocked by what she saw. Her voice trembled in disbelief that Nox had actually defeated Prince Louis, a member of the royal family fully equipped, and she couldn't understand how Nox had accomplished this. Echidna, standing beside her, could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed with a focused gaze at Nox, wondering if he had 2 lives to dare such a feat. The princess was still in shock and told Echidna that she couldn't believe he could do that just with guts. He must have some kind of hidden card. The princess was filled with doubt, thinking that the authority of the Dark family could influence even this place, the Arkheim Empire. That's impossible. That means he must have something else he's counting on. And the image of a powerful woman appeared in her mind, making her feel she was on the right track. She then firmly told Echidna that she would get Nox at any cost. Despite her hatred for Nox, Echidna had to admit that Nox von Reinhofer's abilities were the real deal after witnessing his overwhelming power. Back in the forest and during the admission ceremony, Nox displayed his superior abilities in front of everyone present, and no one could deny that. Moreover, with this fight, we now know that he has no intention of joining Prince Louis. Hearing this good news, the princess smiled gently, but then turned to Echidna with a serious face, urging that they needed to do something immediately. Seeing the princess's serious expression, Echidna began to worry and wanted to know what the princess was thinking. The princess, with a mysterious look, leaned in close to Echidna and whispered what she was planning. Upon hearing the entire plan, Echidna was shocked and asked the princess if she was sure she wanted to do that. Meanwhile, the royal servants and soldiers were in a panic, rushing down to the arena to check on Prince Louis after Nox knocked him out. The captain urged the soldiers to move Prince Louis to the infirmary immediately. He must not suffer any after effects. On the maid's side, the head butler sternly instructed them that they must not tell anyone anything they had seen today. While the servants continued to call out, hoping for their prince to wake up, Princess Penelope remained on the grandstand, watching with a satisfied and calculating smile. As for Nox, he gradually slipped away from the crowd to avoid trouble, while the soldiers and servants below the stage were trying to assess the prince's condition, repeatedly calling out, "Prince Louis." As night fell, at the residence where Nox was staying, he sat on his bed, lost in thought. He held his forehead, sighing, thinking that he had almost gotten into serious trouble. He recalled the scene during his duel with Louis and thought, the prince is a total lunatic, and that might be the reason he's a bad ending maker for a reason. Ignoring the mad Louis, Nox focused on the item he successfully activated. He reached for the magic orb, feeling pleased, thinking, this really is her item. It's very useful. It'll be pretty useful not just in the first half but even towards the middle and later halves. Holding the orb, which was emanating strong magic, Nox admitted that it was easier for him to deal with the prince because of this. He then sighed and assured himself that he wouldn't even dare to dream of being this lucky again next time. Breaking the quiet moment. Someone knocked on Nox's door. Hearing the knock, Nox became instantly alert. He cursed under his breath, thinking, that fucking prince, is he already here for revenge? This thought irritated him. As he was being disturbed during his rest, he grabbed his sword and walked towards the door. Standing behind the door, he loudly asked who was outside. Echidna and the princess spoke up, with Echidna saying that the princess would like to meet with him alone. Nox was startled and surprised to hear Echidna's voice, not expecting it to be her and thinking it was the crazy prince instead. He hesitated and nervously asked if they wanted to meet him now. Echidna seriously replied that yes, they wanted to meet immediately. Behind the door, Nox felt uneasy about this. However, he decided to meet them and opened the door to let them in. The princess facing him said nothing, but a moment later, with an arrogant attitude, she walked past him, leaving Nox confused about this princess. Echidna, however, did not follow them. She stood by the entrance. Growing impatient, Nox asked the princess why she wanted to meet him. If you're here to interrogate me about my fight with Prince Louis, I have already settled that matter. The princess removed her hood and smiled cunningly, denying that she wanted to talk about that, and telling Nox that he didn't need to pretend to be stupid anymore. Nox, still calm, asked what the princess meant by that. The princess smiled and narrowed her eyes, but her smile was suspicious, and she suddenly asked Nox, "Can you imagine me and my brother sitting down at the dining table together?" Nox didn't know how to respond to that and remained silent. Seeing that Nox said nothing, the princess asked him to sit down so they could continue talking, as it seemed she had much to say to him. After sitting down, Nox, with a cold expression, reminded her that it was getting late, and that there would be better times for them to speak again. But Princess Penelope, in her graceful and beautiful manner, insisted that this was the right time to talk. Although Nox maintained a cold exterior, inside, he was screaming and worrying about the princess coming to his room so late. He was the one who'd be held responsible if bad rumors went around later on. Princess Penelope seemed to read Nox's mind and asked if he was worried about rumors. Nox didn't want to deny it. He admitted that was true. The fact that you're in the room where a member of a dark family is staying is problematic. However, the princess had something dubious in mind, and she believed that they shared the same thoughts. Hearing her suggestive words left Nox puzzled, and she didn't hide it, admitting that this was what she wanted to happen. A scandal will definitely take place. That's why she came here. Nox, hearing this, was shocked and thought, what is she talking about? Explain yourself properly. You crazy bitch. However, outwardly, he remained cold and asked her to clarify. Princess Penelope, calm, opened her enchanting golden eyes wide, looked directly at Nox, and declared, I need you to marry me. Everyone was shocked, as the princess had taken the initiative to propose to Nox, her beauty making it impossible for anyone to refuse. The answer wasn't revealed, and the scene shifted to a completely different place. A blood moon appeared in the dark and eerie sky. The red moonlight filtered through a small crack in the wall. In a large hall with a conference table, 4 people were present. Luna was there, asking about the situation. So, is it true that our incredible new recruit is heading for the Ark River? Duff confirmed. It appears so. It seems the Imperial family was the one to approach him first. Luna was a bit skeptical. He trusted them and went? Seriously, is he not worried about the kind of humiliation he could suffer there? At that moment, a girl with blue hair scoffed, saying, I knew it. This is why kids are no good, isn't it? This woman was the lunatic executive, Marin. She continued, I know that the captain has her reasons for taking him in, but I'm still not fully convinced. However, her words were cut off by Kyle, who was sitting next to her. He warned her sternly, "Marin, watch what you say." His entire presence emitted a terrifying aura as he cautioned Marin, "Does the captain need permission from you to recruit someone?" Hearing this, Marin panicked and hurriedly explained, "Vice Captain, that's not what I meant." Kyle emphasized in a chilling tone, "Being disrespectful is unforgivable, especially for organizations like us who are hated by the Imperial family." Seeing the two going back and forth, Luna directly requested them to stop talking about the new recruit. However, at that moment, someone with a severed arm, replaced by a hook, spoke up with a challenging tone. "But Captain, I think some of what Marine said makes sense." This man was Krigoyle. He then took his seat and added, "Lunatic was a place that hadn't had any new members for a long time after all." He then asked Luna, "Why have you suddenly decided to recruit someone new?" Luna, not wanting to explain much, simply sighed and replied, "It's because he piqued my interest, that's all." Krigoyle grinned mockingly and said, "There's no way you would have romantic feelings for a young kid like him. Could it be related to his household?" Luna, indifferent to his attitude, firmly replied, "No, it's got nothing to do with the Reinhafers. While it's true that Theo had worked with Lunatic, it seemed like the new recruit hated his own family." Kyle was also quite surprised by Nox's situation. Marin suggested that they investigate Nox further, to figure out the reason why the Reinhafers are trying to help a criminal organization. "I think we need to do that." Luna pondered over Marin's suggestion and eventually agreed. "Let's do this then. We'll give the new recruit his first mission. We'll see if he does exceptionally well or betrays us on it." Marin, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered something to herself. Luna, hearing her, curiously asked what she said, causing Marin to startle and deny it. Deep down, Marin was a bit upset, thinking, "Not even I received a mission in my first year here, but it can't be helped since we need to check him out." She eventually agreed with what Luna had proposed. Duff also expressed his agreement with a serious expression, as did the cold-hearted Kyle. Krigoyle, who was a bit long-winded, laughed and found it amusing, but ultimately agreed as well. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Luna requested Marin to join the mission with Nox. She smiled warmly, stating that this would be Marin's mission as Nox's senior. With just this, Marin was overjoyed. She had finally become a senior. "That's got such a beautiful ring to it. A junior, I don't know what kind of person he is, but I'll show him just how great a senior is." Marin then asked for more details. "May I ask what kind of mission it will be?" Luna began explaining the mission in detail. "The hidden floor under the academy. We received a report that an executive of Eldane has secretly hidden the demonic essence stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons in that place. While the new recruit buys time for us at the academy, we'll steal the demonic essence stone. Marin, you are to support the new recruit. You can do that, right?" Marin, thrilled, responded, "Of course." Suddenly, the last member of Lunatic's management appeared. Her name was Ezel. With a seductive and beautiful appearance, she congratulated Moran. "You're finally no longer the lowest in rank. Do your best, okay?" Encouraged by Ezel, Moran eagerly replied, "Yes, Advisor Ezel, I'll do my best." Returning to Nox's room, after Princess Penelope, unlike everyone else, Nox looked at her with disdain and questioned the crazy thing she had just said. "Is there a reason that you've come to that conclusion?" The princess clarified to Nox, "I'm sure you already know about my position and standing within the Imperial family." Nox, not waiting for her to finish, was already contemplating many things, thinking, "That's why, I thought she had fallen in love with Nox's face." "That scared me for a moment," the princess explained. "The Imperial family is now split into two factions. There are many rumors going around within the Imperial Palace, saying that my father, the king, Esteban von Archimedes, is in poor health and will soon step down from his throne. One of the two factions would be my brothers, the forces of Prince Louis, the strongest group. The other faction would be mine, the Princess Penelope von Archimedes faction." After hearing everything, Nox appeared indifferent and asked, "Why are you saying something this important to me?" The princess explained, "Because it's true that I don't have a strong standing. My brother, I mean. It's a fact that Prince Louis has a stronger legitimate claim to the throne than I do. Not only is he the eldest son, but he also has more connections to the nobles than I do. There are even rumors that they've already discussed what kinds of rewards they'll receive once Prince Louis ascends the throne." Nox, now no longer indifferent, grew more serious than ever, and asked Princess Penelope, Do you wish to become the new empress? The princess hesitated for a moment and said, My wish, there's that too. But to be precise, I simply can't bear to see Prince Louis ruin our empire. You know firsthand just how brutal he can be, and how he thinks of our people as just tools. At this point, the princess's face turned sorrowful. Knox confirmed that he knew this and thought to himself, Louis is a bad ending maker for a good reason after all. I experienced that firsthand too. The princess then stood up and shared further. I need a force of my own as well, a strong force that the prince won't covet and can't recklessly mess with. Knox, watching her closely, asked to clarify, Are you referring to me? Under the bright moonlight shining through the window, the princess confirmed it was indeed Knox. Hearing this, Knox thought to himself, It won't do me any good to get involved with the princess here. I need to avoid that. He quickly refused. Princess, I'm sorry. But before he could finish, the princess interrupted. If you say you're not strong enough to do that, or say that there are already marriage talks with the Stillreiner family, I don't think that's a good answer. The princess's words shook Knox's mind, and he could no longer maintain his cold demeanor. Knox, now worried, thought, Looks like she's already decided on this. Is there no way for me to avoid this? He then asked, But are you all right with me? I've got a pretty poor reputation, even though I may be skilled. The princess was just waiting for this. Without hesitation, she turned around with a bright smile and said to Knox, From now on, this is our plan. So I want you to listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, right? Knox, feeling manipulated, looked up at the princess and confirmed it was true. Suddenly, the princess approached Knox and touched his hand. She continued, Even though you're a member of a dark family, you did your best to save me. Knox, being touched by a woman, grew increasingly anxious, feeling a bad premonition. However, the princess continued holding Knox's hand, and Knox again confirmed her words. The princess then leaned even closer to Knox, her beautiful face and alluring body nearly touching him. She smiled and suggested, Shall we just say that you were the one who fell in love with me first? Or, shall we say that I fell in love first? Knox, feeling as if he were under a spell, panicked internally, thinking, Holy shit! He quickly asked her, Princess, are you serious? The princess, now with no reservations, held both of Knox's hands and said, Anything can happen in the world, she assured Knox. Based on the legal procedures, an imperial family member can choose their own spouse. Knox, still in a state of shock and hesitation, couldn't escape her grasp. With a beautiful and captivating smile, she looked at Knox lovingly and said, And, who knows, I might really fall in love with that handsome face of yours, you know? Knox, now frozen, allowed the princess to manipulate him. Who knows what they will do next? From this episode on, I'll be using a new voice, hoping everyone will appreciate it. Continuing from the previous episode, after receiving Princess Penelope's proposal, we still don't know Knox's answer. A few days later, at the Academy dormitory building, the moonlight illuminated the night. In Knox's room, he lay on his bed, sighing with a restless heart. Jitri suddenly called out to Knox, disrupting the quiet atmosphere. She was holding a newspaper with the latest updates from recent days, her face filled with worry and suspicion as she looked at Knox. She demanded that he explain what he had done. On the front page of the newspaper was the most sensational and shocking news in aristocratic circles, with an alluring headline, Princess Penelope fell in love with a knight at first sight, the very man who opposed and once saved the princess. They also discussed further that this news concerned Princess Penelope, who had been dragged into countless scandals recently. Princess Penelope declared she would marry the youngest of the Reinhafer household, Knox von Reinhafer, her classmate at Eldon Academy, as her spouse. At the bottom of the article was an image of Knox, looking both handsome and arrogant. When Knox heard Jitri recount the article's contents, his face showed a forced smile as he sighed, acknowledging that the news had finally spread for real. He also commented on the princess's ability to get whatever she wanted. Jitri's face remained serious as she expressed her worry, stating that she had heard many things but never expected events to unfold like this. She couldn't understand the reason behind it all. Knox sat up, his expression more serious. He told her that this was all quite understandable, revealing that he was being played because of the imperial family's succession war, Jitri was shocked by the mention of the succession war. Knox further disclosed that Princess Penelope wanted to use him because she had a reason to stop Prince Louis from being crowned and intended to seize the throne for herself. That was why she suddenly chose Knox as her spouse. Upon hearing this, Jitri began connecting the dots. She recalled hearing about how Prince Louis had recently gathered many forces to his side. However, the Reinhardt household was a dark family, and Jitri hadn't expected the princess to work with Knox's family. Jitri's words were hesitant as she shared her thoughts. Knox agreed with her, saying that this was exactly why the princess wanted to marry him. This left Jitri feeling even more confused and perplexed. Knox's face twisted with humiliation as he recalled the princess's words. "It's because I'm a good-for-nothing troublemaker." Jitri's awkward expression revealed her understanding of the situation, seeing how Knox was being exploited by a woman. Knox, now furious, ruffled his hair and cursed the princess. "That princess bitch! She's using me because she knows my family has given up on me." His face was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do about her. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing as he realized something. Knox stood up and grabbed his sword, which puzzled Jitri. He moved to the window and signaled for Jitri to be quiet. Knox peeked cautiously outside, wondering who might be visiting him so late at night. Up in the sky, a blood moon appeared eerily, turning the entire night sky red. Atop the building across from him, a dark figure appeared menacingly. Knox's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the person. He immediately turned back into the room, his expression shifting from cautious to utterly excited. He flashed a crazed smile, knowing that the next phase of the story had officially begun. According to the plot Knox was aware of, this was his first mission from the organization. As Luna had told him, it was his first mission as a new member. He had to contact the support person at the Academy's library to complete the task together. His partner was Marin, who had now appeared, filling Knox with excitement. Jitri, still confused, was full of questions as she approached the window to check the situation with growing concern. In contrast, Knox was still buzzing with excitement about the new developments in the story and the increasing pace he needed to keep up with. On the roof of the building opposite, Marin was trying to conceal her presence, unaware that Knox had already detected her. She used binoculars to observe Knox, and after a while she admitted that he was indeed very handsome, just as the rumors suggested. However, she didn't think much of Knox just because of his looks. She considered him merely a child and thought, he looks too sick to be acknowledged by Miss Luna. A moment later, Marin flashed a sinister smile and muttered to herself, "It can't be helped. I'll have to confirm it myself, to see if he can become the new face of Lunatic." The scene shifts to the Eldon Academy library, where Knox is present, looking for a few books to read. Behind him is a familiar face, Echidna, known for her loyalty to Princess Penelope. Surprisingly, Echidna is acting like a servant, carrying all the books Knox has selected. As Knox flips through one of the books, he grumbles about how Professor Ras left him with this boring task, and then disappeared. Frustrated, he slams the book shut, feeling something off about the situation. Earlier, Professor Ras, with a suspicious look, had told Knox that he urgently needed to find the dean, and then handed him a tall stack of books, apologizing as he said, "Knox, I'll leave the cleanup of this place to you." Ras quickly left, leaving Knox annoyed and displeased. Back in the present, Knox, his expression dark, curses the professor, calling him a bastard. Echidna intervenes, stopping him, and demands that he shouldn't speak recklessly about a professor. Angry, Knox snaps back, asking, "Do you understand the difficulties of a graduate student?" Taken aback, Echidna struggles to respond. Still frustrated, Knox complains that being the #1 apprentice is more troublesome than he imagined, telling her to just shut up and be quiet. Understanding Knox's mood, Echidna falls silent. After a while, as they continue Ras's assigned tasks in the library, Echidna suddenly interrupts the silence, calling for Knox. Irritated, Knox warns her, "If you're going to say something useless, then I'm going to have to pass." Echidna quickly denies this, admitting that they don't like each other, though her tone softens slightly. Unbothered, Knox coldly tells her to reflect on her own actions. Echidna, feeling guilty, clears her throat, her eyes hesitant, and suddenly apologizes to Knox about what happened with the princess, admitting that she won't ask him to understand. Knox, suspicious of Echidna's sudden change, asks why she's acting this way and questions her intentions. Echidna shifts to the main point, sternly asking Nox about rumors regarding his engagement. She doubts that the princess announced she would marry Nox just to make him miserable. Nox, realizing Echidna is talking about his marriage to the princess, is a little surprised, though still confused about why she's apologizing. Echidna explains, "It's simple. I'm not asking you, a member of the Dark family, to support our side. I just want to tell you that the princess is not that kind of person." Her face is full of sadness. Hearing Echidna's sincerity, Nox is surprised, though his usual unserious demeanor remains. He silently acknowledges that Echidna really cherishes the princess. In his mind, he complains that more trouble is probably coming his way, thinking, "A character that's different from what I've experienced many times in the game. Am I feeling frustrated, excited, or empathetic as a gamer?" He quickly dismisses the thought, clenching his fist and resolving to forget about it. He continues the conversation with Echidna, telling her that he understands she had good reasons for her actions, and all he can do now is organize these books, so she should just ignore him. His ambiguous words seem like a subtle acceptance of her apology, which reassures Echidna. She smiles, grateful that Nox no longer holds a grudge over being used, and she thanks him sincerely. Nox, no longer speaking with bitterness, smiles back and says, "Just act like you normally do. Don't say something embarrassing like that." He then resumes his task, but as he places a book on the shelf, it emits a red, blood-like energy. Nox senses it immediately, realizing it's a message from the lunatic organization. Looking at the book's cover, he deciphers the message. "Marin, contact complete. Mission delivered." Nox hadn't expected them to contact him this way. He tells Echidna that he has something to check, and she agrees not to interfere with whatever he needs to do. Nox leaves the library and heads to a quiet, secluded spot. There, he opens the book, revealing ancient characters. The message is clear. A demon sealed on the night of slaughter, Paimon's demonic essence stone, is hidden beneath the academy. Your task is to steal it, along with the academy's internal structure information, and trap as many faculty members as possible. This is Nox's mission. Understanding the task, Nox smiles with excitement, realizing, it's finally started. Inner lunatic. This is the first Nox episode of this hellish game. The scene shifts to the academy dormitory. Emma, Talia's maid, stands behind her, worried. Talia, for some unknown reason, has been wrapped up in layers of clothing. Emma tries to ask if Talia is all right, explaining that Talia has been acting this way for 2 days now, and she's concerned about her health. Talia remains silent, offering no response. Emma watched Talia's figure, and silently realized that Talia's current condition was likely due to the recent news about Nox. She wondered to herself, how could Master Nox be involved with the princess? No matter how handsome he is, no one would have expected her to choose someone from the Dark family as her spouse. Moreover, if the patriarch who adores his daughter finds out about it, he'll definitely kill Master Nox. If something goes wrong, it could lead to disharmony between the two families. At this moment, Emma tried to persuade Talia, hoping she would stop her current actions. Suddenly, Talia stood up straight, throwing off the blanket that had been covering her, her face filled with anger. Emma, worried about Talia's unusual behavior, called out to her. Talia got off the bed and approached Emma. With a lifeless expression and a chilling voice, Talia called Emma's name. The eerie way she was called made Emma tremble as she stammered a response. In her mind, Emma thought, Talia is so scary. Suddenly Talia gave a twisted, dark smile and declared, I've become an adult today. Emma stood frozen, both frightened and confused by Talia's proclamation. Talia knows that it's possible for what's mine to be stolen, she continued, and what father said in the past was right. One must become strong so that no one can take what belongs to them. Talia's eyes had completely changed, taking on the look of a villain, and she laughed unconsciously in a terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Emma was speechless after hearing Talia's confession, unable to understand what was happening or why Talia was saying such things. Talia then lifted her gaze to Emma and asked if she agreed with her decision, but Emma still couldn't utter a word, remaining silent. Talia's expression grew increasingly terrifying, and the atmosphere in the room became more tense and ominous. Inwardly, Emma prayed for Nox's fate, hoping he could run as far away as possible to avoid being caught by Talia. Switching back to Nox's mission, we learn more details. The task involves Archduke Paimon, the figure responsible for the Night of Slaughter, which killed Nox's mother in the past, and the being who reversed Noah's time, turning her into a child. Nox's first objective is to kill him. Of course, it's impossible for me to kill him with just my own strength, Nox thought. The only fortunate thing here is that I can randomly increase my stats by being in the Ark River. As soon as Nox touched the water in the Ark River, a notification appeared, informing him that he had discovered a hidden piece and entered the Ark River. After absorbing the river's water for a while, another notification revealed that his stats had increased by 2 points, both of which were added to his mana. However, that wasn't all. Nox began reading some ancient language, and shortly after the system announced that a hidden piece had been activated, and Nox had obtained the Dragon's Tongue, the language of a lost ancient magic. Inwardly, Nox mused, "If I weren't involved in marriage talks with the princess, this would have been a good harvest." Suddenly a voice spoke behind Nox, with a woman remarking that he had arrived just in time. She thought he might have gotten lost. Behind him stood Marin, a member of Lunatic, who would accompany him on this mission. Nox turned and asked if she was indeed Marin, to which she confirmed, reminding him that her code name was Marin. With a slightly arrogant tone, Marin told Nox, "You're speaking a little too casually. Listen up, I'm your senior and your archer. Got that?" Nox's expression remained unchanged as he countered Marin's attempt to assert dominance. Actually, he thought, Marin is one of the more troublesome characters within Lunatic. At 17 years old, Nox's element is water, and he's an official member of Lunatic. Her positive traits include being cheerful, having strong desires, solid trust, rare mana sensitivity, and genius-level archery skills. On the negative side, she's quick to judge others, has an inferiority complex, is young but bossy, and suffers from motion sickness. Her stats are Stamina 12, Mana 12, Luck 6, Will 13, and Charm 20, with skills such as arrow adjustment, auto-targeting, and water shot. There was one thing about her that Nox absolutely hated within the inner workings of Lunatic, that darn young but bossy trait. Sure enough, Marin immediately displayed this trait, bossily telling Nox, "You're my junior from now on, so you must speak to me with respect." Without hesitation, Nox responded with attitude, calling her so bossy. Marin was furious when she heard Nox accuse her of being bossy. She screamed in rage, denying that trait in herself. Pointing at Nox, she cursed, "This world has just gone to shit." Nox, unfazed, responded indifferently, "It seems you have a habit of being long-winded and talking nonsense." Marin didn't listen to him, jumping down and continuing her arrogance. She flashed a smug smile and demanded that Nox show her respect because she had joined Lunatic several years before he did. And she was also 2 years older than him. Nox, showing no concern, reminded her that he had heard her rambling about that before. He then asked her, "So, what exactly do you get from a good-for-nothing like me showing you respect?" Marin was flustered because Nox wasn't intimidated by her and even challenged her. She threatened him, saying that Lunatic had rules, but before she could finish, Nox signaled her to stop. "People are coming. Let's go to the hideout first." Marin was interrupted, feeling both frustrated and unwilling to let things go this way. However, thinking about their mission, she restrained her childish impulses. She pulled out a scroll containing the mission information for Nox and told him that she would let him off this time for the sake of the mission. Afterward, Marin explained how to use the scroll, instructing Nox to tear it apart as the way to transport them to the mission's designated location. Nox held the glowing scroll in his hand and smiled, realizing that it was a low-grade dimensional teleport magic scroll. "It seems things between this world and the game haven't changed too much," he mused. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll, and a magical light enveloped the surrounding area. The remnants of the scroll faded, and Nox and Marin were transported by the magical energy to another place to continue their mission. They pierced through space and were eventually teleported to a dark underground location. As soon as they arrived, Marin's head spun with dizziness. She sighed, expressing, "I just can't get used to this darn dimensional teleport, no matter how many times I use it." Nearby, there was a table and chairs. Marin instructed Nox to sit down as she would explain the mission in more detail, though she had briefly mentioned it before. She emphasized that Nox should listen carefully. Marin then cleared her throat, trying to assert her superiority. Her face turned serious as she asked Nox if he had ever heard of the Night of Slaughter. Nox confirmed that he had. He knew that Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Kelsus, and his father, Theo, had worked together and barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon. The night they gathered to defeat Paimon became known as the Night of Slaughter. Marin confirmed that everything Nox said was true and stated that Paimon is a very dangerous being. He's a monster that not even the strongest people on the continent could easily stop. The problem is that the whereabouts of the demonic essence crystal, which contained Paimon, were lost during the sealing process. As Nox listened to Marine's concerns, he began to understand the purpose of their mission. People searched for it, and it was found under the academy. Lunatic wants us to cause a distraction while they destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Nox for being quick to grasp the situation. Smiling, she added that, despite how casually Nox spoke to her, he might actually be somewhat useful. Nox, irritated by Marin's tone, dismissed her remarks, saying, "Let's ignore the trivial issues." Marin, angered by Nox's disregard, retorted that he was treating her words as trivial issues. With a serious expression, Nox asked Marin whether a date had been set for the operation to steal the crystal. Still visibly annoyed, Marin informed him that the plan would take place during Eldine Academy's nighttime self-study period. She assigned Nox the role of keeping the other students and instructors in one place. Nox, hearing his task, expressed doubts about its feasibility, worrying about what would happen if Paimon revived during the process of destroying the demonic essence crystal. Marin felt insulted by Nox's skepticism, her voice cold as she questioned, "It seems you don't know just how great Luna is. She's the youngest of the 3 Sword Emperors, the savior of this rotten continent." Confidently, Marin asserted that Nox's concerns were unfounded and that nothing could go wrong. After finishing her declaration, she smiled smugly to herself, while Nox, exasperated by her arrogance, thought, "It'd be best if things could go according to what Marin said, but there's no way that will happen." He recalled the unfolding story. This episode is the one where Paimon revives. While he's not at full strength, even a small mistake will completely destroy the academy and everything nearby. This is the first chapter of the main episode, known as The Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. Thus, Nox must act as both the protagonist and the villain simultaneously in order to save the other characters. Nox constantly reminds himself to stay cautious and focused on this mission. After a moment of deliberation, Nox speaks up, expressing his desire to hear more details about the plan from Marin. The scene shifts to a gloomy, dusty place, seemingly an underground chamber, covered with tree roots and spider webs. A figure gradually steps into the center of the chamber, where a flash of light suddenly appears. The source of the light is a magical orb, reflecting a blurry image of a mysterious individual. It is none other than Rick, Eleanor's servant. He appears before the magical orb with ill intent. Speaking to someone on the other side of the orb, Rick says, "All preparations are already complete. Archduke, all that's left is for you to raise everything on Earth to the ground like you did in the past." At that moment, the magical orb suddenly emits a dense, dark aura, forming the shape of a demonic face. A sinister voice emanates from it, praising Rick. That sounds good. While it'd be tough to achieve a complete revival because of those cursed rats, this much should be enough. The demon remembers that the person before him is Rick, and Rick shows respect and joy at being remembered by the demon. From the orb, the terrifying eye of the demon appears, and he promises Rick, if this succeeds, Rick will be able to become a true demon instead of just remaining as a demonic human. The demon hopes Rick won't disappoint him. Hearing that he will become a true demon, Rick's face turns dark and terrifying, and he smiles with delight at the upcoming deeds he will commit. The scene shifts back to Nox, who is now in a lecture hall surrounded by female students. Nox feels confused, unsure how to handle the situation in front of him. Eleanor stands behind him, looking at him with disdain. It's unclear what they were discussing, but Princess Penelope and Talia are now facing each other, the atmosphere becoming suffocating as the 2 rivals confront one another. The princess's face remains calm and unaffected, but opposite her, Talia's face has darkened, losing its usual innocent and cheerful expression. Penelope speaks first, apologizing to Talia for taking her fiancé and hoping that Talia would understand. However, Penelope's attitude shows no real remorse. She smiles confidently, saying, "Humans can't just control their emotions as they wish." Her words make the situation even worse. Nox, standing nearby, begins to sweat and reminds the princess to be careful. He then turns to Talia, calling her name when he notices she hasn't said a word. Suddenly, she stops being silent and starts laughing maniacally, as if the beast within her has finally awakened. Seeing her savage expression and wild laughter, Nox is horrified. His whole body trembles as he curses under his breath, "Holy shit!" Nox realizes he forgot to consider how Talia would react. Now, Talia's face is no longer gloomy but fearsome, with her red eyes radiating murderous intent as she stares directly at the woman trying to steal her husband. Caught between the two women, Nox feels powerless, unsure of what to do. He sighs, complaining to himself, "How did things get like this?" The chatter of other students shatters the tense atmosphere. One of them gossips, asking the others if they've heard about the latest news, and they all gather around a bulletin board. One student mentions the news about the top 7 students with the best scores. Another chimes in, saying they've also heard about the nighttime self-study period and how extra points are given later on. Another student complains, "I could have made it if I did a little better." Someone else disagrees, stating, "Definitely not," and insists he didn't even make it to the middle of the pack. Others agree, knowing the nobles took up all the top spots from the beginning. A student wearing glasses asserts, "Commoners like us can't become one of the top 7 students, even with good grades." The others nod, complaining that nobles only care about their own family members, even though they always preach fairness. They begin questioning, what's the difference between this place and the outside world? They all know what the higher-ups are thinking. A nearby girl quietly asks a boy next to her about the identity of the person who chose the 7 students and what criteria were used. The boy doesn't know, but guesses that grades were a major factor. The boy next to him laments, crying out, "Grades are the only things that matter, no matter where you are." That person was probably the most unexpected one. The person they're referring to is none other than Nox. As soon as Nox arrives, all eyes in the room turn toward him. Outside of dealing with women, Nox always exudes a cold, intimidating aura. The entire area falls silent at Nox's appearance, the good-for-nothing of the Reinhardt household. As usual, people somehow end up talking about Nox. While Nox doesn't want to attract any unnecessary attention, it can't be helped right now. The thing he must pay attention to at this moment is the newbie killer. When it comes to clearing the Paimon episode, the most important thing is your grades. It sounds ridiculous, but unless his scores are exceptional, Nox won't be able to attend the nighttime self-study event. If that happens, then Nox won't be able to keep the other characters stuck in one place. The other students continued their chatter, and one of them angrily complained that Nox was an annoying bastard. Other men were also jealous of Nox, questioning if he was only relying on his good looks and having a powerful family behind him. They didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The student, hearing his friends agree with this, became enraged and shouted at them, "He's the enemy of all men! Don't take his side!" Other nearby students approached, saying that the guy was an idiot, and asked if he hadn't heard about the recent rumors surrounding Nox. The student stepped closer and warned him that Nox had become the princess's spouse, and he might die if he gets on his nerves. The student, upon hearing this, was frightened and panicked. The others were also worried, thinking that Nox might have overheard their gossip about him. However, their fears had already become a reality, as Nox was standing behind them, hearing everything they had said about him. He was furious, thinking those guys were scumbags. Yet, Nox decided not to care about the gossip and sighed about the terrible events that were about to unfold. He thought to himself that he couldn't let his relationship with Lunatic be broken. Whatever the case, they were the rope Nox would use to escape the Reinhardt household. What was certain was that Nox had to stop Paimon from reviving on the last day of the 7 days of nighttime self-study. After a while, Nox stood in front of the notice board, his face showing confusion because he had forgotten to check who was ranked under him. The funny thing was, Nox was on the list, and not only that, he was at the top. The second place was Leon von Marvis. followed by Penelope von Arkheim, Talia von Stillreiner, Echidna von Janos, Eleanor de Rivellin, and finally Iana von Sader. Knox wasn't just caught up in this situation, but now he was also facing two women, who were staring each other down in a tense standoff. Knox wondered if this situation was the kind that happens in dramas. The confrontation between the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend? Damn it. This is the worst situation, and what's worse is that I didn't even do anything wrong. Talia, facing the arrogant princess, glared at her with fiery eyes and spoke, saying she understood what the princess was saying but that she wouldn't give up. She declared, "It might be rude of me to say this, but Knox is a really good person, so she can understand why Penelope likes him." Penelope remained unfazed, smiling brightly and thanking Talia for understanding. But at that moment, Talia's smile stopped. Her voice turned cold and threatening as she made it clear to the princess that she hoped Penelope didn't think she would back down that easily. Talia's firm stance made the princess stop smiling, and Echidna, standing behind, could sense the situation was becoming increasingly awkward. Talia continued, asserting that winning holds special meaning in the Stillreiner household, and that applies to people as well. Despite Talia's determination, the princess remained unshaken, offering a sweet smile and wishing Talia good luck. After that, the princess walked away, and as she passed Knox, she leaned in close and told him, "I heard it was an engagement decided between our households, but I guess someone was more serious about it than I expected. That's not how I hoped this would go, though." Then Penelope and Echidna left, leaving Knox to face Talia. At that moment, something caught Knox's attention. He looked outside and saw a red mana swirling like smoke, and within that, smoke was a message that only Knox seemed to recognize. The short message read, "Hideout. Plan to explain more details of the operation. Gather quickly." After receiving the message, Knox immediately left and soon arrived at a secret underground hideout of the lunatic organization. Marin appeared above, calling him a newbie, and stared at him with a look that suggested she didn't have good intentions. She jumped down and began questioning Knox. "What have you done for there to be news of you becoming the princess's spouse? Are you out of your mind?" Knox avoided Marin's gaze, replying, "You heard, huh? To be honest, I don't know what's happening either. It seems the princess is trying to use me as a card to keep the prince in check." Knox's explanation didn't satisfy Marin, who, enraged, asked him if he thought she had called him here to hear something so obvious. Knox, unwilling to continue arguing, tried to change the subject and asked her to talk about the mission. But Marin wouldn't let it go. She yelled at him, demanding that Knox explain everything that was going on. She declared that she was also someone who looked after Captain Luna. Pointing at him, she accused, "I can't accept someone like you when you don't even know who you are." Knox calmly explained, asserting that this was something already decided by the higher-ups. However, Marin refused to accept that. She arrogantly claimed, "It's up to me to decide how I judge my junior." Immediately afterward, she drew the bow from her back and declared, "I need to know whether Knox deserves to join the lunatic or if he will betray us." Faced with Marin's challenge, Knox let out an irritated sigh. Although he didn't want to fight, he was forced to prove himself in front of this troublesome woman. He decided to take up a sword. A dark purple mana soon enveloped the blade and his body. His gaze changed completely, and Knox hoped Marin wouldn't regret this. Unfazed, Marin flashed a gleeful smile as she pulled out an arrow, preparing to attack Knox. As she raised her bow towards him, mana radiated from it, her face brimming with excitement. She also hoped Knox wouldn't regret his decision to face her. As soon as the arrow was released, it shot straight toward Knox. He quickly blocked it with his sword. But the battle wasn't over yet. In an instant, Marin appeared at his right side with incredible speed, her bow drawn and aimed at his flank. Her movement was so fast that Knox had to reassess this woman. Marin, with a smug smile, declared, "She'll go easy on Knox, so make sure Knox don't die." Facing Marin's arrogance, Knox smirked with confidence as she fired an arrow imbued with water elemental power toward him. The arrow shot forward like a rushing torrent. Knox, confronted by its gale-like speed, kept his composure, dodging swiftly and silently, noting that Marin's pride wasn't baseless. It had reason. She is a descendant of one of the lost races of legend, the marine race. She's inherited their blood, and the power of her water shot is unfathomable. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, wouldn't be able to completely stop that attack. Faced with Marin's inherent strength, Nox's acting genius trait was activated intensely. At the same time, he moved, dodging her successive attacks. Inside, he felt a tinge of regret, thinking he might have provoked her too much, leading to this precarious situation. However, he can't gain her trust with his current abilities, and there's a large chance that this episode will end in catastrophe. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Nox still motivated himself, affirming that he must achieve a clear victory. His gaze became more serious than ever, locking onto the opponent before him. Nox swung his sword downward, his entire body beginning to emit a dark mana, intent on proving his own strength. Marin observed him. Her actions paused as she assessed that Nox might have received the captain's acknowledgement, but he is still the lowest ranked. Growing angrier, Marin questioned him, challenging his attitude toward her, a senior figure, and demanded that he explain his relationship with Princess Penelope. Her face darkened with anger as she demanded further that Nox clarify the events surrounding him. After a barrage of questions, Marin fell silent, launching a fresh assault against Nox with a fiercer force than before, her water-based power filling the entire chamber. She continued to press Nox, suspicious and unconvinced that everything related to him was mere coincidence. Despite her anger and accusations, Nox maintained a calm demeanor, saying that she just doesn't want to believe what he says. If that's the case, then there's no need for him to explain. Nox's indifference fueled Marin's rage. She clenched her teeth, drawing her bow at him, determined to see how long he could maintain that lofty attitude. As each arrow was released, Nox found himself engulfed by a raging flood, a massive wave crashing down upon him. Encased within a globe of water, Nox's eyes remained steady. He then looked directly at Marin, asking her, "Do you think a little trick like this will work on me?" With those words, he swung his sword at the water globe, slashing it apart until it shattered into fragments. Immediately, the scattered droplets evaporated, blanketing the area around him in a dense mist. Undeterred, Marin swiftly moved behind Nox, leaping forward with a gleeful smile, admitting she didn't expect that attack to affect him, but simply wanted a soft opening for the battle. Finishing her sentence, she released an arrow with overwhelming force, aiming straight at him from behind. Realizing the arrow was coming, Nox quickly activated the skill, Hour of the Genius. In that instant, everything around him seemed to halt. A notification followed, stating, "Your sense of time has slowed down." The skill affected the arrow's speed drastically, allowing Nox to dodge it effortlessly. However, he doesn't really want to reveal what he is capable of yet, but it can't be helped. As Hour of the Genius expired, time resumed its normal flow, and Marin's arrow missed Nox, flying past him. Marin was left in shock, unable to believe it. There's less than a 10-meter distance between us, and he was able to dodge that? While Marin was still reeling, Nox, with a fearsome expression, showed no hesitation, channeling dark energy into his sword as he prepared for his counterattack. The next second, Nox's eyes flashed as he swung his sword downwards. A wave of dark mana surged forward from the blade, shattering Marin's water barrier before advancing and enveloping her body. Her entire figure was now submerged in the water she had summoned, intertwined with Nox's dark power. The two opposing forces collided, creating a massive vortex that engulfed Marin. It seemed as though Nox had successfully overpowered her. Beads of sweat formed on his face, revealing the strain his attack had taken on him. But within the mist, Marin's faint silhouette emerged, her voice ringing out in disbelief as she questioned the terrifying strength Nox displayed, asserting, "That's not the kind of strength that a 15-year-old can possess." Marin's face grew increasingly serious as she interrogated Nox about his reasons for joining Lunatic and his true intentions. Nox merely stared back at her warily, giving no answer. Faced with his silence, Marin smirked, her eyes glinting a vibrant blue as she declared that it didn't matter. She would find the answer herself. In the next instant, Marin raised her bow and released a volley of arrows, while columns of water formed around Nox, trapping him like a caged bird. Unfazed, Nox quickly summoned a magic sphere, launching a stream of purple mana that pierced through Marin's water arrows, leaving her stunned at his effortless counter. Unwilling to admit defeat, Marin continued to fire powerful water arrows at Nox, who skillfully dodged and retaliated with dark mana bolts that shattered every one of her attacks. Witnessing Nox's skill, Marin began to feel outmatched. She gasped for breath, acknowledging internally that Nox was a dangerous individual. Even if he's not trying to make use of Lunatic, she thought, he's talented enough to be a threat to Captain Luna if he decides to betray us. As she realized that none of her arrows had hit him and that he had refrained from counterattacking directly, Marin understood that Nox was holding back. Furious, she accused him of arrogance. She found herself questioning, why though? Is he holding back because he wants to make use of us? Or is it because she is also a member of Lunatic? Finally, Nox spoke, pointing his sword toward Marin and lamenting that she was wasting time on idle thoughts. Even defending myself against you is becoming tiresome, he remarked. Enraged by his criticism, Marin realized he was mocking her, making a fool of his superior. She pondered in silence, acknowledging that she couldn't win against him and wondering if it was a difference in their abilities. Clenching her fists in frustration, she reaffirmed to herself that she would never lose as long as she didn't give up. Yet her thoughts began to spiral, casting Nox as a significant threat. Every member of Lunatic might end up being taken down if Nox is allowed to survive. Resolute, Marin called out in a low voice. Nox von Reinhofer, I can't acknowledge you as one of Lunatic's members. You're exceptional, but I can't discern the intentions behind your actions. So, I will follow the regulations of Lunatic and dispose of you as a dangerous individual. With that declaration, Marin unleashed a new technique, different from any other arrow she had fired. It held an immense power that caused the entire area around her to tremble. Seeing this formidable attack, Nox hesitated slightly. He realized it was the secret technique of the marine race, water shot. He knew that if he were hit by it in his current state, it would be fatal, and he wasn't confident he could dodge it. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Without hesitation, Marin launched the arrow. The immense power radiated a brilliant light, barreling straight toward Nox. He had no time to respond when, suddenly, another sword appeared, striking the arrow and knocking it off course. Confused, Marin tried to comprehend what had happened. Suddenly, a voice echoed, chastising her. Marin, what do you think you're doing? The voice belonged to Luna, who stood above on the balcony, questioning Marin loudly and reminding her that she had instructed her to execute the mission with her junior. Luna's furious gaze bore into Marin as she demanded to know if killing Nox was part of her orders. Both Nox and Marin turned their eyes toward Luna. Marin's face paled in fear, and she addressed her as Captain. Nox, with courtesy, greeted Captain Luna as well. But Luna did not spare Nox either. She demanded that both of them explain clearly what had transpired, warning that failure to do so would result in punishment. Her gaze held no hint of leniency. When neither of them responded, Luna's tone grew harsher as she repeated her question, demanding an explanation from Marin. Luna then jumped down, approaching Marin directly. With a stern voice, she reminded her that her mission was to work with the newbie to draw the attention of the Academy's staff and students. Luna's eyes stared intently at Marin, confirming to her that she never told Marin to do anything like this. Facing Luna's anger, Marin trembled, her eyes not daring to look directly at Luna. Marin immediately apologized for her actions and explained that she only wanted to confirm if Nox was loyal to the organization. Hearing this, Luna voiced her disapproval of Marin's independent actions, stating that it was her role as the captain to handle matters like these, not Marin's. Luna then picked up a dagger with intricate carvings, raising it in front of Marin and scolding her, demanding she take a closer look. The blade was chipped even though the trajectory of the attack was off. With that much power, Marin must have been trying to kill Nox. Luna asked Marin once more if that was indeed her intent. Marin, with a remorseful expression, lowered her head in silence. Luna then glanced over at Nox, acknowledging that she understood Marin's reasoning, and she also agreed that Nox hasn't shown them much yet. However, her gaze quickly turned angry again as she looked back at Marine. Luna asserted that Marine had crossed the line here. There is only one situation where a member would be allowed to kill another. She was sure Marine remembered that clearly. Marine then responded, confirming that the exception was if someone betrayed the organization. Luna gradually calmed, reminding Marin for the last time, don't make this mistake ever again, and that this was her final warning. Luna then turned back to Nox, calling him the newcomer and reminding him that he also needed to remember this rule. Nox didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed that he would remember it well. Marin's gaze still avoided the two of them. Although she was often stubborn, she was a girl who knew how to follow orders. Luna then ended the matter between them and invited Nox to take a walk with her. Though Nox felt somewhat puzzled, he quickly agreed. Outside, the bright moonlight shone down as they strolled along the street. Luna took the opportunity to reassure Nox, hoping he understood that she had to warn both of them there to uphold discipline and order. Hearing this, Nox felt more at ease and smiled gently, remarking that he was a good-for-nothing who had done far too many bad things to be hurt by something like a warning. Luna, puzzled by Nox's self-deprecating words, showed a confused expression, prompting Nox to clarify briefly that he was fine. Besides, Nox mentioned that Marin probably didn't feel like he was trustworthy. Luna, familiar with Marin's true nature, tried to explain to Nox, saying she's not usually like this. It's hard for Luna to tell Nox the details, but there's a reason for her behavior, so she hoped he would be understanding. Luna then gave a sly smile and reminded Nox that he still owed her a life. That arrow from Marin, if Nox had been hit by it, he would have surely died. Nox fully understood the arrow's immense power, but he didn't want to admit it, and instead smiled, suggesting that Luna was exaggerating. Luna, surprised, questioned why Nox didn't seem more shocked by its power. Nox calmly explained that his way of life had led him to near-death experiences so many times that it felt normal to him. Luna, entertained by his words, gave a light laugh, calling his life dull and suggesting that it might be why Marin disliked him. Suddenly, Luna's expression grew serious, as though she had something on her mind. She revisited the earlier incident, saying that it was all because of that one arrow, making Nox puzzled by the underlying reason. Luna elaborated, stating that the reason Marin was able to join Lunatic was due to just one arrow. The destructiveness of that arrow, which she takes a long time to prepare, is on a completely different level. It's so powerful that even Luna couldn't block it completely head-on. Hearing Luna's confirmation, Nox felt more assured in his suspicions, and understood why his sword was destroyed. However, as he pieced things together, Nox found it even stranger. If Marin possessed such strength, why did she not appear in the Nox episode? Luna then revealed a bit more to Nox, explaining that Marin is the final descendant of the marine race, able to control both water and bows to their utmost limits. That's how she could wield such a powerful arrow. At this point, Luna hesitated and fell silent, her unusual demeanor catching Nox's attention and making him slightly suspicious. Having knowledge of the subject, Nox commented that the marine race, they were a special race among those that had disappeared. They appeared in the inner lunatic backstories, but they've never appeared in the Nox episode. Nox quickly dismissed the story, stroking his chin with a confident smile and declaring to Luna that the next time he fights her, he won't give her any time to use her arrow. Hearing Nox's scheme, Luna couldn't help but laugh and called him a little rascal. She then pointed at his forehead, urging him not to even think about engaging Marin in battle again. She knew how dangerous Marin could be if she went on a rampage. She had already told Nox just now, but he really could have died. Nox, startled by her touch on his forehead, took a step back, then adjusted his hair and gave a slight smile in acknowledgement of Luna's reminder. The moment after, Nox quickly changed the subject, commenting on the vastness of the surrounding area. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Luna sighed in exasperation, but in Nox's mind, he was smirking, already planning to exploit Marin, knowing she had a deadly attack he could leverage in the future. Afterward, the two continued strolling, and suddenly Luna called out to Nox, noting that he was quite powerful. Nox couldn't understand why Luna was bringing this up. Luna seriously pointed out that Nox was able to subdue Marin once before Marin went on a rampage. Furthermore, he was cold and rational enough to eliminate his enemy without hesitation. Hearing this, Nox smirked teasingly and asked why Luna was flattering him. At this point, Luna's expression changed completely. She asked Nox for a favor and directly stated that he could kill Marin if he thought she would go berserk during a mission. Luna asserted that only Nox could do this job. Feeling her trust in him, Nox's face gradually turned serious as everything ominous in the shadows began to emerge. The scene then shifted to the lecture hall. The lecturer, a man with a long mustache, was instructing the students, explaining that they can only become a great knight or mage by unleashing their upper energy core, central energy core, and lower energy core. However, He also emphasized in a stern tone that while it's important to be talented, in the end, only those who work hard will succeed at unleashing them. The atmosphere in the class was quiet as everyone listened attentively, though there were two students with unresolved issues between them. Since the class began, Talia's gaze hadn't left Nox. She stared intensely at him from behind, making him feel uneasy and distracted. Nox found himself in a difficult position, unsure of what he had done wrong, only hoping Talia would give him a chance to explain everything that had happened between him and the princess. At this time, Princess Penelope, seated beside Nox, always wore a gentle smile. Noticing Nox's uncomfortable expression, she turned to ask him kindly how he was doing. Deep in thought, Nox was startled by her voice and complained that she shouldn't scare him like that. Inwardly, he was shouting at himself, thinking he shouldn't be sitting next to the princess. Yet, Nox had no choice. As before class, Princess Penelope had privately informed him that they were engaged, stating, "If they don't sit together, then others will get suspicious of us." Feeling helpless, Nox resigned himself to her wishes, reminding himself that he needed to keep personal and professional matters separate. She is the princess of a country. Penelope, seeing Nox's absent-minded demeanor, chuckled with satisfaction, evaluating that the current situation was quite favorable. At least Prince Louis won't be able to kill Nox easily now that I've chosen him as her spouse. Back in the lecture hall, Nox, feeling deeply unsettled, didn't know what to do other than sigh at his current predicament. Meanwhile, Talia's jealous gaze continued to bore into him and Penelope. Princess Penelope also noticed Talia's stare, and as their eyes met, Talia quickly looked away, hiding her feelings. Just then, another girl moved down toward Nox from above. This new presence caught Nox's attention, and he turned to ask her name. Before him stood a beautiful girl with long purple hair and a gentle expression. She shyly introduced herself as Iana von Sater. Hearing the name, Nox immediately recognized her, knowing that Iana von Sater is the next head of the succubus Sater household. They were renowned for their ability to drain a man's essence using the skill, charm, and for amplifying their own strength or that of others. Fully aware of who she was, Nox replied coldly and indifferently turned away, his dismissive attitude surprising and flustering Iana. In front of Nox was Leon, who showed little interest in his surroundings, sighing out of boredom with the lecture. He was weary, even during self-study, and the thought of more classes in the evening, after the afternoon sessions, made him even more exhausted. Echidna, seated beside him, overheard Leon's complaint and informed him that they'd have 3 more classes that day, asking if he was all right. Nox, seated nearby, joined their casual conversation, his face serious as he declared that the remaining classes would not be happening today. Surprised, Leon turned to Nox to ask why he would say such a thing. Suddenly the entire lecture hall began to shake violently. All the students were bewildered and terrified, not knowing what was happening. The lights overhead shattered, debris falling and causing panic among everyone. No one in the hall understood what was going on. Even Eleanor, a girl known for her composure, felt fear in the face of the current situation. The only person still calm was Nox, who understood everything that was about to unfold. He revealed to us that this event was the Nox episode, the subjugation of Paimon, and it had officially begun. And at this moment, a bizarre phenomenon began unfolding above the lecture hall as the entire ceiling was enveloped in a sinister, dark mana. The source of this disturbance was none other than Rick, a member of the demon race. He was performing some strange ritual to awaken a true demon. With a twisted smile, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the bloodthirsty arrival of a demon about to awaken. Rewinding to the time before the event known as the subjugation of Paimon, Nox and Marin were discussing their mission together. Nox confirmed once more that they were given the mission to draw attention so that Lunatic could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Nox for quickly understanding the plan and smiled, telling him that once the barriers dividing the areas were activated, the place would turn into a labyrinth for the students to escape. Marin emphasized her wish that Nox buy as much time as possible. Returning to the present, the event, the subjugation of Paimon, had begun as planned, and the overwhelming pressure from the demonic power spread throughout the academy. In the lecture hall, windows and surrounding equipment shattered. The students, now in a state of panic, couldn't comprehend the situation. All the young women in the hall, typically graceful, were gripped by terror. Assessing the situation, Knox acknowledged that Marin was handling her role well. He reminded himself that he needed to buy as much time as possible, because his goal was clear. At that moment, Leon also warned that staying any longer would be dangerous. He noted that he had discovered 2 spells in effect. There are 2 spells active right now. The first is a dimensional barrier that cuts us off from the outside and keeps us trapped here. The second is a layer transformation spell that randomly alters the floors of this building, in order to escape from here. Hearing Leon's detailed explanation, Knox frowned, realizing Leon had picked up on everything quickly. Playing along, Knox feigned ignorance and confirmed with Leon that they needed to handle the layer transformation spell first. Princess Penelope agreed that this was the right course, adding that it was impossible to destroy the barrier in their current state. Iana, standing nearby with a timid demeanor, nodded hesitantly in agreement, observing, "This seems to be the type of layer-transforming magic that's most commonly used on buildings." Seeing Iana's presence, Knox was slightly surprised, since, according to the storyline, Iana wasn't supposed to interfere with this particular incident involving Knox. He questioned to himself, why is she constantly trying to interfere? With a sigh, he considered that the storyline might have changed. Taking on a leader's stance, Knox acknowledged Leon's statement, saying, "They need to destroy the magic." The group was shocked at his direct approach, but Knox reaffirmed his intent, adding that this was what he wanted, because the spells have an obvious goal. He looked toward Talia, gently explaining that it wasn't surprising she hadn't figured it out, as she hated thinking after all. Continuing, Knox explained that if they either fulfilled that goal or destroyed the spells by force, they would be able to escape. Talia, hearing this, was visibly baffled, only nodding absent-mindedly as smoke practically poured from her head in confusion. Leon joined in, adding, "Basically, there's a high chance that any powerful attacks we throw at this magic will be dispelled." Knox then took charge, guiding the group's actions. He instructed, "We need to first check the condition of this building. Let's split into 2 teams, inspect its condition, and then regroup in exactly 1 hour." While Knox successfully led the students to buy as much time as possible for Marin to fulfill her mission, Marin, somewhere else, was moving swiftly. She silently acknowledged to herself, "Knox von Reinhofer. He's indeed competent. It's no wonder he could defeat me." She was impressed by his calmness, despite the large-scale magic, and his ability to earn the others' trust. Hidden, Marin watched the students' actions from above. With agility and skill, she descended onto the top of a statue and mused, "Is it finally time for the first attempt of the second area's labyrinth?" She named the labyrinth of Dreams and Delusions. An illusion spell, it used spilled imp blood to steal the minds of travelers and show them the sweetest dreams. Not even the clear-headed students of Eldine would be able to withstand this easily. She thought, since I poured out that much blood, it should buy us at least an hour. She needs the newbie to get through this somehow, though. Suddenly, Marin's eyes widened as she noticed something unexpected. The labyrinth she had created not only sent the weaker students into illusions, but also left Knox unconscious on the ground. This astonished Marin. That's not how it was supposed to go. Her magic should have been at a level that he could resist. Disturbed by this anomaly, she realized it was a major problem, and decided she would have to intervene directly.